Are we good? Think we should be all right? Just maybe just like the video quality look a little bit off. Maybe it's getting better. I can't really. I don't know. I don't know, dude. What up? What up? What up? LD getting job offers from Kotaku, Polygon, and IGN. Bruh. I'm gonna... I'm finna go in on some motherfuckers today. I'm gonna have a moment. I'm gonna have a moment. We'll bring this up. Close this because it's not really doing anything for me. Bring that to about here, and that'll be good enough for now. That'll be good enough for now, I think. I can do this. I had a power surge with one of my with my PC, and after that happened, I basically had to like reset everything, which was really fun. By the way, it's a lot of fun. It's really nice, you know, when your work depends on the computer you're using, and you know, you need that stuff. There's talk they're selling Xbox. I highly doubt that's going to be the case, at least for now, at the very least. Surge protector outlet. I'm blaming it on a power surge. I don't actually know what made it kick the bucket. It could have been something else that was faulty. I'm not really too sure, but yeah. Are you a fan of basketball at all? Have you been watching the finals? I watched a little bit of the finals with some of the people from Summer Games Fest, but I'm not a huge basketball fan. I watch hockey. Like, that's my main sport. That's the one thing that I keep up with the most. I used to be really big into basketball, like when I was a little kid, but that was also me as a little kid living through the 90s and quite literally the best basketball ever, period. Like, end of story. Like, yeah. Like, what are we talking about, man? Let's go Rangers. Rangers aren't even in the playoffs. It's Vegas versus well, for the Stanley Cup playoffs, it's... When did the stream start? 2 seconds ago. I'm trying to think. No, it's Rangers and... or not Rangers. It's Vegas versus Carolina. What OS do you use? I use Windows like most people. Spyro has returned. Dude, part of me wants to go through some, like, at least some of a lot of the, like, some of the announcements that we had seen, just because, like, I kind of only, like, very briefly, it was very weird not being here streaming when all of these, like, insane games are being announced. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, it bothered the shit out of me. Like, the entire time I'm sitting there and I'm just like, bro, like, like, imagine me sitting in the audience at Summer Games Fest and, like, Resident Evil Veronica, and I'm just like, what the fuck? I mean, it was, I have to say, it was really cool being in the, like, being in the audience and being in the crowd, because, like, instead of it just being, like, me in my apartment and reading chat and seeing a bunch of, like, pogs and people saying, yes, oh my god, please, accept, like, etc. Instead, I'm in a, you know, I'm in a theater and everybody's just cheering and screaming their screaming their brains out. Just wanted to say thank you for your based indie game. Wait, my eyes just, like, dyslexia just ran on me. Hello, just wanted to say thank you for being based in our insane times. Wanted to ask, is there favorite indie games that you're waiting for or want to recommend? Thanks again, stay based. Favorite indie games that I would recommend? I mean, like, if I'm gonna the ones that I play all the time, I don't know. I think that's probably... I saw recently, I looked at like what my, like the breakdown of my entire like Steam profile, and it shows like, you know, every single game and like how many hours I put in each game and stuff like that. And I think number one on the list, no, it's not, I think. Number one is Terraria. Like, far and away Terraria. And that's not even like including, like, if you combine it with like T-Mod Loader, then all of a sudden it's like, you know, a couple thousand hours or something like that. If I think about it across all platforms, it's definitely in the thousands. Terraria. I would probably... Dead Cells is another one that I play the absolute dick off of. Risk of Rain 1 and 2 are really good games to play or pick up and enjoy. You can pick them up for really cheap and get like an obscene amount of hours. I really like playing roguelikes because there's so much replayability and so many different things that you can do inside of the game and so many different ways to play those games that you just get so much value for your money. Like an insane, absurd amount of value that you just like... The only way that you find that same kind of replayability in AAA is if it's a live service game. Think about the contrast between those two situations. You have one game that you would pay like anywhere from like $5 to $15 for and could very easily get thousands of hours out of, or at least 1,000. I mean, you could probably... It depends on how skilled you are when it comes to those games, but you could get a lot of time out of it. Or the live service game that wants a hell of a lot more than $5 to $15. Once, like, you know, like more than a console's worth of money over the course of the time that you're playing it. Probably even more than that in some cases. Roguelikes are the indie AAA games. What? Risk of Rain 2 is so good. It's such a good game. Bender, the Offender, thank you for the $5. When you get a chance to, you should try the Mortal Shell 2 beta/demo. It's seriously impressive what they have improved from the first game. It's actually kind of crazy to see like how some of these like first time around independent developers came out with a game that like maybe it didn't do well. Maybe it just flat out sucked. But then they still somehow had the ability to stick around long enough for them to be able to come out swinging a second time. And it looks like they learned all of their lessons. They figured out everything that they needed to, and then they get like right back on track. The only roguelike I've played recently is Witchfire. Witchfire's really good. That's also a really good one to pick as well. Yeah, that's another really good one to pick. Yeah, I'll have to check out Mortal... Mike, I can't even talk. I'll have to check out Mortal Shell, for sure. Not gaming-related, music-related, but I'm curious if you've kept up with Banana Gate. Also, this PoE2 League is incredible so far. PoE2 League is fire. It's fire. I've been really enjoying it. This is quite literally the furthest I've ever gotten into mapping. Mostly just because, like... It takes a lot of energy, man, to figure out PoE2. It really does. It takes a lot of time and a lot of energy. There's so many intricate systems, even at this stage of the game right now. That's why I'm so happy that I got in early. Otherwise, like, I would have been lost by the time this game came out. Like, when this game goes to 1.0, if I hadn't played it all the way through early access, I would have been so lost by the time I picked up this game. I would have been like, I don't even know what to do. I don't even know what to do. I don't even know what Banana Gate is, though, no. I haven't heard of that at all, no. Love the content. Are you doing PoE2 runs with views or hardcore solo self-found or something? Haven't watched. I don't do hardcore shit, man. I don't have the time to waste. It'd be like... The hardcore runs and stuff like that make a lot of sense for content creators that all they do is play Path of Exile or play ARPGs. I have a lot of shit going on, right? Like, I'm working on videos, I'm working on other content, I'm working on other games and other reviews for the future and stuff like that. I don't have the time to play a version of a game where I could just immediately lose all of my progress in one fell swoop. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. That, and like, to be honest with you, the only time when have I ever liked hardcore? I've only ever done hardcore runs in Diablo 3 when I was like unemployed. Just saw the Path of Exile 2 Martyr system. It's a really cool idea. I thought it was really cool as well. The minute that I saw that, I was like, huh, that's just a really interesting thing to do. Just have one player go max out their character and then sacrifice themselves so then every single other player can collect one extra skill point. It's pretty cool. Stellar Blade Blood Rain is so worth waiting. Dude, I'm super stoked about that one. We're going to talk like a little bit about that. Like, I've missed so much shit just because we didn't get to stream last week. Like, there was all the stuff that happened up until last week, and then there's all the stuff that's happened in this week as well. Like, I missed the entire, like, Stellar Blade drama stuff. It's so funny. Like, I remember, like, I got done at Summer Games Fest, and I'm, like, walking out, and then I think it was, like, that night when I got home, and I opened up, like, Twitter or something like that, or I saw, like, videos that people were posting where they're talking about, like, how young Eevee looks, the main character for Blood Rain. And I'm like, do people just not know what Asians look like? I've never seen anything like it. Oh, man, that's a child. I'm like, I thought she looked like, I'm like, yeah, of course she looks young, but not like a fucking child. It was a really weird thing to say. Like, especially if we're talking like in the context of Koreans, because like Koreans look young as shit. Like, whatever a normal person's age would be when they look, cut that in half. It's I agree. I'm tired of pretending that we're being prejudiced towards Koreans. I don't think people are being prejudiced. I just don't think people understand their own racism. But nobody's checking their own racism before they hit the door. A lot of people projecting. I don't even really think it's that. I just think that, like, I don't know. I just don't think people are as, like, culturally versed as they actually think that they are. That's really all it is. I don't think it's that deep. I just don't think it's that deep. When I saw, like, a bunch of people, like, making videos and shit about it, I was just like, bro, are you fucking kidding me? I'm like, I'm actually kind of happy I'm not talking about any of this shit right now. I'm like, because I wouldn't have a word to say about it. I'd be like, it's a tomboy. What like, what are you talking about? What are you guys talking about? Oh, man. I really believe how aged we look is the amount of stress we go through. I've lived around the world in the army. We all age. Yeah, and stress ages you faster than anything else. Like, it's not even close, right? Like, I mean, lucky for me, I have. While I've lived a life that is full of stress, I maintain trying to be stress-free. Like, my friends that know me, if I ever get, like, frustrated or I ever, like, lose the handle or something like that, it's like the rarest occasion. And they're almost immediately shocked by it because they're like, holy shit. Yeah, LD looks 40s. It's rough. It's rough. Thank you. As a man in his 80s, I appreciate that. Been running the Gothic remake. Kind of reminds you of Kingdom Come Deliverance. Yeah, I have like a few of my friends, a few of my like content creator friends have said that they really enjoy it. I haven't really taken the time to check it out at all yet. Infernal Hades member for 2 months. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Sup, LD. I'm curious on your thoughts on Microsoft potentially leasing their new consoles to mid to low income people, most likely. Much love from shithole Ohio. Ohio is a shithole. There's not a lot of things in the world that I hate as much as Ohio. The only good thing to ever come out of Ohio is ways to get out of Ohio and emo music. What a godforsaken land. Thoughts on Microsoft leasing consoles? I have no idea. I haven't heard anything about that, or I haven't heard them tease anything like that yet. No. Ohio birthed the Logan brothers. See? Indy's worse? Indiana? The place you get your corn from? What would you do without your corn? Ohio, home to Hawthorne Heights. I played with them before once. Like early college. Really nice guys. Have you played or finished Requiem? I beat Requiem in like 2 days. Like not even less than that. No, it was 2 days. Where did the YouTube like count go? I have no idea. I didn't change anything. So unless YouTube's doing their own thing. Peanut playing Elden Ring tonight? Or the game is becoming the new Skyrim? Elden Ring is one of those like generational titles. I would say like Elden Ring is this generation's Elden Ring is this generation's Ocarina of Time or Skyrim. I think that that's actually it's timeless. Funny you mentioned that. That's actually a topic that I'm going to be working on for one of my next videos. The concept of like timelessness in games and the issues that it's causing for the games industry right now. I've kind of like ran into this thing where it's like while I was at like Summer Games Fest and like not only just Summer Games Fest but also just like watching some of the reveals and stuff that we had seen. I just kind of like realized over the last couple of years that like games have felt more and more like increasingly disposable. And like part of that is us like immediately grabbing something and just being done with it and putting it down. And some of it also could be like time dilation from like age where it's just like I kind of feel like I don't know, man. Like I feel like when I was younger, I played games for a lot longer or would continue to play them over and over again, which makes a lot of sense because there was a lot less, right? There are much more fewer games. You probably played them less. For sure, I played them less. Like, while I played them a lot, I definitely played them less than I do today, right? So, you'd only get like an hour or two or something like that here or there. You're not going to really sit there and play a game for the entire day. So, like, part of it has to do with how we consume games, but I also think it's also, like, how a lot of these games are built. Like, we don't really have a lot of games that are, like, built to be those, like, timeless experiences or games that are built that are, like, really swinging for the fences when it comes to, like, the player experience and, you know, artistic expression. And there's just, like, once-in-a-lifetime, you know, games or anything like that. I think that's probably a better way to say it. Tank Dempsey, thank you for the 5. Reminder that Neo 2 is still the greatest action game out there. It finally clicked with me after so many attempts. It's peak, timeless game. Fantastic game. I love Neo 2. I think it's a great game. Merc Doctor, thank you for the $20 Canadian. Love the merch. I ordered the wizard hoodie and I got the wizard. Fuck, another one got it. You didn't need to send me another. Oh, you didn't need to send me another one, but thank you very much. The wizard is rare, and I will keep it and sell it for millions now. Thank you. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, there was like a printing error on one of them where they like double printed the image, like a smaller image inside of the main image. That got fixed, and like whoever got one of those got like a new one sent to them. So it's all good though. We're chilling. There's a new one. There's a new drop that's gonna be coming soon. That's fucking sick. Like. Genuine. These are so cool. Let me see if I can find one real quick. Give me a second real fast. FOMO pushes us to the new game before we digest the last one. I don't even think it's that. I think it's a couple other things as well. Check this out. These are so fucking raw. Look at this. So there's this one here, which is it's my Steam themed do nothing and win, and they're all meant to be like deathcore, metalcore shirts, right? So it's like it's kind of inspired by like solo leveling, you know, like the statue of God or something like that. And then like the entire background, I don't know if I can like bring it in, but the entire background is like steam pipes and shit like that, and valves and whatnot, symbolism for Valve. But yeah, I think this one's dope as fuck. I think this thing is dope as shit. So I just got these samples in, but I have to figure out like when I'm gonna be launching it and like how I do. Everyone will think it's a band. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of doing something like that rather than doing something that it's just like, oh, here's your like YouTuber merch. And I feel like the last set still kind of came out that way, and I kind of want it to be a little bit different. This one is more on this like YouTuber merch side for sure, but I think it overall goes in it's the same thing. It's the same thing. I still went for like the band merch side on this one as well. So this one actually legendary drops, but this one is like Berserk inspired, like dropping down on some fucking demons. See if I move it over here. Also fucking sick. Also super dope. Who drew those? I found this. I found a really good artist that like specializes in like dark horror, dark metal style art, like artistry. I found him on Fiverr, which it is really hard to find an actual artist on Fiverr that's not just straight up using AI for everything that they do now. So yeah, it's really cool because they actually will send you like, they'll send you like their step-by-step progress and stuff like that to kind of like do a verification thing. And the main reason why, and it's not like I'm like Mr. fucking anti-AI, but personally, if I'm selling something, I kind of want to. The problem is that like with AI imagery and stuff like that, it's not sophisticated enough to like give you exactly what you're looking for. And in most cases, they come out with like so many fucking like errors and shit like that. I just don't. It's not the kind of shit that I want to sell, to be honest with you. Simple as that. Square should give the Final Fantasy license to Sandfall. They're the true successors. Nobody made a Final Fantasy VII want Square anymore. Anyway, they have no clue what they're doing, unlike Sandfall. Brother, do you plan to visit more industry events, get closer, be a part of Access Media? Why do you ask that? I'm curious. I'm very curious. Where did you sell it? I must have missed it. I'm a metalhead. That's sick. I haven't put them up yet. Because in your recent video, you seem quite eager to do that. Well, yeah, I do want to have insider information. I do want to have connections to the games industry. I work in the media in some way, so I do want to have like some, I don't know, some access and some influence, more or less the influence that comes with it. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna do this now. I'm gonna do this right now, actually, because this has been a bit of a thing that I've seen. This has been a bit of a thing that I've seen. So, on the recent video that I put out, but these connections come with compromising objectivity. I'm gonna fucking crash out. I'm actually gonna fucking crash out. There are all these comments here, and like some of these are joking, right? Blink 4 times if you're being held hostage. The developers listen. Yeah, these guys are fine. Remember, no pre-orders. Absolutely, guys. He's coming. Oh, be nice to him. See, most of this stuff is jokes. Words are cheap. Let's see if they release. True. I'll believe it when I see it. True. Don't you dare become like those dudes you met over there. They are literally the problem. The amount of times I have been seeing people either A, assuming because I went to a single fucking play event where I get to go and play games early, and then on top of that, people that also popped into the Discord, people that have been commenting like fucking crazy, that I get a whiff of access. And they're like, it's done! He's gone! You fucking morons. Like, this is the whole point. The whole point is to be able to hopefully grow to the, so that you can actually go and have some influence within the industry and talk to these people directly, so they're not just talking inside of the same fucking echo chamber. But instead, I have to sit around and listen to these fucking piss-whining motherfuckers coming around telling me that, LD, did you ever think that they were trying to manipulate you? Brother, I spend fucking 36 hours writing like 4,000 word essays about video. Do you think I am so goddamn gullible? Do you think that I am fucking the Snow White of the video game industry? That I'm gonna eat the poison apple? I worked in fucking sales for 10 years. I have lied to people my entire life. What are we talking about, man? Like, I'm somehow going to find myself in a situation that I'm gonna like games more? Or I'm gonna, no. There's games that I don't like, but I'm gonna like them more because some game developer is coming around and saying, we really like your content. Please be our friend. What the fuck are you guys doing? What? You know what? You want to know who the fuck your YouTuber is? You want the same guy that you're coming in here and making these accusations and fucking commenting this stupid ass shit? You want to know who this guy is? Right here. This is who this guy is. I'm going to show you. I didn't even get to show you the comments that I was showing. My bad. The comments that I was talking about, I didn't realize it didn't flip camera, but I was showing like some of these comments that people are leaving on here. Like, some of this stuff is fine. Call me a cynic, but they're probably just telling you what you want to hear to get on your good side. Absolutely, there's a few people that are doing that shit. Absolutely. But there's a bunch of them that are in here that are talking about, reminds me of Skill Up. It's only the shill IP. Like, what the? Now he's only going to shill IP. Fuck off. Like, eat a whole ass bag of dicks. This is the most, like, absolutely parasocial fucking parasite bullshit I have seen in my life. Do not pretend like you fucking know me. You do not know me. Because what is the first thing that I do when I get back home? Motherfuckers are posting about how Steam is now being sued by the CCC, and they're claiming that their 30% cut on all their games is too high and it's reflecting monopolistic behavior. To which I post, Steam's 30% is a sign of a monopoly? Right. And I post showing that PlayStation, Nintendo, Xbox, app stores, they all do 30%. You want to know who commented on this? Tim Sweeney, the CEO of Epic Games. One of the very publishers that I had spoke to and played games for, or played games with, at Summer Games Fest. And he says, all stores have no competition to discipline fees. Now look at the entrants for comparison, such as Samsung Galaxy Store 20%, Aptoid 20%, Windows Store 0 to 12%, Epic Game Store 0 to 12%. To which I respond to Epic Sweeney, the CEO of Epic Games. PC players choose Steam of their own free will based on the quality of its service. While I'll admit that Epic Game Store is a better deal for developers, it is not a better service for customers, and that's your fault, not Steam's. Sales cuts and percentages and saying monopoly is just baiting for regulators to do the competing for you. Side note, met a few of your people at Summer Games Fest. Fantastic people. So where's the selling out? I think that, like, people are just so absolutely conspiracy brained that, like, I guess, like, part of me gets it because, like, you know, most people are never going to get the opportunity to go to these events and see what these events are actually like, right? So they have no idea. So they're like, oh man, this is where these guys get indoctrinated. This is when it all happens. No, in most cases, for the content creators, we all meet each other and it's just like, it's all good. Because we all have the same shared value of loving video games and also having the same kind of job. But we also just kind of respect that, like, everybody has their own thing. Everybody has their own audience. Right? So there's not anything that's really happening on that side. When it comes to the actual developers, the actual, the only conversation that you're really having with these guys is signing up to play their game, sitting in a booth and playing their game. And then in some cases, these guys actually do want to interact with you. They want to have conversations, or you'll have, like, group interviews or something like that they'll do. It's not nearly this, like, backdoor, like, trade secret kind of thing that I think a lot of people believe that it might be. Some of them are. Some of them definitely are a little bit more, like, under lock and key. But, like, some of this stuff I'm, like, completely, like, I can't talk about. I can't even mention it. Otherwise, it puts me in legal trouble. The only thing that I can say, and the people that were, like, the people that I had, like, the best experience with, or this is probably the thing that also, like, aggravates the shit out of me, is that, like, people want to hear people want to hear what they want to hear. They're not actually listening to the words that are coming out of your mouth. They're taking bits and pieces of it and creating their own narrative from it. And in this example, you go and you watch that video. One, at the end of the video, I say, like, talk is talk. Let's see these guys actually walk the walk. Like, I'm not going to believe anything that these guys say unless there's something that shows me it's actually worthwhile to believe what they're saying. And I also made it very clear that all of my optimism came from games that I played. Games I enjoyed. The very same games that are coming from studios that we have celebrated and discussed on this channel many times. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me, like, for me not, like, I don't, like, I think it's, you know what? It's my fault. It's my fault. I get too caught up because it's what interests me. I enjoy this kind of shit, right? Like, I enjoy the industry drama. I enjoy debating and discussing, like, some of the more, like, I guess more negative side of the games industry, or the more critical side of the games industry, right? Like, that's the stuff that just, like, it really interests me. That's what I really get into. And it's also what I have the most fun writing about in most cases. It's my fault for not making more content that's positive. So people kind of got used to it, and there's an overwhelming lean to it. Or maybe there's a little bit more of an overwhelming lean. It's not even negative. I don't even want to say it's negative. It's just because it's not negative and positive. It's just like there's too much critical, not enough celebratory. Negativity sells. Yeah, but like the things that I do, it's not even really necessarily negativity. I don't really want to frame it as that because that's not really what it is. Like, it's criticizing actions, criticizing decisions, and things like that. Like, me, like, okay, I'll use this as a really good example. So, like, the Destiny 2 video that I made, that's not a negative video. That's me criticizing Sony's decision to shut down or stop supporting Destiny instead of, you know, and then putting all of their money into Marathon instead. That's not, and then it's also me celebrating Marathon in a lot of cases because I'm actually talking about, like, the history of it, right? Lords of the Fallen. That's a more positive video. I guess it's I guess it's just like how people actually receive it. I don't know. Maybe it's just because there's like too much of a lean where I'm just too critical all the time. So then when there's some like optimism, people are like, "Don't trust them. What's happening? He's being indoctrinated." Some people just want to go jaded for gaming discourse because there's nothing you can do to change their minds. Absolutely. You're absolutely going to have plenty of people that are going to be like that. 100%. For sure. The industry has been ass selling slop, and you pointed out, and now you're going to feel bad about it. This is what I'm talking about. You're not even listening to what the fuck I'm saying. You don't even understand a word I just said. I'm hoping that's ESL. I am hoping that is ESL, and English is not your first language. Because like that is definitely not what I'm saying here. I'm saying that I make a bunch of videos that are critical. So then when I talk about something and I seem positive, then people think that there's something wrong because they're just not used to it. That's not me feeling bad about making critical content. Just because he points out the bullshit of the industry doesn't mean he's a negativity peddler. It's not even that. It's just like, I'm making critical content because I actually want things to change. That's kind of like, that's probably one of the things that's like the most frustrating part, is that like some of the conversations that I had seen was actually a bunch of people that were being like, like nothing can ever get better, blah, 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 or shit like that, right? And I'm like, you got to realize, like, my motivation for making the videos that I do, the reason why I make the critical content is because I really do want video games to get better. But to want something to get better has to mean that you believe that it can. Otherwise, there's no point. You're just yelling into the void for no reason. And I don't like doing things without a purpose, right? That's the whole deal. So when I see people that are like, oh, here you are being optimistic about games that are coming out, and I'm like, brother, these are games I played, that I spoke about in the video. Like, and like, like we're like, there was like 3 games that I talked about that I was really optimistic about, right? Okay. So for anybody that's in here that for whatever reason thinks that I'm being corrupted by the games industry and turned into a shill overnight, the 3 games that I was positive about was Phantom Blade Zero, Turok Origins, and Alien Fireteam Elite 2. So you guys hate those games. You guys don't think they're going to be any good. And you're, I don't know, skeptical of those developers. That's all I could, right? Like, Space Marine 2 was actually fucking junk then, right? Nobody's actually excited for Phantom Blade. I'm just like sitting here and I'm just like, wait, like what the fuck are we doing here? Like, what are we doing? I'm so if Fireteam Elite 2 actually turns out to be good, I'd be happy. I like the first Fireteam Elite was pretty solid, right? At least he didn't say Fable. Xbox wouldn't even let me in the door. I asked a couple of people and they're like, no. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Are you going to play the first Metro games? At one point in time, I definitely need to. Who asked for Wolong 2? What are you talking about, Wolong 2? Oh, do you actually... Hold on, wait. Do you actually think... No shot. People think that Phantom Blade is going to be like Wolong? Oh, shit. Holy shit. Oh, man. Oh, you are in for a surprise. You are in for a surprise. That's all I gotta say. Wolong 2 got announced. Oh, it got announced. I thought you were saying that, Oh, never mind then. I don't know. I didn't even know about that game. No, it was announced at the Xbox showcase. I actually, you know what? Let's watch that. How long is it? Is it super long? I didn't watch the Xbox showcase. I don't think I maybe if I watched no, I didn't watch it at all. I don't need to watch this whole thing. I just need to watch this, right? Like, this is just the game announcements.
Hello and welcome to This Week on Xbox. 25 years of Xbox, that's worth celebrating in a big way. And we're going all out in 2026. We're talking new games, new hardware, and a whole lot more. Ready to jump into the celebration? Let's go. This week,
mostly Gears of War E-Day, yeah.
The Xbox Game Showcase kicked off the celebrations in style, and the future has never looked brighter. From world premieres and...
It's actually crazy to me. This is like another conversation that we have to have at one point in time. Maybe it's just me being just like too judgmental and too petty or something like that. But when I see shit like this, where it's just like, this just looks so overproduced for what it is. And like, I have like so much more respect for Nintendo just being like, here's you know, here's like our CEO or somebody like that just standing in a white room. And then now here's gameplay footage. But these guys are like, you know, here's our like dramatic lighting and fucking, you know, zoom editing and shit. It's just like, okay.
Console
man.
exclusives to unexpected reveals that had
All right.
everyone talking. There was no shortage of excitement. But before we dive into the full recap, let's get into the new hardware. During the show, we unveiled our Xbox 25th Anniversary Collection, the Xbox Series X 25 Limited Edition, and the Xbox Wireless Controller.
I'm going to be real. Like, I have nothing bad to say about this. I have nothing bad to say about this. I think it looks great.
X25.
I was so jealous of my friends that had the see-through Xbox and the with the original Xbox, right? I do think it looks really dope. Even though like the back of it, they didn't do it the same for the back. The back is just a flat black, so it's just like I don't know, it's kind of lame. That's like where the fans and stuff are. Oh, I guess fans are on the top in this one, but still.
Special Edition takes us back to the early 2000s with this design.
But this brings up another issue. It's something I realized when people were talking to me about like when people were talking to me about the Xbox showcase, because I was still at Summer Games Fest when the Xbox showcase had happened, right? Like I was still doing all my stuff over there. And the minute that somebody brought this up and showed it, and I was like, man, this is really cool. And then I realized these guys are just nostalgia peddlers. Give me that controller. I do actually want the controller. Like, yeah, no. I do want the controller. But I've just kind of sorry, rewind. These guys have just become nostalgia peddlers. Like, it's the only thing that they've been able to generate any interest around is mostly been about games that are either... It's just like the same stuff over and over again. Like, none of their new IP has really found any legs whatsoever. The only thing these guys can push is what I view as right now, at the very least, as something that is like generationally behind and unable to be able to like continue forward. What I mean by that is that like certain games are timeless in a way where you could release them for every generation and that generation is going to find a way to enjoy it and continue to enjoy it. I think a really good example of this is something like Pokemon, right? Like for like now until the end of time, people are probably always going to be able to buy Pokemon, and kids are going to be able to enjoy Pokemon because whether it's its mechanics, whether it's the world or the lore or whatever it is, it's something that can speak to just generation after generation after generation, and it's always going to work, right? I don't actually think that that's the same for like Xbox's premium titles. As much as I love Halo, I don't know if like Halo will actually like translate to future generations if they don't like change the like I don't know, like competitive shooters and first person shooters and just like the shooter genre in general, I think is something that kind of like it's highly disposable. And like there was an era back then, and obviously like Halo is some of the greatest games ever, right? And even I still enjoy playing them today. But, like, I can see why, like, younger generations just aren't really that interested, right? I can totally see that. So it's like, I look at, like, the franchises that Xbox holds on to, like, their core original IP that they've made, and, like, the vast majority of that stuff, just, I think it all has an expiration date, like a cultural expiration date, where it was really good and really big for what it is when it was, but now, and going forward, there's a really good chance that like it's just not going to speak to future generations, and these guys are essentially like the only way that they can hold on to relevance is by peddling nostalgia to the like 30-plus-year-old gamers that are still Xbox fans. Like I actually think that their audience is just going to continue to get more and more niche. What do you think about the new CEO, Asha Sharma? We'll talk about that as well at some point, too. So far, the new Fable doesn't look good between millennial writing and the male walking character like a sassy lady. I saw that they actually fixed the gameplay trailer. Thank you for the 5. Hello. Appreciate that. Let me get these other super chats out of the way super quickly here. I become overly sensitive to millennial and Marvel writing slop that I immediately repulsed by the cube. With a talking ribbon. Also, Gears of War E-Day looks fire. Wall bouncing was AIDS. True. That is true. Thank you for the 10. Blake, appreciate that, man. Watch the Gears of War showcase. It pisses me off that it might actually flop and it's not even the game's fault. That's where I actually kind of disagree. And it's not really but I guess it's not really the game's fault. I think that I think that there's probably something to say with I don't know. I have this weird feeling, okay? And it's just we're going to have to see how it pans out. I'll get to that part when we get to it.
Plus, check out the classic Xbox logo that goes all the way back to the beginning. Now, let's get back to the games. Here's a quick recap of what you missed.
I know why you're here.
Fable arrives in 2027 with
Okay, this is really fucking annoying. I do not want to hear this fucking AI bitch talk for the rest of this entire video. We'll just go to the showcase and we'll click on the trailers. Black guy, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Holy shit, brother. Insanely generous of you, man. Appreciate that so much, my guy. Thank you so much. Make sure you guys thank him for the subs. They just like sub fucking half of you guys. Thank you, man. Hopefully you enjoyed my crash out. Okay. I think they're starting off with Gears.
This is the Coalition Emergency Broadcast System. There are reports of multiple tremors causing minor damage across Kelowna.
Stay sharp. Don't let them surround you.
There should be more guns in the trunk.
Here, strap these on.
This isn't enough.
We should still head to the police station. We're gonna have more firepower there.
Right. Yes. It's about 2 blocks up ahead.
Who the fuck are they?
Okay.
Come on!
Shoot.
I don't recognize those two characters.
Get inside now.
Looks good.
Ground's opening.
Throw a fucking grenade in that motherfucker.
You see that? It was something big! Like huge crab fingers picking up through the street!
Just the adrenaline, kid. We need to keep moving.
Lighting and stuff looks really good. Gunplay looks really good as well. Bender, thank you for the 5. Am I the only one who still prefers the original Xbox 360 startup? That shit was clean. True.
Through the underpass. People!
Thanks for your video,
Let's
man.
get
Appreciate it.
moving.
Thank you.
Let me see what I can do.
I'm at the power safe. I need backup. These things are all over me.
More tremors.
Any gears out there? Anyone that can hear this? Look out! Oh, shit!
Like, I love how they get somebody that's doing the trailer that just like absolutely cannot fucking aim.
Reloading. Cover me.
Seeing this video and then the video of Bellular talking about an email about their gutting Xbox doesn't give me much trust. Yeah, I wouldn't fucking trust Xbox. I've said that from the very beginning. The first video that I had made, the minute that they like announced that they were getting rid of Phil Spencer, was this doesn't change anything. All they're doing is just like don't get me wrong, I think that they're giving like Asha Sharma a lot of rope to be able to do like whatever she needs to do, like to at least improve like the brand's image in some way, right? To like radically change it, because like they've had like Xbox has not been profitable. Like they haven't been. They admitted as such recently. They've been losing money not only on the consoles but also on their services and on everything else. And there's a lot of people that were like very, very high on Asha Sharma. And recently, a lot of people are like, oh man, she's just doing everything right. They haven't done anything. They lowered the price of Game Pass. They changed the color of the logo. They changed the font of the logo. They've been blowing hot air up your ass. And there's been a bunch of people that have just been eating it up. I really feel like Xbox is back on track. And it's just like, you're getting PR farmed. Like a bunch of mindless sheep. I've never seen anything like it. I'm like, holy shit, this stuff actually works. Actually works. That is crazy to see. Absolutely nutty.
All right. That gear said they're stuck in the pay and save. Which way?
It's on the other side of those apartments. At least that thing carved us a shortcut.
Through here.
Too slow.
Is that a Carmine?
Oh, bugger! Come on, then! Oh. Nice shot! Oh, where the hell did you lot come from?
We heard your distress call.
Well, you saved my ass. But we need to make ourselves scarce. These fuckers keep pouring in every few minutes.
More trappers, watch it!
Right on schedule. You guys here?
Yeah. Who are you?
I kind of like how I kind of like the one thing I'll say that I like I'm just enjoying about like the environments with this is that like since this is like before the world fell, there's a lot more life, right? Like this is before everything just essentially just completely got, you know, like so many years had gone by and everything's like overgrown and overrun completely, right?
Where's your squad?
It's really weird to see a Gears of War game where everything looks new. Do you know what I mean? Like where everything looks fresh instead of like everything being covered in dust and grime and overgrowth as like nature has started to take the buildings back and stuff like that. It's cool. I like it. I thought Twitch's policy. Why are you in here snitching? First time chatting and you snitch? They got rid of that rule anyway.
Nearby. I was about to get back when I got caught in
At least I think they did. If they didn't, fucking go ahead and ban me. I don't give a fuck.
Reloading! Cover! Hey, tomorrow! These things been coming in waves?
I remember you had it before the change. I'm not streaming to fucking 5,000 people. I don't really care. Like, what's the matter to me? I'm a YouTuber. Like, okay, I go stream on YouTube.
What's the problem till I ran out of ammo? I'm gonna get standing down. I got friends inside.
Eat that!
Throwing a grenade! Stay calm. Watch back.
Reloading!
There's this thing that like game developers do and they're like demos for games that like is just like play the game like the game is supposed to be played. They're doing this like constant like, and by the way, I like, don't get me wrong, like I think that this stuff is cool, right? But it's also like it's the stuff that these guys get like weirdly proud about that I also think ends up like, well, I don't think this is necessarily wasteful to have because it does add to the immersion. I think that like getting too lost in the sauce of this kind of stuff ends up like really hurting these games in the long run because they end up spending a lot of time and a lot of money on stuff like this. But you'll watch as this guy goes and he's like, I go over here, slow pan. Oh, look, emergence hole closed. Now watch this. There's no enemy. You can't see the enemy. The enemy's already like over here by the time he does this, and he's just shooting the glass to show you that the glass breaks. Watch. The enemy's over here, has been here like before you even shot your first round. You're just trying to show that you can put bullet holes into glass. It's just, I don't know, man. Like maybe there are some gamers that are out there that when they see that kind of stuff, they're just like, oh, like for me, I think that stuff used to work when I was younger, but that also worked because like that stuff used to work back in the day because it was so different. Like nobody did that before. You never saw that kind of stuff because we were in these times where like basically from like 1 year to the next, we were seeing these like wild, like insane jumps in like visual quality and fidelity and realism and all kinds of different stuff and interactivity and all these different things. Every single year we'd see these like massive jumps. Nowadays, not so much. Nowadays, not so much. Like, to be honest with you, like everything kind of looks the same, right? Like the most like visually stunning games that I end up seeing tend to be like indie games that are like made to be more like artistic than they are realistic now. At least that's my that's my take on it. As much as people are against it, leadership wants it. Had to do multiple takes of Battlefield 6 gameplay because they weren't because they were playing it like gamers. Leadership is stupid. That's so crazy to me. They had to do multiple retakes of Battlefield 6 gameplay because we were playing it like gamers instead of making it like a movie. That's so sad, dude. That's so sad, dude. Like, I want to see how the game actually plays. That also sucks for you guys as developers because then you're like, you have to like purposefully play your game like you're missing a thumb and also half blind. Like, it's so stupid. So stupid. That's actually kind of cool. I like that. So you can actually like, I mean, I feel like in this situation, it's kind of stupid to have done that, but like, I like that there's like actual, what's the word that I'm looking for? Like platforming, I guess, in this case.
Anyone see him?
Contact front! There's no end to these freaks!
They really told these motherfuckers, just shoot everything. I like how somebody said maybe they were using a controller and they just suck with using a controller. You probably have a really good point there. There were a couple of games that I had to play at Summer Games Fest where they're like, all right, so here you go. We're going to have you play this like FPS game or something like that. And then they hand me a controller and I'm like, what am I supposed to do with this? Why? Yeah, exactly. And most of the time there'd be a keyboard sitting right there and they're like, oh, well, the keyboard controls aren't set up for this. And I'm like, they're like most journalists use controller. And I was like, I knew I didn't like these guys. I knew I didn't like these guys.
Pick 'em off!
On your right, Mark! I got it!
Jams! Damn it!
Damn. I'm realizing it now that these guys like really bulked up by the time of Gears of War like 1, 2, and 3, right? Like these dudes like back then, like don't get me wrong, like these dudes were buff, like they were this is like they were fit at this point, right? But they weren't ripped yet. Maybe they started taking roids. Maybe was there like a super soldier project that we didn't know of? Because like I remember using the bayonet. I remember using the bayonet on a Lancer, and it did not just get stuck in their stomach. We were chopping them motherfuckers up, chopping them up. Hi.
Let's converge again.
Hell yeah, I like Ty.
Marcus Phoenix.
Hell yeah. Boom. Is that the Colonel? With the sniper rifle? Is that the Colonel? Hoffman? Yeah, I think that's Hoffman. I don't know who this chick is. You can't really see her. She's like over there in the corner. I also don't know why did they like who is bro. So my question is, like, it's so at this point, Gears of War E-Day. Like, do these guys not realize? They have to realize, right? How like blatant this shit is. Where like they're using like these very masculine looking women. Very masculine looking women, right? Like, I see what you're doing. But then in your previous games, huh? Huh? Don't worry, guys. It's an authentic experience. It's authentic, guys. Like, you can make chicks that are bad. You can make chicks that are badass, and also you can make chicks that look rough. Obviously, this is war, so like some of these chicks are gonna be like a little. They're gonna be a little ate up, to be honest with you. But like, you don't have to make you don't have to make them look like. You don't have to make them look like Marcus Phoenix to achieve like some state of badassery. Like it's so weird. I'm so tired of androgynous people. It's just so weird, man. It's so weird. Didn't South of Midnight character artist say it's literally Xbox's policy? Yes, I did see that recently. Yeah, there was somebody that worked on South of Midnight quite literally said it is Xbox's policy to very specifically not make female characters of a certain attractive persuasion. Ban them up a little bit is what they said.
Welcome to
Which, I mean, if you look across all of their IP, I feel like that's pretty fucking true. Because, like, look how much Cortana has changed, right? More women need to speak up against it. You're fucking right. You're absolutely right. This is, by the way, for me, this isn't even a men's issue. It's more of a women issue, or like a women's issue. Like, women need to be the ones to like push back against this stuff. And I feel like because there's not really a lot of women that are involved in like these niches of games, right? That a lot of this stuff just kind of goes under the radar for them, and they don't really think much of it. And they just kind of immediately believe the reframing of it being about like guys just want to be gooners with their games because they're not actually involved in it. But if they actually had seen the transition from like, you know, what games used to look like to now what they're parading around as, I think a lot of people would probably have something to say about it. I think they would. I think that's probably the one thing it's one of the reasons why I think a lot of people really get upset about like female characters and the designs, like the route a lot of these studios have gone down with these designs. And it's that nobody fucking asked for it. It's just something that they decided on their own. This is something that these companies decided and were like, oh, this is going to lead to us not getting into any controversy. This is not, they made this decision on their own, believing that it would lead to them never falling into controversy. And then also at the same time, it led them to believe that it would reach wider audiences and bring women in because they felt like, oh, well, if we make these characters too attractive, then women don't like attractive characters. They're not going to play. So we have to tone it down here and there or whatever it is. It's just, it's so weird, man. I don't understand how these guys came up with the idea for it. I don't know. I like it. It's not based in any. I'll tell you this, as somebody that went to school for marketing, it's definitely not in any of the lessons I was taught. I'll tell you that right now.
the Xbox Game Showcase. For the past 25 years, Xbox has delivered.
Spartacus, thank you for the 5. Congratulations on getting behind the scenes. Hope to hear about what devs were in denial. When the time is okay to say so. Yeah, I don't know. Like part of me like, you know, when the time comes, I might. It just also depends on whether or not the context actually matters in that case. But the one thing that I have to say is this: in some of those cases, in some of those conversations, I don't really need to share some of that information or talk about it that much because it doesn't make any sense for me to burn bridges. Now I need you to understand that that is not a like that's not like a sellout position. It's that the loss of information is not what I want to lose, right? The relationships I do want to maintain up to a certain point. In some cases, burning a bridge, fuck, I do it every single day. Like, that doesn't really bother me. But it's more or less like, if you're told something in private, if you have private conversations, you do not want to set a precedent as being the person that talks about that shit publicly and staple somebody's name to it. You don't want to, unless you guys want me to be like Jason Schreier. Get what I mean now? Like, I probably should do a better job at, like, explaining to you guys what I mean by, like, how I want access. I want access and influence, and I want trust. Right? But none of that is ever going to, like, change my opinion on their things. I'm just not going to share some of the conversations that I have with them and staple their name to it. That's basically as far as that relationship goes. The influence that I'm trying to achieve is influence that makes better games and makes all the things that I've talked about in the videos that I've made, like, find their way home. Legendary Drops is misogynistic? 100%. I'm absolutely a misogynist. Yeah. Yeah. In the video games that I buy, I personally would much rather chicks have massive racks, a huge ass, be super fucking hot, and tell me they want me. That's an extra step you don't have to take, by the way. But like, if it could be there, I'm not going to complain.
Some of the greatest games of all time. Games that changed what was possible. Games that brought players together, and games that defined generations. Xbox was built on the spirit of creativity and
hey LD, the future game show at the end, the gameplay, this is the game created by the prior Mass Effect and Knights of the Old Republic devs. Lead writer of Mass Effect 1 and 2. Oh, I'll have to check that out.
heart. And as we kick off the show with Gears of War E-Day, it's only fitting that as we return to Xbox, we return to Gears. So today, we're announcing that Gears of War E-Day will be an Xbox console exclusive.
I'm getting one guide so hard right now. But, like, sometimes you see some, like, weird unhinged shit that people post in chat, and this dude says, legendary drops when you mention World War II war crimes. And then it's, like, faces like, I get mad. I don't know.
The core of Xbox is great games, and that's what today is all about. We're going to show you more than 25 titles from creators around the world, followed by
Chatter
our
off their
Direct.
meds again? I think so.
Enjoy
yeah.
the show.
Do I remember the moment my powers came in? Well, I was being crushed to death with seawater and mud and manure, whilst holding onto my sister's hand. I remember her fingers gripped so tightly in mine that her nails drew blood. Until I lost her grip. But she stayed away. Does stick in the memory bit, yeah. I know why you're here. You want to talk about them. They're not real heroes.
You ever seen a legend in the flesh?
All that power, how do they use it? Killing mindless beasts. Fighting petty villains. None of that matters.
Look what the guild shut out.
A real hero knows how to wield power. Don't waste the time on trivialities.
You're back, and dressed like a twat.
Got more important things to worry about than vegetables.
A hero knows how to live with their choices.
Oi! What the fuck was that?
Well, I was just...
Just sent my brother into the infinite fucking abyss without even asking permission.
Remorse? Remorse is for the guilty. Look, I will tell you what I told them. Albion is broken, and I'm going to mend it. Albion doesn't need heroes. It needs a hero.
You're a monster.
And that hero is me.
Oh, that's fucking what's his face?
Is
Blade?
me.
Blades or what? Why can't I remember? Blade, yeah, Jack of Blades. That's what it was. Yeah. I think Jack of Blades. Yeah. Another game with a Hollywood actor, Haley Atwell. Yeah, they kind of butchered her a little bit, didn't they? Not nearly as like a little bit, but not nearly as bad as God of War Lafe. I don't know, man. I'm just going to be honest with you. I just don't really, I'm just not feeling anything for it at the moment. I hope it's good. That's all I can really say, man. I hope it's good. I don't really have a lot of faith that it's going to be. It's just more or less like, I have this gut feeling that when that all the legwork and everything that they did up, okay, here we go. I have this gut feeling that effectively what ended up happening is that there was not going to be... Sorry. Let me start over. When Fable was first announced, people did not receive it well. They saw all the like Office cameo shot, like, you know, the out of context stuff, like Office style writing and humor and whatnot. They saw that it was like super lighthearted, that it was like, you know, zero drama, no morality. that kind of stuff, right? And the humor wasn't even good to begin with. And then constantly they were using this same player character the whole time, right? I guarantee you, I have this really strong feeling that this game was originally going to be that female character, but that character was so poorly received and people complained so much and flamed the game so hard that they backpedaled, and then last minute they came in and they made like customizable characters. The reason I feel that way is because when they finally did show later trailers that showed gameplay and showed that, oh, hey, there's customizable characters, here's you as a guy, your character was like walking around like a girl. It still had the girl's walking animation, right? That's part of what kind of like made me feel that way. I'm worried, and I'm seeing it now, showing it up in the trailer, that it's like, this is very obviously a narrative-driven game. Much more narrative-driven than the other Fables were. Like, not even comparable, right? Like, this feels like this is a lot more in the same vein of, like, The Witcher, which then cements that idea that they had one main character in mind. And I'm really interested to see how them like rushing last minute to undo all that work and make it a, you know, a non-specific character or just a player character, and like how much that could potentially like damage the game. This is a completely different vibe from the previous trailers. Yeah, and that's the other part too. Where like there's a really good chance that like they've also tried to dial up other things. I'm really worried that they like it's not like the previous version of the game would have been good. But it's also going to be really interesting to see what happens with all the like last minute things that they changed leading up to this, right? And I don't know, I got a weird feeling about this one, man. I hope it does turn out good because I love RPGs. I love these style of RPGs. I love third-person action RPGs. I love Fable, right? But I'll just be straight with you guys. I just don't trust Xbox. I just flat out do not trust Xbox with their games anymore. Simple as that. They have not been able to put out anything outside of Forza that has driven any interest in me whatsoever. And Forza is basically a game that's like pretty much always good. Those guys can't really miss on that. All you got to do is just improve the actual like look of the game for the most part. That's pretty much it. So, yeah.
But she stayed away.
What else we got? Do you think they'll drop those retarded cut-ins from the trailer? No. I guarantee that shit's baked in. That's their version of humor. Keep in mind the game is written by millennials. Halo.
You've heard the story. Halo, the chief, stuff of legends. But that's not the story I'm telling today. This one, you haven't heard. I've started simple enough. Drop in, grab the goods, get out before anyone noticed. Well, guess what? They noticed.
I get that it's like a commercial. But like that's like some of the cringiest fucking dialogue I've ever heard. It's so like Marvel-esque. Well, guess what? They noticed. Like, what the fuck are you guys doing? You guys can't be trusted with anything. You can't be trusted with anything. I don't know how I feel, okay? I just do not know how. DEI purple. Are we gonna like retroactively go back and talk about how like fucking everything in Halo's been purple? Like, what the fuck? I saw that shit, by the way. I don't know if I saved this. I don't know if you guys seen this. I thought this was so fucking funny. Where is it? Bro, when I saw this, I thought this dude was kidding. This is unnecessary and intentionally signaling trans. They know what they're doing. Once you notice the bisexual lighting is used, you cannot unsee it. This is intentional. I will not be gaslit. For the folks trying to gaslit, I'm not crazy. Here's the original artwork. Wake up. What the fuck? I think that, like, at some point in time, when you go down these rabbit holes, you get lost for good. This is crazy. You know what this I almost responded to this with, like, fucking Alex Jones making the frogs gay, but instead, like, now they're making the clouds gay. Now they're like, this is fucking crazy, dude. Like, they made the fucking clouds gay. They made the fucking clouds gay, man. What about all the... Look at all this purple. Look at all this purple. Literally yelling at the clouds? No shit. No shit. What is this? Some of you have no idea what Fable is. The writers for Fable were all writers on some pretty darn good games. Batman, Arkham, Dishonored, Control. Also it's Fable. The franchise is literally comedic. Fonz, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the writers that are on Fable right now? You're further behind in the stream, maybe. Oh my God! Look at all these like. Do you guys see all the bisexual lighting? Do people not remember? Like, this is how the inside of their ships have always looked. I don't understand. Yes. Fine. I'm just like, you're welcome to have your own opinion. The writing does nothing for me. The writing that I've seen in the trailers has done nothing for me. Absolutely nothing.
Now you ready to get to it?
The Covenant gay confirmed. Are the Covenant trans?
You serve long enough, you learn to read a battlefield.
Wait a minute. So does that actually mean that this game is actually an allegory for destroying the bisexual lighting, since you're attacking everything that's purple? You're fighting DEI in this game?
This place, more of a freak show. And trust me,
is Halo
I know freaky.
Have you enjoyed your stay so far, Demon?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're on the clock.
okay, like that stuff is fine because that's totally what that motherfucker would say. Okay, that stuff is fine. It's just like it's just the beginning part that took me out. That I was like, I don't like this. I don't like this.
The thing with simple jobs is they always get complicated. Plans change.
Johnson was always
Odds
quippy.
get
Always.
worse. My advice: bring a Spartan.
No shit.
Chief, you ever get tired of being the strong, almost silent type?
No.
You know what? Part of me doesn't really like this trailer, mostly just because of the fact that, like, is it weird for me to say that I feel like they underuse the actual, like, theme song? Like, maybe that's why it didn't click for me. Like, I'm sitting there, like, trying to feel like, like, you know, but it's not there, right? It's not there. So, like, it's not grabbed me the way that it should. Can't unsee the clouds. Oh, the gay clouds. You better watch out, dude. Look at them too long. Look at them too long. You know what happens to you?
There's something on this island. It's like it calls to me. You and my father found that island thanks to me.
There's more to this than you understand. More than you can handle.
I've proven myself.
Have you? Have you really?
A sword keeps you alive. A dagger wins the fight. Look at this place. It's mad.
The final confrontation is about to begin!
Where are the others? Ezra's dead, Lenny. They're all dead. Move!
But you couldn't have said, hey, Lenny, you know those ancient death curse rumors? Well, maybe they're true. Still in?
Oh, God, dude. Fire them all. Fire them all. What year were you born? Do you own a Funko Pop or a fucking Labubu? Oh, you do? You're fired. You're fired. Millennial splaining. That's what it is. Yes, yes, yes. It's the reiterating of the obvious yeah, that's what it is. The like reiteration of the obvious. The constant reiteration of the obvious. Hey, do you remember when you were talking about that there was a fatal death curse? Well, it is. not funny. It's not quippy. It's not interesting. It's just fucking lazy and boring and stupid. Stupid. Dude, I am gonna be real with you. I cannot fucking wait until like Gen Z start taking these jobs away from these guys, because it deserves to happen. It does. It deserves to happen. Gen Z will be worse. Bro, I'd rather hear fucking language I don't even understand than half of this shit.
You ever heard of the Midnight Channel?
Domino might have been on that Midnight Channel before
More
she
remasters,
died too.
yeah. Oh, that's right. I heard they just showed like a small teaser for Persona 6 right here at the end, right? Okay. Is there anything else that was big? What is this here? State of Decay. Okay. Yeah, fucking that stupid shit. What's this?
You promised a brighter future for our people. Now, they know where I
think this is this Metro or something like that. I don't really care about this. I don't really care about any of this. The Senwa Saga. Bro, this looks like the exact same game that we just watched with the other chick. What is up with the fucking girl boss music in the background? Like, I'm telling you right now, women that play video games, can you guys please start speaking up about how, like, absolutely positively patronizing all of this shit is? I think like the one thing, like when it comes to like the culture war discussions, I don't really like, I don't really dive into it that deep because I honestly don't really care that much. But the one thing that I do have a huge issue with is that like, and this is one of the reasons why like I always have the conversation about like going back to just targeting your core audience, which is mostly dudes, okay? For most of these games, it's mostly dudes. Unless you're making like a farming simulator or a dress-up game or Tomodachi Life or something, right? That, like, you know, something like that, right? Like that stuff. That makes sense. Okay, you're fine. Do your thing. Do your thing. When you're making these like character action, bloody, gory, like action games, when you're making shooters, when you're making stuff like that, right? It's always such a foreign audience to the game itself, and it's shown off in a way. Like, you can tell that it's a foreign audience because the minute that they go to implement that and the minute they go to try to, like, bridge to the next audience and try to bring in more people, the minute that it just becomes, like, that much more obvious, these guys just have no idea what they're doing. We want to bring women in. Okay, we're going to play, like, girl boss music. We're going to use quippy lines. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. It's just like, dude, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? It's terrible.
What waits for you?
I don't know why, but these games have never interested me. Doom.
This chamber will be your tomb. This place.
The whole like giving Doom guy a face and like the whole like, I can't, dude. I'm not a fan. I don't like Doom the Dark Ages completely fucking broke me off this shit. Like I'm just not interested. Pass. No, it's not the face thing. Sorry. I'm gonna reword that. It's not the face thing. It's the like it's like turning him into a narrative character. Like actually like turning him into like a contextual narrative character. It's like giving Master Chief a face. Yeah, that's probably the better. I mix my wires there, but yeah, no, the original Doom games had his like face at the bottom corner. He was just an avatar. Yeah, where it's a transformation to like from Doom guy to actual character. What is this? Sorry for jumping in something else really quick, but have you seen that they released gameplay for Blood Message? It's 19 minutes long. Looks amazing so far. I'll probably take a look at it at some point. They actually I think they were trying to sponsor me at one point again, so maybe that might be what it is. I don't know what it is. Crazy Taxi, it's cool. The funny thing is that like this is definitely a game that is going to 100%. I mean, this is 100% being made for millennials because like any other generation is going to hear Offspring and not know who the fuck that is. This is the most 90 games I've seen in 20 years. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I'll go ahead and I'm going to skip forward just so I don't have to completely have my video taken down because of copyrighted music. What is this here?
Mystifying and illuminating. Watch closely then, and let the shadows tell their story. Behold, the famous Jacob Menturo, stage magician extraordinaire. So brilliant were his tricks.
Probably better than Mixtape.
It cast 5 long shadows behind him. They called themselves Masters. Through a deal with the devil, the Masters sought yet more power. Their deal demanded a sacrifice, and in the darkness, they chose Jacob. Jacob was trapped in eternal torment, but the devil had other plans. He pulled Jacob from his infernal nightmare and offered a new deal. Face their legions, their tricks, every abomination they command. Take what should have been his. Escape if he can. That's your cue. Run.
Bro, am I wrong to believe that this looks like AI? Like the concept is really cool, but like it just reminds me of like AI trailers for some reason. I don't know why. Like the fake gameplay. Like I'm sure it's not, but yeah. Okay, here we go. Actual gameplay. Huh. Okay. Interesting.
A deal's a deal, Jacob. I'll see you soon.
Interesting. Bioshock-like? Yeah, I can see a little bit of Bioshock in it. Oh, Valor Mortis. I played this at Summer Games Fest. Really good, man. Really good. Combat is actually really nice. I wasn't expecting it to be as like tight and like responsive as it is, but it's really good.
What would you give for victory?
Demos on Steam too. Yeah, you can play it for yourself.
Your life? The lives of your sons?
That's why like they were like one of the only games that I could actually include footage of me physically playing it in my video that I had made because yeah. The demo was already out. They're like, yeah, you can go ahead and you're fine. Yeah, this one's cool. I played that one already. Bethesda. Oh, Elder Scrolls Online.
And are willing to fight for it.
I don't really fucking care. Is there anything else big?
Cannot be seen. The wind passes without a sound. People move within.
Is it Where Winds Meet? Oh, they have another expansion coming, yeah.
The Moists move in secrecy, renowned for their mastery of mechanisms. As the old order begins to fall, no one can remain untouched. When all is obscured, the battle has only just begun.
I really need to go back and play more of this. It's been a while since I played it.
The true game lies in the human heart.
It's a really good game. It's a really good game. Like, I do really enjoy it. It's just like, there's just been so many other games that have come out, and a game like this has like so much content that you're like kind of like lost at times. Is Where Winds Meet good? Yes, it's really good. Like, you could literally just go play Where Winds Meet, like it's a single player action game, and you'd have an absolute blast. Good, Widget. Thank you for the tier 1, man. Appreciate that.
This
free to play game with no pay to win. Yeah, I think it's all cosmetic. Like, there's like some like shit like you could spend a garbage truck ton of money on that would give you like marginal, not even real benefits to stuff. It's not a pay. There's no pay to win.
Is your game to decide.
But the combat is so good. Very cool. Yeah, a $40,000. Okay, so $40,000 mount. That's like a world event essentially. Yeah, so there's a $40,000 mount that you can get, that you can like basically invite people to and sail around on. But it's not really a. I don't know. It's really nothing.
Dracula's castle is just ahead. I have come here to destroy you, just like my father, mother, and their allies before me.
Oh, is this Belmont's Curse? I'm stoked for this.
No one believed me when I said the newest
I'm
Belmont
stoked for this. I'm very
would
excited.
be a girl.
Especially because this is being made by the
God has given
it's
you
made by the
another
same people that do
chance,
Dead
Rose.
Cells.
You must use it wisely to better control your curse and strengthen yourself.
You are no more than an irritating thing. What makes you think you can stop me this time?
I've always wanted a pet Belmont.
Stupid girl. I will show you what hell is.
Yes.
I am
Oh,
Rose
God.
Belmont, and I will hunt the night.
Oh shit, it's this year. Oh god. Holy fuck, we are gonna get I'll be so cooked this fall, dude. I'm gonna be so cooked. Ace Combat is also October. Dude, like August, September, October are just like everything. Everything. And then November, GTA. And it's just like, man. That's gonna be rough. That is gonna be rough. Owenswin, thank you for the tier 1, man. Appreciate that. 6-month streak. Thank you.
Some years have a color to them. A haze that seems to fill the whole world. In its glow, you discover wonderful new places. Dear friends.
Dude, girls are gonna love this game. Girls are gonna love this game.
You always needed. And golden moments which linger on the warm breeze.
Yeah, the Studio Ghibli stuff is pretty cool. Anything else? Oh, it's made by. Is it made by Atlas? Oh no. Oh, this is the actual Persona 6 announcement. Yeah, I saw this already. Oh, this one I did not see. I love, dude. I love that basically, so Toys for Bob, right? Activision repurposes that studio and brings them in. So that these guys are going to do, you know, oh, we're going to do like, they did stuff for Call of Duty, basically. They're like doing like Call of Duty DLC and stuff like that, right? And Toys for Bob got their independence back. They're back to just being an independent studio now. And the first thing these guys do when they get their independence is make the first Spyro game that we have seen in what, like, what's it? Has it been? It hasn't been 20 years, has it? No. The last brand new original title was 2000, almost 20 years. Almost 20 years. It's crazy. Actually wild. Actually wild. And if I'm not mistaken, I think the Spyro trailer actually just farmed everybody. Yeah. Spyro trailer, 16 million views. 16 million views. I think that might be ads though, or something like that. Because now looking at it, it only has 36K likes. Yeah. Good wishes. Thank you for the 5 gifted, man. Appreciate that. Thank you, brother. So this is probably getting slipped into like some advertising or something like that, I would imagine, because like 36 likes is pretty low for something with 16 million views. The reason I say that is because go look at recent video. This only has 257K and it has 18K likes. Right? So my video only has like my video is like 250,000 views. And this has 16 million and I have half as many likes. That's crazy. Embedded views? Yeah, I think it's embedded. Yeah. Spring of 2027. Good for them, man. Good for them. Oh, yeah, I want to see this one. This will probably be like the last one I want to watch, right? Yeah, because it's just Call of Duty. And then the Gears of War deep dive thing. Okay. IGN Stellar Blade video has almost 100K likes and 1.5 billion views. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Bullets are flying.
What you do that for?
My fingers slipped. And every copper in the tangle is on my tail.
Hooligans, come to order.
Piss off! Let me introduce you to some of my esteemed colleagues.
Even my schemes have schemes.
Me, I prefer to make it up as I go.
This is probably the one game from Xbox that I can definitely tell you I'm genuinely interested in.
Oh, you'll have better odds getting through without me. Everyone knows you're easy pickings for someone with any sand.
When are we going to hear about your position on the Xbox CEO soon?
Cheap rubbish.
A corpse in hand is worth 2 in the grave, as they say.
Look at the bloody airships. We're not here for you.
Not here for me. I'm Anne fucking Darrow.
Time to lay our hands to mischief.
We've been preparing to rob Griswick's vault for months now. So put in the heist tonight, yeah? Morgan, get to that crane to lower the ship.
Greetings. I am the Miracle Industries auto-loading crane. If you have the authority, I am at your service.
What happens if I fired a few holes in you?
The lift is now unlocked.
Ah, defeat. How sad. You were all doing so well.
Do you expect us to go quietly?
Well, I certainly don't expect any trouble from some of Avalon's most disposable citizens.
I dig the art style, man. I really do.
Hello, frightened human. I can get you out of this. just jumped about 25 years back in time. This place, on this day, is ripe for changing the course of history.
This life ain't one for granting easy choices, but I just found a way to control the past. Change who's in control. Make things unfair in our favor. Brought you a little toy with a big mouth.
What a proper little villain.
A better villain than you'll ever be, you decrepit old soak.
The pimp, the blood, the priest, who do we like the least? Oh, it's different how they do ya, the ways they stick it to ya. And when they're done with chucking it up, oh, downstairs, well, they're all gonna screw you in the end.
Yeah, this looks fun, man.
Nothing's ever given to folk
It does,
like
it looks
us.
fun.
Especially not the future. But this time, we've a chance to steal it. What more could an honest thief ask for?
Waiting for Atomic Heart. Oh yeah, they're putting another one of those too, don't they? Yeah, they got another one of those coming out soon. Looks like the Outer Worlds, I guess, kind of, yeah, a little bit. Ah. And obviously that's the new big news, right? That's the new big news. But remember, this is console exclusive. That just means it'll still be on PC. It's just not going to be on PlayStation or Nintendo.
Clockwork Revolution is an original experience full of intriguing characters.
Yeah, I don't really give a fuck what you guys have to say. So the one thing I wanted to see, I don't want to see how long this is going to be. Ugh. Ugh. I don't really know if I would have watched a 16-minute video of it. Sure, why not?
You're 100 days.
So I'm really interested to hear because there was some insights that came from this Bloomberg interview with Asha Sharma, the new CEO of Xbox, and I've been very skeptical of her the minute that she took the job. And it's actually not because I'm necessarily skeptical of her as a human as much as it is old boss, same as the new boss. Everybody, it's a phony gamer, which, yeah, by the way, so I talked to some people. Some, very important people with some very strong ties to just about everybody in the industry. And one of the things that was talked to me about was how the whole, gamer cred thing was absolutely faked. Absolutely faked. Yeah. And she even admitted as such to, at dinner with, a few people that she had talked to or whatever like that. But the one thing is they tried to make sure that I know was, but she is, super receptive to feedback. She is literally asking anybody for help. She is genuinely interested in what people have to say or what people are thinking. And, the thing is that, LD is on NDA. I can't name specific people. I'm not going to do that anyway. Plus some of the stuff is insider information. That'd be if I had sources from a game studio that I knew was going to get shut down or something like that, then I'd just start blasting their names. You're not going to do that shit, right? I don't care if she games or not. I want her to make Xbox better and give me a great game. Yeah, and that's pretty much the same position that I take. There's part of me that I don't need the people to run these It should be. When you're in a creative industry like this, I do think you need to have people that are much closer to the medium, the medium itself, to have a better understanding of how their corporate decisions and their corporate plans are actually going to have an effect on the games industry or on the games themselves. I think that there are a lot of soulless decisions that are made from a corporate perspective that end up having a negative impact on video games because these guys just quite literally do not understand how badly those things will affect some of these games. That's not to say that somebody that is close to games can't make those exact same decisions. They absolutely can. We already know that's the case. Look at Phil Spencer, right? Phil Spencer made tons of terrible decisions for both Xbox as a brand, Xbox as a console, and also just video games as well. And he played video games all the time. But with that said, like, I still do think that, like, you should have some knowledge of what choices you make and how those choices actually will impact the player experience or the customer experience in this case, right? At the same time, I also think that you should probably, like, I still see the benefit in having somebody that's not connected to that, because they're not going to be as... They're not as married to the product or to the teams or to the developers as some of these other guys might be. So they're less likely to, like, let them get away with things that they shouldn't, or things that they otherwise shouldn't let them get away with, right? With that said, I think that Xbox is almost entirely manipulated by the people above whoever works on Xbox anyway. At the end of the day, Microsoft is the mothership. Whatever they say goes. So while they may be giving her a bunch of rope to go and do some things, they're not going to give her all the rope in the world to do everything. And ultimately, you know, whatever influence or power that you think she has, the people above her have more. She's just the face of Xbox. Yes.
Days in.
100 days in.
It hasn't been uneventful.
You
haven't wasted a second.
It's been wild.
Gamers have gone from saying you were going to kill Xbox to putting your face on Jesus memes. How would you...
And the people that have been putting her face on Jesus memes are doing it because she changed the logo and lowered the price of Game Pass. Cringe? Incredibly.
You describe the first 100 days?
You know, there is nothing that can prepare you for, you know, taking on a new role in a new industry, being a first-time CEO, and having hundreds of millions of people having an opinion about you without ever talking to you. Mm-hmm. And so I think it's been wild. I think it's...
What a weird thing to say. What a weird thing to say. Like, I understand where she's coming from. Like, it's an odd feeling for sure, but at the exact same time, like, that's also your job. Your job is to have a bunch of opinions on a bunch of people that you'll never even know or meet.
It's been wonderful. I think it's been weird, and everything in between. But, you know, for my first 100 days, I really just wanted to learn and listen. I felt like my first job as CEO of Xbox was just to understand the soul of Xbox, to understand the soul of what makes art, to understand the soul of creating, understand the soul of the platform, and kind of what made us great for the first 25 years.
You were a surprise?
You were never great for 25 years. The platform was good for 10? Maybe? No? Xbox 360 came out in 2000 so 10 years. Yeah, I was about right. Until the Xbox 360 died. The Xbox One generation was absolute dog ass. But you're not going to convince me that the Xbox One generation was even redeemable in any way. Ever. The most redeemable thing that they did was Game Pass when Game Pass was free. When it was just a part of your Xbox Live subscription. And Halo, bruh?
pick for CEO. Phil Spencer, your predecessor, 20-year veteran, super passionate.
Nah, you're right. Yeah, I was about to
fan
say.
base.
We were talking about Xbox 360. That's a completely different story, right? Xbox 360 was fantastic. The best game that Xbox One had, Gears 5?
You're not a gamer, came from Instacart, Meta, Microsoft AI. Tell me about that call from Satya.
I love how she fucking I love how it just comes out now. Now they're gonna make it common knowledge. You're not a gamer. You're not this. Yeah, except for the fact that they did try to sell her as one at the very beginning. Do you see what I'm saying? Why would you at all believe anything that this company is selling you when the first thing that they did when they put this girl in charge was they just immediately tried to lie to the customer base and make her seem like she's something else? This entire thing, getting rid of Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond, all the company shakeups, all of this stuff, it is all just PR. This is all, they're painting the walls. That's all this is. It's the same walls, same internals. Nothing else has changed. No additions added onto the side. It's the same thing with a different coat of paint. The only positive change they made was reducing the cost of Xbox Game Pass, which I could give a fuck less. You guys already know what my opinion is on Game Pass to begin with. I'm not a fan of subscription services in the games industry whatsoever. And on top of that, they only just I think they only just rolled back the most latest price increase, but it's still higher than what it was before anyway. Saved everybody $3 or $7 a month. Woo! We're so back.
How surprised were you?
Yeah, I would say no one was probably as surprised as I was when I got that call. I didn't know he had the right person on the line, but
did you try to talk him out of it?
I tried to understand it. Look, it's one of those things when we're all every day working on an AI, it's hard to see past it, right? We started with a model launching every 6 months, and now it was launching every 6 weeks and every 6 hours in some cases. And so it took a moment to just pick my head up and say, what is this all about? And then you see, oh gosh, over 1 billion people play on Xbox every single year. 70% of Americans spend at least 1 hour every single week gaming. And all of my career, I've picked the things that I worked on because I deeply cared about the thing that I was going to go solve with technology, whether it was helping to make sure that every single retailer would have a chance to fight against Amazon with Instacart, or private communication and preserving that and protecting that all around the world with messaging, or helping people take care of their homes. And so in this case, I think that gaming is culture. It is entertainment in many ways. If you think about some of the top shows in the world right now, they are games that turned into TV series or movies. And
Fallout number
I
one
think
on
that
Amazon?
Fallout's number two of all time. Minecraft was number 5 at the box office when it came out. So it just feels like the world is going through such a change, and it's a consequential time, and we've got great people working on AI to help enable every enterprise, and I wanted to take on something that could help the world continue to be entertained and help them play.
So let's talk about the numbers. Gaming revenue last quarter was $5.3 billion.
I fucking absolutely hate corporate talk, dude. Literally, it didn't mean anything. That was 3 minutes straight of hot air. Zero value.
Down from 5.7 a year earlier. Hardware revenue down 33%. The Switch 2 and PS5 are outselling Xbox by some metrics. When you walked in on day one...
You mean by all? By some metrics. You mean all metrics. Revenues are down. So, and by the way, this is something else that, wasn't discussed before. I still remember, the videos that I had made where I was talking about how, Xbox is suffering financially. And people are like, no, they're not. They have Game Pass. And I'm like, how do you guys not understand that, like, every single game that we have seen come from Xbox, outside of a couple of outliers, they have not been able to produce a single generational or major hit at all. At all. What was Xbox's last major hit? Outside of buying a fucking studio or publisher. Like, do you like that's like the thing that, like, I don't understand. I just do not get how people don't I don't get how people can immediately look at Xbox and see that company is having some serious money problems and also has some, like, very serious issues that they're gonna have to deal with in the future. Forza Horizon 6. I actually guarantee Forza Horizon 6 did fantastic. I guarantee that it did. But that's like one of their first games in a long time. Gears 4. I am willing to $3 million in its opening weekend. Because they prioritize their subscription metrics over individual copies sold, Gears estimated sales between 3 and 7 million. I would like to remind people when Gears of War 5 came out, that's when Game Pass was still included with your Xbox Live. Gemini is hallucinating again? Is that true? I doubt they sold 3 to 7 million. Yeah, you actually are bringing up a good point. Where would they have sold those games anyway? No, I mean, if we're talking lifetime, maybe. No, even still, I don't think so. Gears 5 was such a fucking dud. I could see 3 million. That I could see 3. I could see Gears of War 5 selling 3. OG Final Fantasy VII sold 3 million in its first weekend in Japan in the late 90s. Yeah, but like, you also have to keep in mind, like, it's not like video game sales that's still hella low. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I also kind of have a weird feeling. Like, how many copies did Gear? The original Gears of War for the Xbox 360 sold over 5 million copies. Gears of War sold 1 million copies in its first 2 weeks. As of November 2008, the game sold 5.88 million copies worldwide. Like, I actually have a sinking suspicion that Gears of War is not as popular of a franchise as people probably think it is. That's not saying it's bad. Gears of War is one of my favorites. I mean, like, I literally have Marcus Phoenix sitting behind me, right? It's one of my favorite series, but I don't think it's really as popular as I think a lot of people probably believe it to be. And I think that its like relevance has waned. I'm interested to see how many people actually looked at the $4 million views. It's pretty good. No, that's the showcase. No, yeah, it's a trailer. That's the trailer. Okay. 1 million on them. We'll see. It's been a while, so maybe because of the fact that maybe the fact that it's, you know, Marcus and Dom, maybe, I don't know, we'll see.
What was the most uncomfortable thing you saw?
Look, the gaming industry is going through a hard time. It's not unlike any other consumer industry with when COVID hit, demand pulled forward and then, you know, growth slowed after that. And in our case, we were not immune to that and we have not been immune to that. I think the last generation product has particularly been a hard time. I think the most uncomfortable and surprising thing for me is what is happening in consumer electronics that we're not really talking about. I think that, you know, usually what happens at this point in a generation is your costs come down, right? Memory, storage, etc.
Yeah.
Well, with AI, memory and storage costs are going up 2.75x rather than 50% down. Just in my first
2.75x. I love how you're like, I love how we immediately go from the conversation of, oh, yeah, I was working with AI and AI was great and AI was cool and all this stuff and blah, 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 blah. And then you go, you know, we really need to talk about what's happening with consumer electronics because the cost to be able to make the product has gone up 2.75. It's just like, do you not realize like how much you're like, that's great. Like you talk about how much you love working on the AI, but look what it's doing to the common people. Like I don't like.
100 days, it's up 50%, and I think it will continue to go up. And so the biggest challenge
and I think
and
it'll continue to
is
go
how do
up.
you make affordable products during that time, and that's what the next 100 days will be about.
So, Project Helix, the next Xbox. Can you show me how big it's going to be, like with your hands, maybe?
No.
All right. But for this to pay off, it's going to have to be pretty expensive for all of the reasons that you just mentioned. Do gamers still care enough to
I
shell
think
out
it's
that
expensive if we do not innovate,
Mhm.
and I came to help that problem. I think that, look, it is natural that prices go up. Every generation around us is raising prices, but I don't think you can raise prices through the hardware crisis that we're seeing, and so it will require a fundamental change in terms of how we innovate and how we think about the business models and how we go bring this to market, and we're working on that.
Oh no. You guys don't know what that means. She means she means cloud gaming PC. Yes. Yeah, somebody called it out immediately. She already started. So what she just said was, hey, we realize that you cannot bring those prices to market. Right now, it just does not make a lot of sense for you to go out and try to increase these prices because you're not going to be able to sell anything. So we have to innovate past that. How are you going to innovate around hardware prices? You can't. There's no innovation to be had. Unless you are offloading unless you're offloading some of your power. And how would you offload that power? Well, I mean, Microsoft doesn't have any data centers, right? Microsoft doesn't have a partnership with, like, I don't know, NVIDIA or anything, right? That would make this so incredibly convenient, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? So chances are Xbox Helix is probably going to have some type of, like, included cloud service that will, I don't even know. Because, like, the weird thing is right now is that, like, a lot of the performance we're seeing, unless they're going to offload part of the performance. Hold on. Let me cook. Going a step back in hardware doesn't make sense because you're already there. So you're not going to turn around and just essentially sell everybody what is effectively an Xbox Series X again, right? Because you already have that. You have to take a step up. So like but you're unable to do that because of where pricing is right now for hardware and for like how you're sourcing that hardware. So like the only way that any of this would make sense to me is if they would somehow have some type of solution that is either integrated graphics card. Like, okay, that would maybe make sense. If they're gonna save their money and they're gonna have to develop a different style of graphics card, and maybe they utilize their partnership with NVIDIA to be able to like create something very specifically for that use. And that somehow saves money. I don't know. The only thing that I'm coming back to is that they're going to offload it to servers. So now, not only will your game console not be able to play games offline or be able to like fire up a game immediately, but also your video game console, just to be able to operate, is going to have to connect to the cloud. Which is honestly part of their end game to begin with. Like I've said this a million times. Xbox specifically, Microsoft specifically, wants to get people more and more comfortable with the idea of not actually owning personal hardware and instead joining them and just signing up for their OS and then having a screen, right? This is something that's always been the plan. Keep in mind, what was Xbox's marketing scheme, before all of this? Before Asha Sharma? Before the reigniting of the console wars? This is an Xbox. It was already their strategy. Their strategy was already to get everybody onto the cloud. That's what they wanted to do since like the very beginning. Now, with hardware prices going to where they are at the moment, it gives them the perfect opportunity to be able to do so. And then they get to sell it like they're giving you a deal. We're going to give you 1440p, 90, 120 frames per second on Xbox, on the Xbox Helix cloud. And it's not that it's just integrated with PC so that it can, play Steam games. No, it's a Helix because it's integrated with the cloud. And that's how they're going to push it. That's how they're going to push it. That's the only thing that makes sense to me, because like what she's talking about here, what she's very specifically talking about is how they're going to have to innovate around the hardware costs. And there's no way to innovate around that unless you're actually going to develop entirely new hardware, or you're going to develop hardware solutions yourself, right? Like Microsoft makes their own chips, or Microsoft makes their own memory, which is not going to fucking happen. That's not going to happen. So the only possible thing that makes sense, because you're not going to find a way to buy that hardware cheaper, you're not going to make it any cheaper, is to not use the hardware. Or to find a cheaper way to use the hardware. And that's going to be with their own servers. So that's where this is going.
Do you think Xbox is still selling consoles mainly in 2030?
So look, the console market is stable and it's core to who we are, but at the same time, there's a lot of other growing markets. And so we're certainly going to continue to put out great reference experiences, but we're also going to push into new spaces. Microsoft owns Windows. Windows is one of the largest gaming platforms in the world. It has long had more players and more hours than any other platform. And I think it's going to have a lot of dollars associated with that in the future too. Mobile, we own Candy Crush. We have incredible worlds and characters that can meet the next generation where they are. And so, look, I look at console as core, and I look at our responsibility to not only serve that really well and get that healthy, but to also look at bringing the next generation online.
The Switch 2 is having a huge year.
What a fucking... What? Dude, hey, she's good, man. She is good. I ain't got nothing to say. This chick knows how to dot her I's and cross her T's. Holy shit. That was solid. That she needs to be playing in the playoffs right now. I haven't seen somebody dodge that quick in a long time. She hit that motherfucker with a crossover. You didn't even see her go out the back door. You didn't even see her leave. Do you think consoles are the future? Proceeds to say nothing that has to do with that. But also hints that there are other businesses at Microsoft that could be the solution. Literally just confirmed everything I said. Literally just confirmed everything I said.
You know, what are your learnings from the first generation of Xbox
Thank you.
handhelds, and would you ever build your own, or do you not need that category?
Look, I think that
Xbox
there's a lot of
handheld? They
interesting
already
things to
have
think
one.
about when it comes to how do you...
What are you talking about? They just have they have the ROG. You don't even need to do that. Just have the third party people. You put your games on Steam. You don't need to have your own hardware. Put your games on Steam. GG. There's no reason for them to make their own handheld.
Actually meet players where they are. I think handheld is just a way to take your games on the go with you, and so that can happen on mobile, that can happen on with Asus, which is our partner on handhelds, that can happen on all gaming handhelds. I think what's clear is the next generation plays a lot, and they see play as the most important form of entertainment.
NVIDIA Spark chips,
and
the NVIDIA Spark chips might have some solutions, but they're not going to have all the solutions, and they're also not going to be able to play games at the rate that you're actually going to need them to. Well, I would guarantee that they're probably going to have some type of integration with NVIDIA Spark for sure. It's not going to solve all the problems, and the biggest issue that they have right now is memory, not necessarily the chips themselves, right? Like, memory is where most of the money is going right now, and that's where the difficulty is coming in. It's the RAM, it's the it's even like solid state drives and stuff like that are also suffering as well.
Console is great when you're at home, and we're going to have to look for other ways to help serve that audience.
One of the most controversial things you did, first few weeks on the job, you kill Copilot in gaming. Satya has literally said multiple times, Microsoft is a Copilot company, Microsoft's trying to put Copilot into everything. How hard was it to make that call? And what did he have to say about it?
So, look, one of the first commitments I made was future of play. And I said, look, we're not going to we're going to be really thoughtful about how we ship AI. My job is to think about where we invest, what we prioritize, and how we operate. And our console players aren't excited about that experience in their console. Now, do I believe in AI? Absolutely. I think neural rendering is a great opportunity for us to invest in that. It helps upscale. It's helping with the footprint on your device so you can get better graphics. There's a lot of things that AI can be really great at. I think that we have to make sure it's solving a problem if we put it out there for gaming, and so I made that call.
So Satya was cool with that, or
it was an Xbox decision. He's given me latitude to make the best decisions for our players.
Well, how much latitude, elsewhere do you have? There's this idea that
it's not even just like, okay. So like the problem is for them, the entire reason that they were going to put Copilot into Xbox was just to create more Copilot users. It doesn't serve any actual real purpose for players. It's not something that people are looking for. I don't need to say, I don't need to circa connect. Hey, Xbox, how do I get past this level? Oh, let me help you figure that out real quick. I don't need that shit. Nobody wants that shit. Right? Like, it's something that's like goofy that you might use a couple of times, but for the most part, like, it's just going to be another layer on top of something that is ultimately probably just going to hurt the performance of the console. Keep in mind that if that AI is not just completely connected to the internet and cloud, and it's actually going to use any of your hardware's capabilities, it is going to have an impact on your hardware, right? So it doesn't make any sense in the context of like what people are using the console for. And the whole idea of them trying to put Copilot onto Xbox is, at least from my perspective, it's no different than what they were doing with the Xbox One, where they were trying to make it all about media. You can watch your TV, you can do this, you can do that, TV. You guys remember all that stuff, right? So it's just another distraction from like what is the actual purpose of the device. So I don't know. Is probably the funny thing is they make it sound like it was a much more difficult decision than what it is. I don't think it was a very difficult decision because it wasn't something that was like critical or necessary to either Microsoft or to Xbox. So in today's day and age where AI slop has become like an easy corporate win when you go out, notice how many more companies you've seen recently that have been like, we don't use AI. They're using that as like a hallmark of quality, or they're using it for like an easy PR win. They recognize that gamers, or that at the very least, most audiences are just not comfortable with AI encroaching into everything in their daily life. And that's not these guys being against AI. That's them just recognizing they can get an easy PR win by saying we're not going to put Copilot AI into the Xbox. They know it.
Microsoft wants to sort of extract software kind of revenues out of a gaming business, which may not be possible. Do you have more breathing room when it comes to the financials?
Yeah, so my mandate is not 30% accountability margin. It's not enterprise software margins. It's to be the #1 gaming and entertainment company, and that's what we're going to go do.
Why are we watching this? Because I'm interested in it.
If you think about it, Microsoft has invested more aggressively than nearly anybody in this category over the last 6 years. We've bought Activision and ZeniMax. We've invested in
the Dragon's Dogma 2 DLC? I do need to watch that,
cycles.
actually.
We invest in subsidies even when we're losing money because of memory and storage. And so we're long on gaming. We're long on Xbox. We'll keep investing. But we've got work to do. You shared the numbers. We're not in a healthy spot. And so, next 100 days is going to be about resetting the business.
Let's talk about Activision. Microsoft paid $70 billion, $69 billion for Activision Blizzard, largest gaming acquisition in history. There have been layoffs, game cancellations, Game Pass prices have gone up rather than down. You inherited this deal. Is it paying off?
So look, I don't know anybody in entertainment who wouldn't want Call of Duty, which is now grossing in more revenue than Marvel Cinematic Universe, who wouldn't want one of the top 3 apps in the world, the Candy Crush, who wouldn't want World of Warcraft, and who wouldn't want a team that...
You guys aren't anything without them. You wouldn't even exist without them. I don't think people recognize or realize that if Microsoft did not buy Activision Blizzard, they probably would not have been able to be even slightly profitable. Like I don't know. There's a really good chance that Microsoft probably would have just gotten rid of Xbox at that point. If that sale fell through and they didn't get possession of Activision Blizzard, keep in mind the minute that Activision Blizzard became a part of Xbox, they made up over 60% of their profit. %. Is that crazy? Which means that Xbox and all their properties, all their studios, all their games, all their services only made up 40% of their own company. Everything else was being devoured by Activision Blizzard. Now, think about that within the context of also adding in, say, Bethesda. Because I would guarantee that Bethesda is probably at 20%. I think that's a safe guess to make. They make money off of Elder Scrolls Online. They make money off of the things that ZeniMax has going on. They make a shitload of money historically off of Elder Scrolls in general and Fallout and all those properties. That shit's probably like 60, 20, 20. Where it's like Xbox itself probably makes up only 20% of its own business, and the rest of it is being carried by Activision Blizzard and ZeniMax Bethesda. Like, imagine like how tragic of a position you're in if all of those wheels start to fail. That's the reason why these guys started to panic and they ended up getting rid of Phil Spencer and all this other stuff. Like, essentially, the minute that we saw a Call of Duty come out that flopped, the red lights turned on. These guys were like, fuck. The minute... this ship is sinking. The ship is sinking. Guys, we're taking on water.
For 20 years has been able to create predictable hits every single year. So I love Activision Blizzard King.
I bet you do. I bet you do.
Look, it was bought at a time before ChatGPT. It was bought at a time before our strategy, when our strategy was predominantly on the...
Better take you for the 10. I know this would never happen, but could you imagine if Bungie got shut down and Sony decided to sell the IP and then Xbox bought it? Destiny, if Bungie got shut down and they sold the... Yeah, but it wouldn't matter. I mean, like, sure, I guess, but what would it matter? Xbox doesn't have the people to make it either.
The core console it was at a time when, you know, we were right in the middle of COVID. So hard to say, you know, how to think about those decisions, but I think these are incredible assets.
They can give it to 343. Excuse me. No dead naming in this chat. They're called Halo Studios now.
Well, not one of your games, but Grand Theft Auto 6 is expected to be pretty big, outsell.
I'm very impressed you know these things.
I do have a 13-year-old son, as I said. Expected to outsell any game, movie, or album in history. You delayed Fable, in part in anticipation of this. What impact do you think this game is going to have on the industry? Like, do you see this as kind of a litmus test?
I think it's just one of the most important parts of culture at this point, and we want to make sure that we're fully supporting it. And so I'm excited to see how it does. I'm excited for the reactions. I'm excited to learn from it.
So the players did...
I'm sorry. I need to hear that again.
I think this game is going to have on the industry. I do have a 13-year-old son, as I said. Expected to outsell any game, movie, or album in history.
Oh, she's talking about GTA 6.
Is expected to be pretty big, outsell.
I'm very impressed he knows these things.
I do have a 13-year-old son, as I said.
Yeah, but your 13-year-old son doesn't know about the fact. Well, I don't know. Maybe your 13-year-old son watches me, based.
Expected to outsell any game, movie, or album in history. You delayed Fable, in part in anticipation of this. What impact do you think this game is going to have on the industry? Like, do you see this as kind of a litmus test?
I'll tell you. This is what's going to happen. Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to drop into the market, and it is going to absolutely just suck the energy out of the room for the entire month that it releases in, which is the reason why most of these companies have moved their release dates away from November. December, also going to be the same. Nobody's going to be touching shit. Everybody's going to be on Grand Theft Auto still. At least most people are. Obviously, core gamers, people inside my own audience, you guys play a variety of games. Not everybody here is just going to be like, I just play GTA now. Most normie gamers are going to be playing Grand Theft Auto 6. That is going to be the game that they are going to be the most attracted to. We are going to see sales numbers that will blow your mind. It's going to make Black Myth Wukong look like a drop in the bucket. It's going to be absolutely nuts. And then it's going to bring in all this money. It's going to bring in all these sales. It's going to sell a bunch of consoles. It'll sell Xboxes and PlayStations in droves. Tons of people are going to get into it. And then what's going to happen after that? Nothing. Because these people are going to buy these consoles and then come to realize that there's nothing to actually play on them. They're going to buy these consoles and realize that basically Grand Theft Auto is the only thing that these guys are going to be playing because, well, there's just nothing else to really entice them past that. Maybe there's going to be a Wolverine, okay? Some people might pick up that or something. You know, there's going to be some crossover. They're going to pick up some extra sales from some of the new customers that they're going to get on either these upgrades or new entrants into the industry. Like, I Grand Theft Auto is going to bring back people that have not played video games in like 10 years. Just because the fact, like, it came out. It's going to be, like, this massive cultural event. It will be. Like, it's unavoidable at this point. I mean, like, that game is one of the very few anomalies in this industry. But it's not going to result in anything for these publishers or studios outside of a initial sales boost and then a very quick cooling period. Now, some of them are going to get a little bit of carryover because you are going to have some people that are going to pick up, like, Grand Theft Auto Online, right? So you are going to have some people that are going to pay to play their video games online using PlayStation or Xbox. But like outside of that, there's really not. They're not going to see as much of a positive impact as they probably think. And it's largely because these guys have wasted a lot of their time just frankly not making good games. Just not making good games. Like keep in mind, I brought this up just recently. Because I had seen some people that have been talking about a lot of different stuff with some of the stuff that's been going on, and I posted. I said, "Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?" Okay, maybe it was earlier. I guess maybe I just had commented on something or whatever it was. I'm not really too sure. Oh, no, this is it right here. Everybody bootlicking the Xbox CEO when the only thing that matters is their games. Xbox games are so monumentally bad that they somehow lost this generation to PlayStation, the company that blew billions on live service games while crashing their own sales chasing them. So PlayStation, since 2020, has watched their sales get cut by more than half. In 2024, they hit 28 million. Their peak was 58 million was 58 million peak units is what they showed in 2020. By 2024, it was down to 28 million. And then last year, they recovered a little bit up to 32. And this is largely because they just weren't putting out any, like, when you think of PlayStation, when I think of PlayStation, I think of like super high quality narrative driven games, like third person action games, like they're doing with Wolverine and stuff like that, or God of War 2018, or things like that. That's when I think of PlayStation, that's who I think of, right? Xbox lost to PlayStation's Concord era. Exactly. Yeah. That's kind of the point that I'm trying to make here. Like, you've lost to PlayStation during the weakest period we have probably seen these guys in since maybe the PlayStation 3, where like everybody was essentially just using their PlayStation to watch Netflix and stuff, right? So, and you guys for 5 years, you chased them into the grave. That's not good. That's not good, man. That's why I'm saying that, like, you have 5 years of nothing. Which means that when Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out, there's going to be 5 years of nothing waiting for the players. They're going to be buying these new consoles and upgrading to these consoles. Like, there's not going to be a period of growth for the games industry outside of like the initial like couple of months of the Grand Theft Auto 6 release and the people that are buying those consoles and stuff just to be able to play that game specifically. And actually something that's going to make it even worse, or something that's going to make it even more like something is probably going to make it even more painful, is that these guys are already having issues with They're already having issues sourcing the parts for the consoles that they have right now. So you're going to see hardware shortages. Right? You're basically going to see these you're going to see this new game come out and nobody actually have the hardware to buy. It's going to be a really interesting situation. Part of me is of the belief that there's a really good chance that like Grand Theft Auto 6 ends up like kind of cutting off their own foot or cutting off their own leg to save a foot because of the fact that they're not putting the game on PC. And by not doing that, they're going to severely limit their reach because the consoles are just not going to be able to keep up with them because of the hardware. That's my thought at the very least. I don't know. I missed a couple super chats here really quick. LD just dropping in. How do you feel about Gears of War E-Day? I mean, it looks pretty good. I'm interested in it. I liked all the Gears games, so I'm interested to see what it does. Thank you for the 5, man. Appreciate that. Joe Zoran, thank you for the 10, man. Appreciate that. Welcome back, Mr. Broski. I hope you had fun at Summer Games Fest. Now I'm going to start the stream from the beginning. Oh, well, enjoy the beginning. What else? PlayStation 5 needs to remove DEI. PlayStation needs to remove... Don't spam, okay? Say it one time. I didn't read it the first time because I didn't want to. The problem is that, like... people have gotten way too fixated on the, like... DEI discussions when it comes to these games. It's not even the girl bossing or anything like that's definitely like those are things that absolutely contribute to, but are not the core reason. Like the core reason that PlayStation is in the like position that they're in right now is because these guys just chased 12 live service games in wanting to release 12 live service games over the course of only like 4 years or whatever it was. Like, who are we kidding here? These guys wasted so much money and so much time and just completely tanked all of their games and really didn't make much of anything else. Same thing goes for Xbox and Microsoft. Like, it's while like the messaging and stuff like that can definitely have an impact on these games and have an impact on like how I think, how they're received by the market or whether they're actually made for the target audiences. The other issue is that like these games are just not good. So like, the whole DEI discussion doesn't really have much of an impact if the game itself isn't even fun to play or even vaguely interesting. PlayStation makes cinematic action adventures. Nintendo makes family-friendly games. Capcom makes action games. What does Xbox do again? Xbox has always been more of like a variety console, but much more specifically, they have been the like shooter console. Like that's basically like back in the day when you think about like the Xbox 360 and Xbox, the original Xbox, that's what most people are playing those games for. Like, while they were good variety consoles for like action games and stuff like that, Xbox was almost multiplayer. Xbox was the multiplayer console. Most people were playing Xbox because it had Xbox Live, and the Xbox Live experience was far better for online than PlayStation could ever be. Like, holy shit. Playing games on PlayStation back in the day was so ass. It was so ass. Also, 4-player co-op. Yeah, like Xbox is more of like a online social system. Xbox did bro shooters and unashamed fan service. What was the unashamed fan service for Xbox? I don't know about all that. You might be misremembering there a little bit, to be honest with you. I mean, they did like fan service and maybe their commercials and stuff, sure. But I wouldn't necessarily say in their actual games. Dead or Alive? Wasn't Dead or Alive on other consoles? Yeah, I guess they did have Dead or Alive. Yeah, Dead or Alive was only on Xbox, wasn't it? Dead or Alive, Outlaw Sports. Yeah, I mean, like, but those are more niche games, though.
I think it's just one of the most
It'd be different if that was actually like what they were leading their console with, but it really wasn't.
Important parts of culture at this point, and we want to make sure that we're fully supporting it.
Fan service equals making money. True.
I'm excited to see how it does. I'm excited for the reactions. I'm excited to learn from it.
So the players didn't want Copilot, but how do you see AI changing gaming and game development in the future? Like, where does and doesn't AI belong when it comes to games?
Look, I think the biggest thing that I'm thinking about is how do we just make sure it's solving problems. On the game development side, I've gone to a lot of our studios, you know, big and small, and I'm blown away with how they're using AI
company.
in
I don't know about that either. A little bit sometimes. I think Capcom picks and chooses. I don't think they just do it everywhere.
And, you know, 30% of game development is software, and so there's the traditional applications that we see in enterprise. At the same time, I do not think AI will replace AAA games. I think it's entirely possible, though, that AI represents a new category of games and a new type of development and enables more people to create and participate. And we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll see how we best serve that.
Your biggest competitors use.
She literally gave the most watered down answer she possibly could, while also try to do her best to emulate the absolute fucking Giga Chad that is Strauss Zelnick. I've over the up until the release of Grand Theft Auto 6, while I don't fully agree with every decision that while I don't agree with every decision that Take-Two makes, and I don't think they're the greatest company in the world, I have slowly but surely become a bigger and bigger fan of Strauss Zelnick. Because this motherfucker, he knows what to say. Where's the clip? Right here.
Investment. This is our passion. Are you going to support us? And I said, yes.
The timeline's slipping because you're sitting on the most valuable media property in the world. And everybody online is just like, when's GTA 6 coming out?
Yeah.
How do you deal?
Oh no, that's the release date. I don't want that. See if I can find it on here. It's in this interview. Oh, man. I don't want to have to go through my own shit because I'm probably not going to find it. Because when was this? Let me see here. Dude, we still haven't even gotten through the Twitter shit. We've been wasting so much fucking time on this Xbox shit. Whatever. I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'm not going to try to dig through all this stuff. Xbox is trying to do every genre the most most mediocre way possible. Ignore Bethesda and you'll laugh at the output. Oh, it's fucking it's really really bad. Anyway, I've run my length with this like Asha Sharma stuff. There's really not really too much. We'll finish the rest of this.
To be, or maybe still.
The point that I was trying to make is that like Strauss Zelnick was asked this exact same question about AI in video games and what role AI will play. And he basically said that like, while it is going to make games like it is like, while it can give them help in the process, it's never going to replace what AAA development is. And it's never going to replace video games. And he's basically just like, I let the developers do it and give them money. Yeah, like dude just like straight up gave like the most like chat answer to like the whole AI conversation, and it upset a lot of people in AAA. It has upset a lot of other people, but yeah, it's crazy. Yeah,
Sony
we'll
and
let this
Nintendo,
run out.
but I
It's
don't know
almost
now.
done.
Is
So
it
like a couple more
Roblox or
minutes
Netflix
left.
or TikTok? Like who keeps you up at night?
Honestly, I think our biggest competition is attention. Right now, the next generation's number one thing they want to do is play. So we've got that going for us. But the way that they consume is really different. They want it wherever they are. They want it in shorter bites. They want to be able to customize. They want an open ecosystem. They want.
I don't know. I'm done with it there though. I'll share the video if you guys want to watch it on your own.
An ecosystem. They want.
Because they're just gonna get into more like corpo stuff. It's a good interview though. Interview's solid. Okay, so the reason why I was bringing all that up is because Xbox has been in the news quite a lot lately. People have been talking about all kinds of different things, and one of the things that Xbox is just bringing up, and this is something that's probably really going to, oh, of course they deleted it. Why did they delete it? Okay. All right, I guess I'll use this instead. So, this has been community noted. Xbox is floating the idea of in-game ads, noting that it may have the potential to keep their products affordable. The goal is to ensure that they can continue to fund outstanding work from development teams. Matthew Ball, which is the one that ended up having this pointer, he's the one that brought this up. He is now the new CFO, I believe, at Xbox. CSO, Chief Strategy Officer. That's what he is. Matthew Ball is formerly of Apillion. He is a data and financial researcher that has worked in the games industry or worked for the games industry or just kind of like the tech industry in general for quite a while now. We've talked about him on this channel in the past. I have used his reports that he makes. He makes these yearly reports like the video gaming in 2025 and stuff like that, where he goes over all kinds of different financial data, things that changed, things that went up, things that went down, where layoffs had happened and all kinds of stuff like that. Really good, really useful stuff. An absolutely incredible report. However, the thing is that while I've always enjoyed Matthew Ball's work, I've never enjoyed or agreed with his conclusions. Because anytime that you're going through this kind of data, you're going to come to whatever your conclusions or whatever your like prognosis is, or basically like how can we fix these issues or what's going to change in the future. And in most cases, the guys always came to conclusions that I just absolutely fucking not. Absolutely not. And one of them, as an example, I made a video on at one point that was where he had believed that video games do need to go up to $100 and Grand Theft Auto 6 needs to be the game to do it. and it's the only way for the games industry to be able to recalibrate and connect and make the money that it needs to make and, you know, find its footing again in some ways or something like that, which is all just complete bullshit because these guys have been farming us for microtransactions and services for over a decade now. So no, absolutely not, because that would only make sense if we were actually buying games that were self-contained experiences, but we haven't been sold self-contained experiences for a very long time. So I will absolutely, under no circumstances, hear about how video games need to be $100 when I know for a fact every single game you put out is going to have microtransactions in one way, shape, or form. Even if it's a single-player game, it's still going to have something. You're still going to be adding more money on top of it. And on top of that, that's not even bringing into this, like, into the discussion that, hey, maybe you guys should, I don't know, save money, not spend as much. It's crazy, right? Like, I know, isn't that wild? But yeah, that's where I stand on that. So he corrected what they had said, and he said this is not correct. In the interview, I'm asked about a comment that I had made before I got hired for Xbox. Then I stated that I was only 10 days into the role and that I am not stating the company's plans or beliefs. What I do say, this right here does not matter to me. So one of the reasons why people have been taking down their posts is because they're saying like, oh, Xbox is going to do this or Xbox is thinking about this. You are their CSO. This is something you think. This is a strategy that you believe could have some merit. I don't care if that's not what the company's plans are. I know it's in your head. And you're in that company now. So that's how this works. What I do say is that ads should be used to offer more affordable alternatives alongside today's ad-free experiences in hopes more could play as a result, similar to how Netflix and Disney Plus have ad tiers with the same content but half the price. So at no point did I mention in-game ads. I personally believe interrupting the gameplay experience would be bad. Okay, that's cool. I responded to this saying, I responded saying, entertaining the idea of ads makes you a threat to the hobby and its customers. Once that genie is out of the bottle, it becomes a living nightmare of ever-increasing premiums as the customers try to escape advertising. It's happened on every platform, every single time. I don't care what he thinks. Okay, that's great. You understand, or you say that you think that in-game ads would be really bad for the experience. But you are still entertaining the idea and finding the merit and the value or potential value in including more ads in the experience of players in some way. I don't want somebody like that with that kind of mindset inside of the games industry that's making those kind of decisions. That's where I'm at. So, like, you can make the excuse or you could make the, like, the caveat of, oh, well, you know, that's what I thought before, but that's when before I was a CSO. This is not what Xbox represents. Yeah, but it's still something that you would be okay with okaying if, you know, I don't know, Xbox found a way to ethically include an ad program in one of their services, or in their or, you know, more ads in their dashboard, or maybe ads on the pause screen, right? Something that doesn't interrupt gameplay. We don't want to interrupt the gameplay, but would you put them on your pause screen? Put them on the start screen, right? I mean, who really cares about those? It's not that big of a deal. You don't even got to look at it. All you got to do is just press the button and you're already past it. Which is why that goes into what I say. Once that genie is out of the bottle, it becomes a living nightmare of customers constantly trying to escape advertising. And the premiums and the gateways or the like gatekeeping that a lot of these ads do just increases more and more and more over time to make it where it just becomes more and more either unavoidable for the people that cannot afford to have some of these higher tiered services, or it just becomes increasingly more expensive for the people that can afford to get away from advertising. I don't want it anywhere near video games. I don't want it anywhere near this space, because once it's in, it's never getting out, and it's only going to get worse. That's all it's going to do. And like, for the fact that like anybody would try to challenge that and would like try to argue that position or anything like that, it would be different if it wasn't for the fact that we have seen this happen with every single media service under the sun. Do you guys remember when YouTube used to not have ads? Or as many ads? Do you remember when Twitch had skippable ads? I don't know if Twitch ever did. But like when Twitch didn't have 15 ads in a row, and then didn't have like a premium membership, and then it was just sub to a channel and that was it, right? But then they add other layers in just in case you want to like try to get away from it a little bit more. Do you remember when there are like some things now? Oh, do you guys remember when Amazon Prime also included your TV rental service? Like they're like Amazon Prime Video, but now those two things are separate and it's not with your Prime anymore. It's an add-on to your Prime. Do you guys remember when Netflix and Hulu were like $5 a month? Just using Netflix as an example, Netflix has increased their price, I think, 9 times in the past 6 years. All of that is, and that's like that's the upper rung of people having to continue to climb higher to get away from the pit of ads. Otherwise, they fall in. Like, I don't want it anywhere near this space. I don't want it anywhere near it. And I know it's unavoidable. I know it's coming. It's going to come in the form of Xbox Game or Xbox Game Cloud or whatever it is. It's no, it's already here to begin with, right? GeForce Now. Looking at their plans. If you want to play free on a basic rig, access to 2,000 games, up to 1080p resolution and 60 frames per second, yeah, you just got to watch some ads. Hey. Yeah. Just got to watch some ads. Part of me wants to try this to see like how bad the ads are, because I guarantee that it has to be pretty fucking rough. Especially when you see like how expensive the other how expensive the other tiers are. I want you guys to keep in mind that like this right here is what they want all of gaming to turn into. This is what they want all of gaming to turn into. Just using this as an example, right? Like, so this is $129 for 12 months. Which is not bad, right? Like that's $129. Oh, then it's $200 a month after your first billing cycle. So its real cost is actually $200 a month. Okay, interesting. So it's $200 a year. So $200 a year. How long do you normally keep a video game console for before you upgrade? $7 years? 6, 7? We'll go with 7. I'm gonna tell you right now, I do not spend $1,400 on gaming hardware every set. Like I'm not gonna buy new like for me, I don't buy GPUs that quickly. And I know for a fact that like these kind of prices for people to play on console, $1,400. And by the way, like this is at the beginning, right? We're at the entryway. This is not the price. The funny thing is that during this 12-month period that you're going to be going through this price point, there's a really good chance that $200 a year or $200 a month or $200 a year. Yeah, $200 a year. That $200 a year is going to be more like $250 or $275 by the time that year finishes. But if we're talking about like a 7-year period of where like, you know, if using Netflix as the example, right? Like I said, Netflix increased their price 9 times over 6 years. So, and they increased their price by 60%, I think, through that time, if I'm not mistaken. So if we take $200, which would be $320, is what that price would likely increase to over that time. And we'll say that's probably, I don't know, we'll say that's like, I get you'd have to like, there's a better way for me to do the math. I'm not going to do it like that. Otherwise, it's not going to make any sense. But I guarantee that number is going to be a hell of a lot higher than that $1,400. Look at how they limit gaming sessions. Well, like, okay, I will make the argument for the average player, that makes sense. Because the average player is probably not going to put 100 hours into a game in a month. Look at the... Oh, you're talking about the free ad tier. Oh, no. 1 hour with ads. Is it 1 hour and then you watch ads? Is that what it is? And then you continue to play another hour? That's crazy. That's great. It's just like an alarm that goes off and they're like, your hour is up. Automatically like pauses your game. You hit like some like fire point and like the narrative and like something's going down and you're like, oh shit, you gotta like lean in and they're like burger. Oh no. We are so cooked. We're so cooked. Oh man. It's so cooked, dude. That's so bad. Oh man. Oh, I'd also said this. So somebody else had posted it as well, like reposted it, but I had said, imagine asking someone to pay $70 to $80 for a game while also serving timed ads. Like, and that's kind of like the point that I'm trying to make, is that like while we're gonna say, oh well, it's gonna be because they're gonna be able to do it if they can, you know, like give people, you know, games for like $40 or $30, right? And then you might have some ads on the side, but you're getting the game for a little bit cheaper. That's really not all that bad, right? Not all that bad. Ah, well, eventually it's going to get to the point where it's in the premium game itself, where it's actually in like the full premium price title. Because like they're already having problems like funding and doing all this shit to begin with, right? But I said this is crazy, I know, but what if you guys didn't have Hollywood actors motion capturing fucking cubes and just tried to make something for less than $300 million? I saw this. I've never seen something that makes me feel like so much more justified. Where did it go? Where's the green post? Did I save it? Look at what they took from us. Look at what they took from us. Yeah, here it is. Honestly, that fucking shot of Jack Quaid in a goddamn rectangular PCP pipe mocap rig cemented to me how fucked the AAA industry is. There is absolutely no fucking reason that they needed a celebrity to do motion capture for a fucking cube. He's playing a cube. This is not a necessary use of money. This is why these games cost fucking billions of dollars. It's so true. It's like, it's the most true thing ever. And the funny thing is it's not even just like, it's so indulgent. And when I see this, you want to know the reason why this is going on? This isn't for the actor. This isn't for the game. This is something that the game developers concocted to have a reason to keep a Hollywood actor inside of their studios. Oh my God, wouldn't it be like so funny if we had him come in and Jack Quaid did all the mocap for the cube? It would just be so fun, and he would be here and we could all be friends, and then maybe I'd be able to go to like Hollywood parties, or maybe I could marry him. And we could make like oi Huey jokes. You guys know that's the case. And the funny thing is that you're seeing more of this shit happen constantly. I do not know what happened, but all of a sudden, the next thing you know, now these guys want to include more and more of these Hollywood actors into these AAA games. And the only thing that can make any sense to me as to why these guys would be doing it is because they think that for some odd reason, it's worth spending the money, because they think that they are going to reach an audience through those people. They think that they're going to reach the fan base of people that either watch these guys on TV or watch them in their movies. And it's going to bring a level of prestige that will eventually like draw that audience over to them. Or maybe it's not just their fans. Maybe it literally is just the prestige itself that either gives them access into Hollywood or makes them believe that by stapling Hollywood actors' names on the front of a cover, voiced by or whatever it is, that PR will eventually like bring in more people that are like movie watchers or TV watchers to come and play the games. Oh my God. Hold on. Do I have any mods on YouTube? How the fuck has this guy not got banned? What a fucking weirdo. Dude's like literally spamming in chat fucking free Palestine from Zionist. AAA games are bad, except for Japan, of course. Oh, you're the retard earlier that was like talking about how like I apparently like what do I am I like a fucking cuck for Japan or something like that? Hasanabi destroyed Sloptuber Pegasus. Now Sloptuber grifters are crying like pussies. I don't fucking give a shit about Hassan or anybody like that. Brother, you're on the wrong fucking channel. Take your meds, weirdo. Fucking get out of here. Fucking crackhead. Wait, do they think this is a fucking Asmongold stream? Most normal YouTube comment? For real. I don't know how anybody didn't see that guy. Maybe we might just not have any mods right now. That's what it is. Uh-oh, that's trouble. Bender, thank you for the 5. The devs of God of War Lawfare would 100% do some shit like, oi, gooey, to Jack Quaid. You already fucking know. They probably do it on the regular. And I guarantee that this dude probably is like, holy shit, these people are so fucking lame. Oh my god. Hitting the fent? For real, dude. Like, yeah. Yeah. To be fair, Baldy doesn't stand for that shit either. Yeah, well, but like that kind of spamming or posting would make a lot of sense in an Asmongold stream. It doesn't make any fucking sense here. I don't give a fuck about what's happening halfway across the world. I don't talk about that kind of shit. I could give a fuck less. Like, for me, I just look down and say, that's weird that you'd be posting that shit in my chat. Get the fuck out of here. One thing I love about LD is 100% about gaming. Yeah, I could give a fuck about any of that shit. It's just really weird, dude. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me. It doesn't, like, I'm not interested in that shit. Fuck, I don't even care about politics to begin with. Why would I have to, like, that kind of shit doesn't even have any effect on me. I just see it and I'm just like, well, that's just, like, really fucking weird to be saying here. This is a Wendy's, dude. Yeah. Oh, I saw this. Idris Elba says that James Bond doesn't need to be woke. Bond is big overall. Is big all over the world. The audiences won't go for a black male African character, or black African male character playing Bond. That's not what's in their culture. Period. Bond is so unrealistic. So a hint of reality is good. Oh, Bond is so unrealistic, so a hint of reality is good, but let's not try to make it woke. I think you've got to be, what is this? Oh, I think you've got to be pure for what it is, escapism. Don't try and answer the world's taste. Just be Bond. Yeah, this is what I really like about a response like this is because it really suits like the general conversation around games and media as a whole. Where essentially what's going on is that like you have people that are invading these like different creative works, and when you have something that has like as much historical relevance as like Bond or even some of these video games that we see, the problem is that when you come in and you actually try to push any sort of like identity politics whatsoever, it immediately becomes the most noticeable thing in the room. And the funny thing is that I think in some cases, it's not even like now thinking about it, like I probably would never have, if we rewind the clock like 15 years and they like, we're going to have like a black Bond, I don't think anybody would give a shit. Most people would be like if it's like Denzel or somebody like that, if it's like a cool character or something, like nobody would even think fucking twice about it. The problem is that today, that shit has been used so overtly, so regularly, that even if it was just an innocent change, even if it was just an idea that these guys had that had actually nothing to do with the race, it was just like they just thought it was the character or the actor was a good fit, people would immediately look at it and be like, that's DEI, that's this, that's woke, that's whatever it is. Largely because that exists now, right? Like, it's literally because these guys fucking try to beat everybody over the heads with this shit. Where like now they've made it where even if somebody does want to do something for genuine reasons, it doesn't work anymore because immediately people are going to look at it and they're going to, tell them the clouds are gay, right? They're like, just like we were talking about before, they're going to look at it and be like, there's something wrong. Oh, this is wrong. They're doing this for the wrong reasons. Also, changing a character's race is a disservice to the minority race. To be dependent on another race to get noticed. I wouldn't necessarily take it that far. I don't really think that's necessarily like, that's not really what I'm talking about here. What I'm saying is that like we actually had a point in time, at least from my perspective, or like the eras that I've grown through, where we did actually kind of in the US, we largely kind of got away from the whole like seeing the world through a lens of race. Maybe it's more than 15 years. Maybe you got to rewind the clock even further back than that. But if you would have like a Black Bond in like fucking 2006 or 2008, nobody would have blinked an eye. Nobody would even thought about it. It wouldn't even have been a conversation. Late 90s, early 2000s, yeah. I'm telling you, like back then, nobody would have give a shit. Nobody would be like, oh, okay, that's okay. They wouldn't even thought anything of it. Today, now, the minute that you see any of this like race swapping shit, that's actually what it is. Fuck, how did I not realize that? It's because back then it wouldn't have been race swapping. It was just a character. But today, it's the intention of swapping the race. That wouldn't have been, like, back then, that wasn't race swapping. That was just, we just got a different actor to take over for this role, right? Like, that was it. Today, now it is something that is actually, it has a label. There's an intention behind it that wasn't there before. Johnson, holy shit, man. Thank you for the $99.99. Holy fuck, man. That's crazy generous. Like, it's not necessary, man, but I appreciate it nevertheless. Thank you so much. Hi LD, just wanted to say thanks. You've been a generally positive influence on games in the industry. We all appreciate you. Appreciate it, man. I don't think I'm that influential, but I try my very best, man. All I can do is just keep putting out videos, right? Appreciate it, man. Facts, we just wanted an actor. Yeah. I think that's like the biggest, like, that's the biggest like cultural difference from like everything has intent now, where like that intent wasn't really there before. LD is buying a yacht soon, brother. You need to reconfigure how much money you think YouTubers actually make. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. This does help me. You have no idea. I haven't brought this up yet. I'm moving. And it is going to be, I'm closing on a home soon. Very soon. I will probably be moving out beginning of next month. Buying. Yep. I've saved up a long time to do it. It's the place that I want to be. It's where I've always wanted to be, partially. And I'm like basically I'm like right next to family, like all over the place, completely surrounded on all sides. It's like the spot. It's the spot. Super happy about it all. Sag, no videos for a while. No, I plan on you don't understand, brother. Like I got bills to pay. I gotta be making videos. I can't be going on like long hiatuses. I'm not a streamer, okay? Where these guys are making like fucking 30 grand in a day or something. Like I can't be taking a week off or 2 weeks off to. I guess I can take a week off, but like I can't be taking a month off to stop making videos or whatever. I'm literally probably gonna have like videos that are ready to post when I prepare for the move itself. So then videos will post while I'm working on stuff, and then I'll get everything together and then be like right back at it. There might be like a week break or something like that, or maybe at most 2, hopefully not. But I'm at least prepared for that. But I should have stuff that'll post in that time. Smack Panda, thank you for the 20. Interesting name. The classic example of Samuel L. Jackson as Nick Fury. Yeah, nobody ever thought about Nick, right? And also, like, Sam Jackson just fucking fit into that role perfectly. Like, those first... Nobody even fucking blinked an eye. Nobody even thought about it, I don't think. New setup incoming? Yeah. I'm hoping what I can do is that I'm trying. I want to get the place, like, once it's all done and taken care of, I'm gonna hopefully get the place actually like painted and shit like that too as well. Because I kind of want to just go blacked out. Like blacked out fucking walls. So then I get better light control, and I don't have to like look like a ghost all the time because I have all this shit like, you know, bouncing off all the walls and stuff like that. So we'll have a much more, you know, a much more chill, investigative vibe, right? Much more but I'll still have a bunch of. I'll probably still have lights, and I'll still have a shitload of disc plates and stuff like that before next to me. I'll probably just cover one of the walls, either the side wall. That actually probably look really good now that I think about it, right? Like if we're thinking about for future videos, like if the camera is like little, like maybe angled like this way a little bit more towards like this side of the room, and then the side wall is just like covered with like fucking disc plates and shit. That would actually look pretty sick, to be honest with you. Now I'm thinking about that. I'm already thinking about decorating and whatnot. It's gonna be really cool. Do you want to stay in that house forever? Might just want to be better to use sheets. What? Do you want to stay in that house forever? Might just be better to use sheets. Yeah, I plan on staying in the house for most of my life, if not all of it. And maybe move somewhere else later on in life, but who knows? But yeah, and maybe we get a cat cam too. We'll see. Yeah, probably. Most likely. Maybe. For stream, I'll let him in there, but for videos, I'm probably not. It'll be nice to just, like, have a secluded space. Like, the problem is with this apartment, you guys can't actually see it. Like, my neighbors walk past my front door and walk past my front door, my living room windows every day. And because it's hot as shit out here, my windows are almost always up. So when I'm recording, all these guys can hear me the entire time. Like anytime anybody's walking around, they can hear me as I'm talking on stream. They can hear me as I'm making videos. And I'll sound like a fucking madman when I'm making this shit out or like making videos and whatnot. So imagine walking past and hearing this man crash out over a game. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Think about all the goofy shit that you guys will hear me say in videos sometimes. There you go. People are walking by hearing that shit. Probably being like, what the fuck is this dude talking about? As they're like walking past and all of a sudden they just hear me go, what did I say? It happened yet again. These, you know, like just stupid shit, right? Fady, thank you for the 20. Appreciate that. Well, here's a couple coffees for the moving day. Appreciate it. Thank you for the 20, man. Appreciate that. Congrats on the home and happy cabin. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. That is also the other nice thing. I'll be like near a bunch of like campgrounds and shit like that and really cool stuff. It's gonna be nice. 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 All right. So let's continue on. Let's continue on. We got that out of the way. Oh, I wanted to go and watch. I feel really bad. I wanted to go see this. So this was actually the conversation. Xbox's Matthew Ball talking to Christopher Dring. I actually met Christopher Dring when I went to the event.
Games are going to be console exclusive going forward, and which ones might we still see on PlayStation and Nintendo?
Christopher Dring, really nice guy. I've always really liked his work as well, actually.
So I can tell you how we're thinking about it. We have an internal framework and a strategy that we're using to approach exclusives on and off platform. I'll start with a quick recap. We announced yesterday that there were 2 titles, one coming this year, one coming next year. Doing 2 titles was important. We could have announced Clockwork was going to be exclusive later at the end of the year when we got closer and closer to the 25th anniversary. We could have kicked off 2027 by talking about that as an exclusive. It was important for us to include 2 titles so that people understood this was not a one-off. It was not a commemorative. We were not saying it's our 25th anniversary, it's Gears' 20th anniversary, we're returning to Xbox, here's an exclusive.
I'm sorry, bro. This whole like Xbox going exclusive thing has to be the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And the fact that anybody thinks it's a good idea is just like fucking mind-blowing to me. So I'm going to give you guys a couple reasons why. First reason, Xbox games suck. They just don't push copies. Most of the Xbox like audience, the people that are really interested in their games or their type of games, most of those people are probably using Game Pass to begin with, so they could really give a shit less whether or not that game is exclusive or not. So like these guys just couldn't care less. The other thing is that like just in general, Xbox games just don't have any motion. We know, like, I like go through the list because we're talking about multi-platform, right? Starfield. Absolutely explosive first day, fell off a cliff and never returned. And that was like within the same week of that game's launch, effectively, right? Game came out it already lost like most of its players by the end of that month. Within a couple of weeks, cooked, done, finished. Single player game, sure. Bethesda game doesn't make sense, especially when you think about that in context of, I don't know, Elder Scrolls, Skyrim. Or no, what do people play? Skyrim Special Edition. 30,000 players online right now. Yeah. Well, the all-time peak is lower. This is a re-release, I believe, right? So obviously you're not going to get, this is 2016 is when it came out. So you're not going to get like a massive uptick from that, but still, yeah. Not good. What else did they have? So Forza is doing really well. I think Forza is actually still doing pretty solid, right? Like this game is actually cooking. It's a really good game. I have no shit. There's zero shit I can talk about this game outside of its narrative, which is super lame. It's like, it sucks, but the gameplay is really good. So like as a racing game, the game's fire. I have nothing to say. Yeah, biggest Xbox W. No, it's just playground games. Like they are insanely consistent. Like Forza Horizon 5, fantastic game. Horizon 4, fantastic game. Like these guys have always done well. They've always done well. So there's no shit for me to talk there with them. What else? Avowed? Zero motion. No motion whatsoever. Outer Worlds? No motion. Nothing there. Doom the Dork Ages. No motion. Especially when you go and you compare this to Doom Eternal? Gears Reloaded. Nothing. So these guys have actually just flat out not been able to move their games. It's either been popular on Game Pass and that has luckily been able to drive their Game Pass subscriptions, or it's just not moving at all. Now, don't get me wrong, like they've been able to, and keep in mind, one of the reasons why they've been able to find any profit in some cases has been because they went multi-platform. If it like they weren't like, you have to keep in mind that Xbox currently is the smallest of the gaming platforms. Like it's smaller than PC, it's smaller than PlayStation, it's smaller than Nintendo, right? So that means that they have the smallest player base to be able to sell games to on their own platform. They have to sell to everybody else to be able to make their money. What happens when you start selling your games but only on your platform? Now, I fully understand the reason that they're doing it is to try to extend the amount of people that they have, bring in more people. But the problem is that you actually have to be able to have the kind of experiences to be able to do something about that. And knowing that Xbox is already working on another console, why the fuck would I want to buy an Xbox Series X right now? Or Series S? Their exclusives are still going to Steam. Yes, they're still going to go to PC. But you get what I'm saying, right? Like the whole reason that they're making their games exclusive, or the whole reason that they're making their games exclusive is to be able to drive their console sales. But the problem is that you actually don't have any games that are worthwhile enough to be able to drive console sales at all. So And then on top of that, to add another barrier to this is that at the exact same time, you guys are working on another console. There's not a bunch of exclusive games to even play on the Xbox because they've been selling their games on all platforms to begin with, right? Like you're not going to buy the Xbox for two singular like exclusive games, right? Like you buy a console for the exclusive library, right? So like my Nintendo Switch 2, I bought that because of the extensive library of exclusive games that are made by Nintendo that I want to play, which there are plenty. There are, especially when you're somebody that I didn't really buy too many games from the Nintendo Switch era anyway. So there's like a bunch of stuff for me to be able to get into with that. But yeah, so like this is self-harm. This is self-harm. It's for brand, I guess, but you're just going to cause yourself more financial troubles. A lot more. Let's see here. I think I might have even said something around it. Oh, I'd seen this. So I guess Asmongold had said something about exclusivity.
I don't want exclusives. I don't like this idea that you have to, buy an Xbox or you have to buy a PlayStation or you have to buy.
Is there somewhere else that has a clip of this? I like how I love how people put their own, like, how much of a rat fuck do you have to be to put a put your own logo over somebody else's content? Not only just you put it all over this. You put an Xbox and a PlayStation logo and then stole a clip from Asmon's stream and you're like, yeah, this is my content. Man, I make good content.
I don't want exclusives. I don't like this idea that you have to, buy an Xbox or you have to buy a PlayStation or you have to buy a Nintendo Switch. Like, there is no benefit for the customer that a video game is locked to a single console. Like, it's not good for anybody. Like, in a perfect world, every video game would be playable on every console, and it would also be playable on PC. I don't understand why you have people that are literally celebrating consumer-unfriendly practices, like console exclusivity. Why is it a good thing that more people buy a PlayStation? Does that even matter? Who cares? It's necessary, though? Well, if it's necessary to tie your entire business model through something that is that consumer-unfriendly, then maybe you have a bad business model to begin with, right?
One, editor, find the actual clip. Don't use this shit. I don't want this dude's logo all over my channel. Two, he's right. He's right. He's 100%. I've always said this. I've said this from the very beginning. I think that exclusivity is the weakest form of competition. By focusing on game exclusivity, what you are essentially doing is refusing to compete based on the effectiveness or the value of your hardware or the value of your own services. Which means that those two areas tend to be the most ignored when it comes to the customers. How do I know that's the case? Look at Epic Games. Epic is so fixated on the idea of exclusivity and buying third-party exclusive rights to be able to have games on their platform on PC that they put next to no effort into the actual storefront or into the service itself, which is the reason why Epic has just not been able to gain any foothold in the games industry whatsoever, at least on their PC storefront. They haven't been able to do anything about it because they're not interested in competing on their services. They're interested in competing by trying to corner the market in some way, by trying to bait the customers over or bait the developers over by either using free games, by using exclusivity, or by using critically low payouts or percentage takes that they take from some of these game developers that put their game on there. That's the perfect representation of exactly what he's talking about here, shown just on one single storefront. And it's probably one of the best examples that you could possibly use. Now, I'm going to give you what my take on this is. I had responded to this saying that first party exclusives made by the platform holder are fine and should be there to drive competition, make better games, and offer better prices. Sadly, we don't get much of that anymore. It used to be the case. If you are your own publisher, if you're the platform holder, right? Like if you're a PlayStation and if you are PlayStation and you want to make PlayStation games, I have no problem with that. And like, would I like those games to be multi-platform? Yes. Do I think you're like not necessarily, do I think it's kind of coward-like behavior to compete in that way? Kind of. I'm not really a huge fan of it. I don't think that it's very consumer friendly, especially when there's so many other platforms that are out there but at the same time, I recognize that they have to make their platforms attractive in some ways, and exclusives definitely help them in that route. If it's your platform and you are making that game, it makes complete sense that you want to make that game only for your platform. I have no problem with that. Do I think it's consumer unfriendly? Yes, to some degree. What I actually have an issue with is third-party exclusivity. Third-party exclusivity, where they go out and they buy the publishing rights of a game to make it where the only storefront that you can buy that game on is theirs. They didn't make that game. They just helped fund a little bit of its development, and then they bought the publishing rights. They bought the exclusive rights to that game. That I view as one of the most toxic things in the entire games industry that shouldn't exist under any circumstances, because that is these companies essentially going out and, well, gatekeeping you and your choices. They are forcing you to use this other platform for the experience that you're looking for that you otherwise would have had access to anyway. Using Epic as an example again in this case, Epic goes around and they find studios that maybe financially might be having some problems. And they go, we'll pay for half your development. They go, you're saving us. But it's going to be exclusive to our platform. These studios that are about to go out of business or not going to be able to finish their game go, okay, that's better than us losing the company, right? Then they sell it on Epic Game Store. Then nobody buys it, or only a few people buy it. And then eventually it goes multi-platform and they end up capturing more sales. And then now all of a sudden that developer is on the tit again, because they didn't make the money that they needed to be able to fly off their, fly using their own wings with the next game, or with the game that they made. So they're going to need that same help from that publisher again. Looking at you, Remedy, that's exactly what happened to them. They became dependent on the sauce when it came to Epic Games. They needed to have Epic Games backing, otherwise they weren't going to be able to make anything else. They wouldn't be able to afford to. That much is proved by the performance of their games and how they continue to fail to meet their financial targets. Don't get me wrong, I know a lot of people have had a lot of shit to talk about, like Alan Wake 2. If that game was multi-platform, it would have sold more copies. It would have sold more copies. You can't tell me it wouldn't. Of course it would. But that's the gamble that they're taking. The gamble that they take is the fact that, do I think the more copies I would have sold would have made up for the money that was paid to me for the exclusive rights? Lords of the Fallen 2 is taking that gamble. And I think they're going to win. I think they're going to win. I do. And then they're going to be completely free. They're not going to have to worry about using a third-party publisher for backing just to be able to make sure that they can continue to make games. They won't have to worry about exclusivity. All they got to do is just put their game out wherever they want to. I view third-party exclusivity as not only fundamentally consumer unfriendly, but also as something that is just genuinely toxic for the games industry as a whole. And in some cases, might be really crazy for me to say this, if a company cannot survive without being able to take that kind of financial backing from a publisher to be able to make their games, and they find themselves stuck in that loop where they constantly need that help, then you probably shouldn't be making games. if you constantly need a bailout to be able to make your game, then you're just either spending too much money or you're just not good enough at making games. So there's a lot of natural selection that hasn't been able to go on in the games industry because of some of these like publishers that have been funding some of these games. And the funny thing is, like, a lot of people will disagree with that point because, like, especially a lot of people in the games industry and a lot of people in like games writing and journalism and stuff, because it's like, oh, well, you know, we should be supporting their creativity. We should be supporting these studios. They should be able to make more games. They should be able to do this, that. No. I think that, like, there needs to be a natural death of ideas. And because, like, that death doesn't happen as regularly as it should, bad ideas haven't been filtered out of the games industry fast enough. And as a result of that, you've had people that have somehow been able to retain a position at a company for 6, 10 years, making games that didn't actually make any money, were never actually successful, but you now actually have you actually have credentials, right? Or maybe it's not even that long. Maybe it's like 2 years or 3 years or 4 years or whatever it might be. But you have these people that are building up these credentials to look like game developers. They go and get a job somewhere else when the company that they were with should have failed. And they should have been back on the job market with very little experience. Get what I'm saying? Picking up what I'm putting down? Bad ideas would have been filtered out of the games industry a hell of a lot faster if that was the case. If this like heat death was going on with some of these games, these failed games that shouldn't even be around. There's just been way too many things that have like survived for way too long. They just straight up like copy pasted this character or like this skin into fucking Destiny 2. So fucking stupid. I saw somebody running around as it and I was like, this shit looks so ugly, dog. That shit looks so ugly. So Destiny 2, I didn't get to cover any of this stuff. Destiny 2 won. That's right. Not only did Destiny 2 win, motherfuckers are still playing it right now. Destiny still has people that are playing it right now. So the game ended up reaching a peak concurrent player count of, what was it? 167,000 players? 130,000 players are still playing it right now. Right now. The only reason I haven't been playing it the last couple of days is because I'm trying to finish my PoE league. But now that... So I brought this up. I think this is actually really important. So they said... We sent the message. I want to say that first. The message has been sent. There is absolutely no way that Sony didn't receive it. And if they don't understand how to be able to take action on that message... I mean, it kind of goes to prove just how bad they are and what kind of position that Bungie and both Sony are in right now. But I had originally posted on this saying that Destiny 2, 140,000 peak concurrent players. It ended up going even higher than that. On a weekday while most people are at work. And on an update that's not even an expansion, pacing to double Marathon's all-time concurrent peak, which it did. Sony failed with nearly all live service bets they've made. You've had a winner the whole time. Wake up, Sony. It's crazy to me that the company that has been chasing a live service win, that had, we'll say one effectively with Helldivers 2, even though that one's kind of still, the jury's out on that because those guys have never really been able to hold that community together. So you had 12 games. 11 have died. I'm just going to say that Hunter's Gathering is dead. For narrative purposes. Surely that won't actually happen. Same thing goes for Fair Games, which now they're calling Breakout or something. I can't remember. Like, they changed the name of it. It has a new name now. Break In, maybe? I don't know. Maybe they could blame that on why the game disappears. They'd be like, somebody broke in. I don't know what happened. So you have, effectively, you went 11 and 12. Sorry, you went 1 and 12. Them's not good odds. Those are really bad odds, especially when you think about the financials behind that and realize that these guys probably blow billions of dollars on this. Just down the drain. Just evaporated into thin air. It's gone. It's gone. Where'd it go? I have no idea. But the entire time, You guys had a declining live service game, not a failed live service game. No, you had a declining live service game. And the only reason that people hadn't been playing it is because you hadn't given them a reason to play it. And I saw a bunch of people talking shit. Holy shit, I saw a bunch of people talking shit. I had somebody right here. Damn, so where are all these Destiny fans when Bungie released Renegades? All of these fair weather fans are so performative. Even you, LD, covering Destiny's imminent death and not rallying for its support. The switch up is crazy. The minute that all of a sudden everybody was like proven right, hey, there are a bunch of people that actually do care about Destiny. There's a ton of people that want to play Destiny. Just that Destiny isn't very good and you're not giving them a reason to play. The minute that started happening, all of a sudden you had these other fans that come out of the woodwork and go, why haven't you been supporting it the entire time? I'm a real fan for supporting it the entire time. No, you're a fucking slop-sucking moron. Not this guy. We had a bit of a misunderstanding. we reached an understanding later. This guy actually watches stuff. I'm not specifically talking shit to him, but I am going to bring up his comments because his comments do kind of suit the conversation. But there was a lot of this kind of stuff. Oh, look at all these like fair weather fans. Look at all these grifters. Look at all this stuff, right? Oh, this one's really good. This one's really good. Destiny 2 is a live service, dumbass. Marathon doesn't need 700k players to be profitable, dumbass. D2 was not shut down for Marathon, dumbass. So, since he said Marathon does not need 700,000 players to be profitable, I hit him with the, we don't need player counts to be super huge and successful, high guard devs say, before foreshadowing their own death. I love how even PC Gamer says the internet's gonna internet. What are all these gamers complaining, saying this game's gonna die? Oh, fuck, it died. I absolutely love how some of these writers have such like a hostile view of the audience and don't realize that the audience is always right. The audience is always right in matters of taste. So when we say something's gonna die, if there's enough people saying it, it's going to die. It is going to die. I also remember there was another game called Marathon that also had a lot of people saying it was going to flop. Looks like people are also, wishing that into reality. Didn't they have a free weekend? How did that go? They're not on the top. They're on the top 15? They're on the top 15? Oh, no. It's not that low. It can't be that low. I'm just missing it. Right? Where is it? Did I miss it? There. Oh. So before the update, they were hitting like 10k players. Holy fuck, these guys were so cooked. No shot. They effectively had zero retention. They had the free weekend, and then none of those players stuck around. And they only ever hit half of their peak. What the fuck is the solution here? There's just no, like, do they split gate to it? Do they split gate it? Where they like tear it down, like they take it down and then they do like a soft reboot? They're like, we're gonna refund everybody. We're gonna relaunch it as free to play, but it's also gonna have PvE. The soft reboot ever? No. No, it doesn't. Do you know what a soft reboot, like effectively what a soft reboot is? It's like going, do you guys remember going on breaks with girlfriends? We just need to take a break. We just need to reboot, right? How those reboots work? There are no breaks. Yeah. Yeah. They won't come back, little bro. You know what the funny thing is? It was never me. It was never them that didn't come back. It was my ass. My ass was like, oh, okay, you would take a break. I got places to be. I got places to be. I got somewhere to go. Smack Panda. Oh, Final Fantasy 14 is the only real example. Final Fantasy 14 was not a soft reboot. Final Fantasy 14 nuked itself. Not even figuratively. Literally nuked itself. And then made it lore. Then made it canon lore. No Man's Sky didn't soft reboot. No Man's Sky just fixed their game. There's not a game to be fixed here. The problem, the problem with like Marathon's not suffering from the Final Fantasy well, maybe kind of a little bit actually. No, like conceptually, I don't know what it is. I can't tell you. I wish I could. There's something reputationally or just like conceptually wrong with Marathon. And for whatever reason, people just don't like it. They just don't like it. I don't have a better explanation for that. I don't like, so I saw this recently. I saw somebody post something that I wanted to, I thank God I'm remembering this. We haven't even gotten to my likes it yet. This guy posted and he said, if Marathon fails, so does Bungie. If Marathon succeeds, then Bungie lives to pitch Destiny 3 one day. It's not a guarantee, but it's the closest thing we're getting right now. The boycotting by creators only erodes the chances of what they really want. Gun to my head between D3 and Marathon, I'm picking the former. We got Marathon though, so let's make the best of it. Also, just sell the IP. People need to take their medications. In no world would Destiny ever go in anybody else's hands other than besides Bungie to feel right. Maybe I trust BioWare, but that's a stretch. All in all, actually give Marathon a shot in the future on a future free weekend. If you haven't, it's a great game that deserves respect. That's not how this shit works. One, this is also just straight up copium, okay? This idea of, oh, hey, just financially and, emotionally support the game that you don't want to have anything to do with for the slight and very slim chance that you actually get what you want in the future has never worked before, and it's never going to work. Beyond that, even if it could, people still aren't going to do it because supporting a live service game means continuous support and dedication to that game. It means concurrent player numbers constantly. It means you playing that game every single week, if not at least once a day or every other day or whatever it is. Like, it means you dedicating a significant amount of your time and your money to something you fundamentally are just not interested in. And that's what the problem with Marathon is right now. It has nothing to do with content creators. People can come up with these ideas. It's so fucking funny to me that for whatever reason, people actually think that, like, video game like content creators and streamers actually have any real influence over like who plays things or what they actually like. I might get you interested in something, but if I talk shit about a game that you like, if I talk shit about a game that's actually good, that video won't work. People won't like that. People won't listen to me. There were plenty of people that were trying to make videos calling Baldur's Gate 3 woke garbage that nobody should play. Didn't work. Not even in the slightest. Not even in the slightest. There were plenty of people that were making videos talking shit about Elden Ring when it came out and how far it had strayed away from Dark Souls and how Dark Souls was the more pure form and the better game. And this is them trying to make their Zelda, or this is them trying to make a game for everybody, or whatever else it is. It was Elden Ring, or it was From Software going mainstream. That content went nowhere. That's not how this works. But I don't think, and by the way, because I haven't even checked this, are you a YouTuber? You are. Thousand subs. 16K. Okay. 16K. Okay. Usually when I see people put YouTube partner in their bio, it's because they actually think that it's like some type, like it is initially, like when you first get started, like believe me, when I first hit YouTube partner, or like when my channel got monetized, I thought it was the coolest thing ever in the entire world. And that support and stuff like that is something that I more or less just gave to my audience. I didn't actually like put it on my profiles and shit, because I thought that shit was kind of stupid, because it's like, oh, I can make money off of my channel now. Like I don't really need to like announce that to the entire world. So that makes a lot of sense though. So like smaller YouTuber. This is not throwing shade, by the way, if this guy ever sees this for whatever reason. It's just it's something that you learn over time. To be a successful content creator, successful content almost always is confirming somebody else's opinion. It's confirmation bias. Successful content is built off of confirmation bias. Now, there are some people that do that inauthentically, right? You'd probably call that grifting or something like that. Or you have some people that are lucky enough where, like, they just so happen to just stay in the vein and just so happen to share the same opinion as a whole lot of other fucking people. They just share the opinion of a whole lot of, and like when that happens naturally, that confirmation bias happens naturally, where you just share the same opinion as a bunch of other people, and you're also entertaining and interesting. That's where you find a lot of success on YouTube, or a lot of success in content creation, right? So, what that means is, since nobody on YouTube is watching marathon content, that's because they're not interested in it. People only watch content that they're interested in. And since people aren't watching that kind of content, and they're not watching positive content about marathon, then they're not playing it. They're not going to be interested in it. It's not that the content creators are the ones that are forming the opinion around it. It's not that the content creators are the ones that are forming taste. It is the audience that is the one that forms taste. It is the audience that is the one that forms popularity. So, fundamentally, for whatever reason, and I honestly can't even quantify it myself, it could be something to do with reputation. It could be something to do with the look of the game. It could be something to do with the game mechanically. It could be to do with something with the niche. People do not want to play marathon. And going online and saying we need to support this game to be able to get a Destiny 3 is not going to get anybody to play this game. And maybe if it does, it's going to get like 5 or 6 just absolutely coked up retards that are just like, this is the only way. And they sit there 6 hours a week or 8 hours or 10 hours a week playing it. And they're just like, I hate this so much, but if I just dedicate myself to it, then I can give Bungie time to make my, like, it's not, what are we doing? People just do not like marathon. And the faster that like people just come to terms with it is the like faster that they can just move on. And Sony can figure out whether or not they're just going to nuke Bungie entirely or if they're going to move on to something else. But they're going to have to shit or get off the pot pretty quick because it's just not working. And I don't understand why these guys keep pushing. That's the problem. Like I understand because like Sony can't do it because of reputation, like reputational damage. They cannot just shut the game down right now. They can't do it. But it's just not working. It's just not working. Oh, I saw this.
Long ago, there was a land called Hyrule, created by beings of supreme divinity. At the very edge of this kingdom, there lay a small forest. Within it, an ancient solitary tree quietly watched over the inhabitants of the forest.
The edging of the song. I know. That's like the one thing that like it's like play it. Do 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 do. Just play the fucking song.
Dwellers were called the Kokiri. Each had a fairy companion, and they lived out their innocent lives in these woods. However, there was one particular boy who did not have a fairy.
I don't understand why they're showing the Triforce on his hand. Only motherfucking Nintendo. Only Nintendo would be like, bro, all these guys, all these Xbox dudes, and these PlayStation, you know, they come out with all their game shows, and you got Summer Games Fest, and these guys all think they got that like, oh, you know, we're gonna do one more game. Yeah. How about Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time? Oh, and by the way, it's coming out in a few months. It's actually crazy how like easy it is for these guys. It is. This is the one where it's just like, you know, you talk about like like millennials being like the easiest people to sell stuff to. I'll be there like minute one with this. This is like the quintessential game of all games. Like, it is. I don't know what else to say. Like, for me, it is. I don't know if it is for everybody else, but for me, Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time was that game. It was that game. The amount of times that I played this game on my N64, dude, I think it's like the only thing that I like. Like, this is like when I think of like the old days, back in the before times, right? Back in the before times, where it felt like I would play games forever. This was that game that I played forever. Like, I still, like, I don't know, like, biannually will still play this game. Because it just is that good. It really is that good. Is it simple? Yeah. Is it easy? Water Temple. But, yeah, like, for the most part, yeah, like, the boss fights and stuff like that, like, everything in the game is, like, really, really simple. But it's just this, it's the sense of scope and the sense of adventure and the sound and the music and the everything, the secrets and the dungeons and the puzzles and all that stuff and it's so fucking good. It's so good. There's a PC version that you can play at 60 FPS and it's a randomizer. It's so good. Oh, that's interesting. I've never tried that before. For me, it was Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask is really good as well, but like this was the game that it was like, man, this fucking game. I saw there was like an image that I had online somewhere. It's probably on my gram. Let me see if it is. Let me see. I still have it. Bruh. Oh, let me screenshot this. Okay, let's send it to myself. Hold on, I'll show you guys this. Let me pull it up. I took this picture when I first moved into my first apartment when I was like 21. When I was like living on my own, living in my first apartment. I was like 21, 22. That was how I spent my first night in my first apartment. The picture that shows the life of a king. Yeah, it was perfect. And I believe the TV that I had at the time was like one of those I remember when like 27-inch screen, like those 27-inch TVs, or like, I guess it'd probably been like more like probably 30 or something, maybe a 32-inch. Like a 32-inch screen was like the biggest thing in the entire fucking world. Peak male experience. I wish I still had all of the old pictures from this apartment, because like it was this small living room area where I had like this coffee table and my N64 and my NES and my Sega that were hooked up to a TV. And then I had couches that surrounded it. And then to the side was a pool table. And then outside of that, there was nothing else in this fucking apartment other than my bed that sat on the floor. And like this like 1970s like glass end table that I used as a nightstand. Projection TV, plasma? No. It was an LCD. It was the LCD ones that like the early LCD ones that still had like that like still actually had like the jacks in the back where you didn't have to like the ones that would only come with like one HDMI or like two maybe if you're lucky. LCD, but this is like, I mean, this is long ago, but it wasn't that long ago. It's not like it's not like the N64 just came out at that time. Like, the fuck? Go OLED? Well, I mean, like now I have a, yeah, now I have an OLED. But yeah, I would like, I don't know, like I think back then, I think that my LCD was like probably like that thick or something like that, maybe in the back. No, it wasn't one of the big ones, but yeah. CRT was the experience. It was. But this is like my game, dude. Like I am such a fucking, like I will talk shit all day. I will talk shit all day about Nintendo. Disney, sorry. Zelda is my Disney adult. That is my Zelda is my millennial kryptonite. Just like X-Men. X-Men and Zelda are my millennial kryptonite. I'm weak, just like everybody else. I am weak, just like everybody else. So you talk shit on Pokemon fans and look at you. I like Pokemon too. I don't like what they've done with the new games. I mean, I still put in like fucking 60 plus hours into Z&A. It was one of those things where I'm like, I sat back and I started playing that game to like review it, right? And then I was like, the whole time I'm like, man, this shit is ass. This shit is so ass. This shit is ass. This shit is so like I'll talk shit, but like you dumbass will still fucking play it. It was absolutely ass. I'm not gonna deny that. The last great Pokemon game was Red and Blue for me. I mean, let's be realistic. I mean, Red and Blue were good, but like, nah, dog, nah. I could probably respect somebody if they were like Soul Silver, right? Heart of Gold, Soul Silver, or something like that, maybe. What are we talking about? Like the Pokemon, even the Pokemon games on the fucking on the DS were fucking great. Black and White 1 and 2 were really good. I enjoyed those. Black and White 2, I think, if I'm mistaken, I think Black and White 2, my buddy and I had picked that up, and then we were getting ready to get an apartment. We're gonna be moving in together. And it's how and we trained up Pokemon teams to see who could win, so that and whoever won and had the better team by the time, because we would duel each other, whoever won got the master bedroom at the new apartment. I lost. I was so fucking mad. I was so mad. And then that guy lost his job and he couldn't pay rent anymore. And then I got a raise. So then he left and then I had the whole apartment to myself. So I still won in the end. Did you know all the EV training and all that stuff? No, actually. That's the reason why he beat me, because that motherfucker knew all that shit. And I didn't even know that was even a thing. Like, I wasn't really playing Pokemon like that, you know, back then. It was just like this goofy thing that like an idea that like we came up with. And that motherfucker, like, he did some like weird strategy with something that made it where like I couldn't even deal damage to him at any point or anything like that. Like, he did some like weird fucking swap strategy shit, while also making sure that all of his dudes had like their EVs trained to be like perfect and had like their stats perfect. It was so obnoxious. It was so obnoxious. Substitute. Yeah, he substitute locked me, and then he EV trained all of his fucking units. Baton pass substitute. That's what it was. Yeah. Sweats ruined my casual experience. That's what I was so. That's why I was like most of me was mad just because of the fact that, like, you know, fuck, I don't get the master bedroom now. The main part of me that was the most upset though was actually just the part of me that got fucking dicked on by a dude that was like sweating his ass off trying to win that room, and I was like, I didn't know we were playing like that, dude. And he was like so casual about it. Oh, how would I not know? And I'm like, I told you I haven't played Pokemon in like fucking years. Why would I know about EV training and shit? I'm like, brother, I was playing these games when there weren't even guides. Where you have to buy a magazine to find out about fucking missing? No. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Half the reason live service games fail is because sweats don't let casuals play normally. True. Is there anything else? I met a lot of cool creators and stuff like that. S-Fan, super fucking nice guy. Insanely nice dude. What a genuine guy. Same Mighty Keith, actually. Him and I had I think we had dinner and drinks right after the Summer Games Fest announcements and watched one of the basketball games. Really nice guy as well. Jake Baldino and Skill Up are really, really fucking helpful. Like, I wouldn't have known to be able to do half the stuff, or I probably wouldn't even have got half my meetings if it wasn't for the fact that these dudes told me what to do. S-Fan looks like a chill guy. Super nice dude. Super, super nice dude. Let's see here. What is this? Oh, this is really cool. Okay. Here's the Summer Games Fest titles that got the most new wish list between June 2nd and 8th from Analea Analytics estimates. So, Resident Evil, 522,000 wish lists within 6 days. That's crazy. Fucking 500,000 wish lists, and they don't even know when the game's release date is yet. That's crazy. Guild Wars 3 is a surprise. Are you surprised that it got that many wish lists, or are you surprised that it's actually like a thing? I'm not surprised by the wish list. I think that people are genuinely desperate for a new MMO. And the funny thing is that while I don't really have much of an interest in getting involved in an MMO, part of me has always wanted to try Guild Wars 2 because the people that do play Guild Wars 2 really fucking love that game, dude. Really love that game. And it's always made me partially interested to see what the experience is like. And if anybody had the flexibility to actually make a new MMO in the 2020s, it'd be Guild Wars. Because I think that I don't think that Square Enix has the flexibility to do so anymore. I think that they're far too dependent on the money that they make from Final Fantasy XIV to think about trying to split that audience in any way, or think about trying to wind down Final Fantasy XIV in any way. World of Warcraft is not going anywhere. They're not going to make a sequel to World of Warcraft. Not until World of Warcraft is actually on a cascading downwards trend where they're we're gonna fail. We're gonna go out of business. And there are just a lot of people that just everybody wants a new MMO. But the problem is that nobody's really stepped up to the plate with anything that's been worthwhile to actually do anything about, right? The funny thing is that maybe I'm wrong. I think that the best chance that we had at a new MMO, and it was the biggest swing and a miss that I've seen ever. I thought it was going to be Destiny 3 would have been a really good shot, by the way. I think Destiny 3 could still work for sure. I think Destiny in general could still work if it was done the right way and fixed, and also not nearly as predatory. Ashes of Creation? No. Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis. Phantasy Star Online 2 is the OG, actually fire. Really, just a lot of fun. It's a weird game. It's a very weird MMO, but PSO2, Neon Genesis or whatever it was called, it was supposed to, if that game actually had been something that was a lot more approachable to the common player and was but still really fun, it would have worked. But they botched that release so bad. They dropped the ball with dude, they dropped the ball so hard it was fucking crazy. I'd never seen anything like it. Especially because that's Sega's cash cow. That's where they've been making most of their money for video games for a long time. NGS content cadence is so bad. Yeah, and the problem is because they effectively, so what happened to those guys is that they botched the launch, and then after botching the launch, they weren't able to support it because I think largely they just kind of didn't they just didn't get the green light to do so because there wasn't enough there wasn't enough people spending money or playing the game to justify the expenditure. Maybe I'm not really too sure. Where's the game at now? I haven't heard anything about it. I had a really good time. There was a good 2 straight years where a buddy of mine was have you played Phantasy Star? And I was even the one on Dreamcast? And he's Yeah, the sequel. And I was like, there's a sequel? There's a sequel? And he's like, yeah. I was like, I didn't even fucking know that. And then I picked up the game and I started playing. I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck is going on. I have no idea what's going on. And then he like started walking me through it, and I started looking at guides, and I started playing it. And I'm just like, dude, this game is just so, like, the combat is just so fun in that game. Like, moment to moment combat, fighting stuff is just so much fun. And also there's something like really funny and just goofy and like endearing about like when you're doing the missions and stuff like that, and you just hear like the announcer in the background. It's just like, best. Shit like that. I don't know. It's fun, man. It's just a really fun, like, high energy game with a ton of depth, a ton of like build depth and stuff like that, and like a shitload of like, holy crap, the amount of like gameplay that you have at your fingertips when you play like PSO2 is just nutty. And then they dropped New Genesis, and they were just like, it was the most bleak thing I've ever seen in my life. It was so bad. I think Guild Wars 2 combat is going to be adjacent to Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis. Maybe. New Genesis combat and stuff is really good. And I think the game still looks really pretty. But yeah. I don't know. Part of me actually wants to go check out New Genesis at one point just to see where it is today, because it's crazy how bad that is. Build depth is gone in New Genesis. Why are they like that? The problem is that they like think that they have to like appeal to like wider audiences by simplifying their game. That's why I love the dudes over at Path of Exile so much, because those guys are just like, fuck it. They're like, we'll make the game easier to read. We're not going to make it easier to play. Amsterdam 1666 got 383k likes. That game was really interesting. Like, I'm not really too sure about it. We'll see. It comes from the guy that created, is the guy that made the original Assassin's Creeds. So we'll see where that goes. Lords of the Fallen 2 taking 4th place with 182k wish list. Awesome. Awesome. I told people that they should everybody should go do it. I'm really happy to see that these guys were like one of the most wishlisted games as a result of like their announcement. But I still don't think like enough people are aware that these guys have gone to Steam yet. I'm not really sure. I think it's that, and like also like the media has done their absolute best to try to portray these guys in the most negative way possible. So they've kind of been like mocked a lot online. I think they've kind of done their own thing as well to like try to like combat that. But they need a showcase. They need like a more in-depth showcase of gameplay and stuff like that. Really break shit down. Get people involved in some way. I think the game's really shaping up to look good. Somebody said, I think they dropped a teaser trailer today. I'm not watching this shit. I will another day, probably. I have too much shit to talk about. Pause this music. Visual clarity for the game is like so much better than the first one. Holy shit. And it's not even just like, oh, like Unreal Engine, impressive graphics, look at all the like textures and shit. No, it's like, it's actually just the lighting differences that like make the game a lot more like visible. This looks really good. Combat animations are really solid. I'm gonna end up playing a fucking chick, aren't I? I saw some of like the hot babe armor. I have a thing for character action games and hot babes in bikini armor. I'm just gonna say it. Just proud. I say it proud. I'll probably want to play like dual wielding rogue daggers or something like that. Some hooded chick with her legs showing. That's what I like. That's what I like. A little bit of mid-drift, maybe, you know what I mean? A little bit of that sauce. Did I talk about Stellar Blade 2? No, we'll watch that after this. Sick. Oh, that's kind of cool. I like that. It looked like you can actually like find a weak spot and hit a weak spot. See, that's the kind of shit that I'd be dressing. That's the kind of shit I'd be wearing right there. I'll be throwing that on a chick real quick. Yeah. Motherfucker looks creepy as shit. Okay. Bro, you guys are not gonna beat the fucking Dark Souls allegations. You're not. I'm like, I get, like, I don't know, like, I get it, but at the same time, but like, goddamn, goddamn, son. As long as the game's good, that's all I give a shit about. I give a fuck. Yeah, it's really cool, dude. Yeah, it's looking really good. We'll see how it plays. I'm interested to see how it plays. Performance is going to be a big thing. They got to make sure it performs really well, too. But I think these guys, I think they got their head on the shoulder. I think they know what they're doing. I think they'll be all right. I'm hoping they're going to be all right. I want them to be all right. I want them to do really well. I really do. Okay, let's check out some other stuff. The Phantom. Okay, so where is it at? Did I save it or not? This is so wild, dude. This is so wild. I love Square Enix, and like, it's so funny to see this now. So I don't know if any of you guys actually heard about this or know of this or not, but it was, I think, after the financial disappointment of Final Fantasy 16 and Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth combined, that Square Enix finally came to the decision to cut their relationship, or their direct relationship that they had with PlayStation, and said that going forward they needed to be a multi-platform, like a multi-platform company. They can't do this exclusive shit anymore. They can't afford to. And I'm really interested to see how that works out for these guys in the end. I hope it works out well. I really do, because like I think the Final Fantasy VII Remake series is actually really good. I've enjoyed it quite a lot, and I really like Final Fantasy 16. I genuinely do believe that Final Fantasy games would do far better if they were releasing on all platforms day one. So they broke up, and now Sony has to sit in the chair as Square Enix goes and does the Kingdom Hearts reveal on Nintendo. It's gotta be rough. It's gotta be rough. Waiting a year and a half for Final Fantasy VII Remake and Final Fantasy 16 to come to PC killed my excitement. That's for everybody. I'm right there with you. Now, mind you, I played them exclusively on the PlayStation because I had one, so like obviously I'm going to just go ahead and play it. I'm just going to go out of my way to do it. I would have much rather played those games on PC. Like, I have a high-end PC. I want to play those games, and you know, to the best of the best of the best, especially when it comes to games like that, right? Like I like, holy shit, like Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth look fucking insane on PC, and plus on top of that, there are mods. There are mods. And I don't need to say anything else. I don't need to say anything else. Shirtless Sephiroth mods, right? Sure. Sure. Yeah, I'm just saying. I main Tifa in Final Fantasy. She's the character that plays the best in Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth. And it's not even close. It's not even close. That's actually true, though, by the way. She's like literally the most fun character to play. She is. Yuffie's really fun as well, but Tifa is just like fucking an absolute blast to play. Like genuinely, I'll be honest. Like when I saw that Street Fighter was doing the crossover and they're bringing Tifa in, I was like, dude, I actually kind of want to play that now. I do. There was one peculiar boy that didn't have a fairy. It's rough, dude. Rough. Oh fuck. I think I might end up talking about this next week. We'll do the Dragon's Dogma trailer.
Arisen.
So I caught this like on the side because I was like, wait a minute. I was like, what the fuck? Are they bringing Dragon's Dogma to Nintendo Switch too? That's gonna be rough. And I was just like a little, but then I saw this and I was like, where's that? I was like, oh my god, this is fucking DLC.
Over here, Master. I can help you up.
So, October this year, more October games. We're getting more Dragon's Dogma 2. This game has to be one of the biggest and most generational, like, while I think that like Capcom has absolutely crushed it over the past couple of years, like these guys just like, they just absolutely just have been slamming it, dude. I like, it's crazy to me. It really is. Like, they are on such a generational run. It is nuts. With that said, this is a massive blind spot for Capcom. This was a generational fumble. This game, the original Dragon's Dogma, art. Amazing game. Absolutely phenomenal game. Holy shit, that game is so good. Especially once you get into like Bitter Black Isle and all that stuff. Like, I dig that kind of stuff. That kind of replayability and just like the combat and everything, man. It's just like, that game was so way before its time. It's crazy. Way before its time. This game should have been, at least from my perspective, a generational title for Capcom. This should have been like a magnum opus. This could have been, should have been more than even Monster Hunter Wilds. Because there's so much potential here, and like the pawn system and just the combat and just the overall look and like the lore and all that kind of stuff. Like, just it's just such a cool game, dude. It's such a cool game. But then they absolutely just dropped the ball with this motherfucker when it came out. It was like the content just wasn't right for it. The narrative and story just wasn't very good. The writing wasn't very good. The performance was just dog shit. It was so bad. Like, it was barely like, if you weren't able to play this game, if you weren't running something on like a I would probably say a 30 series or above, you would be struggling with this game. And then it's not even just the GPU. Add on top of that, the game had some horrible CPU problems. I think it played a lot better for people on console, but still, they still suffered from a lot of the same issues, not only with performance, but also with the gameplay stuff as well. And I'm really hoping that this is a second pass that fixes those issues. I don't know if it is. I'm hoping that it is. But the other thing I'm going to say too, Capcom, you can't be doing this anymore where you guys drop a game and then wait to fix it with its DLC. It needs to happen immediately. You can't be tarnishing your name like that. You can't be ruining your reputation like that. They have to stop. They gotta stop. Have it on Xbox, runs good, but it looks like it's at 720p. Yeah, they also had some like weird upscaling stuff on it too. This could be easily a no-life game for me, but dang, so much potential, but no. I thought it was going to be for me, too. And, like, how many hours did I actually put into Dragon's Dogma 2? I didn't finish it, I don't think. No, I finished the last boss, but I didn't do the like, Ragnarok or whatever it was. I got to the end game zone or whatever, which I thought was, like, cool and whatnot, but I just, I was so frustrated with the game at the time that I just kind of gave up. Dragon's Dogma. Dogmass. Dragon's Dogmass. I put 65 hours into it. But I should have probably put another 40 into the end game, right? But still. I mean, the combat and stuff was still pretty fun. It's just, I hope the second pass is exactly what people hope. I hope for Dragon's Dogma fans and also for myself that this is what like ties the whole experience together. I hope that ends up being the case because it could be a really good game. Really good game. I really hope this is as major as Dragon's Dogma 1's Dark Arisen. DD2 desperately needs to add that level of depth, and I'm hoping this delivers. Absolutely, I'm the same way. I hope this is the same level of depth. I do. They need a Bitter Black Isle or something like that for sure. Oh, I saw this. Yeah. An artist who worked on South of Midnight says that Microsoft discourages developers from creating curvy female characters in its games. The artist shared his own thoughts and drawings of Lara Croft with a curvier look, showing the difference between his designs and what is actually allowed in official products. According to him, this reflects a trend many people have noticed across many Xbox games in recent years. So this is, I guess, a developer that worked at that studio, Anima Lune. Of course. Of course. They be posting about this shit. I don't know if there's any actual... So I guess they have like an art station. Look at this. Oh, this is their art station. Okay, so it's blurred for adult content. Good. Yeah, so this is their art station. These are either characters or concepts that they've worked on for other companies. And here's their work for South of Midnight. And other characters they've done as well. For all their 3D stuff. I guess they made a palette for for Conan Exiles. That's funny. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. It's actually, what am I saying? It's not that I wouldn't doubt it. No, it's just true. It's true. Everybody knows that it's true. Everybody knows it's the case. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see it across every single property they have. And it's not just them. It's across a lot of these major publishers. The bigger the publisher gets, the more they're like the more they're controlled by executive management. Executive management and HR have their own opinions on how things should go. And you know, these like highly attractive, like more like, I guess like it's not even like, it's just making attractive characters creates a lot of speed bumps that these companies just don't want to deal with. One of them is actually, why do they fear sexy? You know what it actually is? I think that like part of it does come down from like an HR perspective of how like it might make women in the office feel uncomfortable, like having people that are like very specifically drawing like sexualized versions of women. I think that's probably one of the biggest things for them at the beginning. Like it's trying to make women in the office feel a lot more comfortable. And then after that, it also is like a reflection of like their personal politics, their social politics. And then there's on like another layer where they think that by muting some of this or by like curbing some of this like more like sexualized design, that they'll be able to reach female audiences or whatever it might be. Women, you mean swamp hags in the office? The thing is that like there's plenty of women that are that have been in game design for many years that are fantastic at their jobs, and they're just as based as anybody else is, and they would absolutely love for characters to look like this Lara Croft. Like plain and simple. This like weird idea that has arisen recently, where it's been like women making games bad. That's fucking stupid. It's moronic. Like we've had women working in the games industry since its fucking inception, and there's been plenty of women that have made fantastic video games. It's quite literally just the corporate structure and middle management of these companies that creates this environment where this stuff becomes not acceptable anymore. Some of that does come down to hiring practices where they do hire in some of these women that are hags in some cases and will complain about some of this shit. But for the most part, it's like, has anybody, like, why am I even having this fucking conversation? You know where this shit comes from? This shit comes from the unemployed. That's what it is. These opinions that it's like, oh, dude, you don't understand. It's the women. It's these hags in the offices that are doing this. Motherfucker, you must have not had a job before. Any job that I've worked at in my entire life, nobody almost ever has any problem with anything. Everybody's talking shit. Everybody's doing everything that you apparently shouldn't do. These are all rules that are being handed down from corporate. It is HR. It is middle management. It is nothing else. Every single time. The amount of HR videos I would have to sit through only for us to go right back out in the field and do whatever the fuck we want anyway. That's why like there's some of these like narratives that pop up from like anti-woke communities, and I'm just like, some of this stuff has to be slapped down, okay? Like we have to like be in touch with reality at some point. There are things you can criticize, there are things to point out, there are things to discuss, but if you're going to be talking about the root causes, let's actually find root causes that we can actually deal with that are actually grounded in reality, rather than just making up fucking red herrings that we can chase, where it's just this constant circle of running around. Oh, it's the women. Oh, it's the women. Well, you're not going to get women out of fucking video games, okay? It's not going to fucking happen. Ever. Ever. So that's definitely not the position to take. The position instead to take is to go after the corporate structure and go after the, like how these workers are treated in the environment that they're in. Because what you'll do in that case is if you actually point out what the real cause is, then you'll actually have people that'll just say, you know what? Better thing for us to do, just go make our own studio. And then that's what you end up seeing. That's why you see some of these guys that'll break off from some of these companies and they'll go out and they'll make games that, yeah, do not follow that same kind of structure, do not follow that same kind of ideology. Thank you. The moment that women started to invade the gaming industry in the West, it went to shit. The same happened with the books industry. Now 80% of books are written by women, and nobody wants to read them. I can't talk about the books industry. I have no idea. It's also very possible that it's not that women invaded the industry. It's that there weren't enough men to replace them. There wasn't enough competition. While I'm sure there was some replacement, again, while I'm sure that there were some situations in which women were actually earning jobs over men because there was some type of placement that they were trying to like do, right? They were trying to like equal out how many women actually are in the workplace. Who is the one implementing that? Is it the women that are taking the job? Oh, those are just women that want to get into that career, that went to school and got educated because they wanted to get a job in video games. It is not them. Who is the one implementing the strategy where they are like hiring those people? You see what I'm saying here? No LD activist women for. Oh, I don't fucking care. Okay, I had to get water. I'm sorry, man, but you're way off base here. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm really not. White liberal women in the... So, okay, you know what? Here's the thing. Okay, we'll have the conversation. We'll have the conversation. What the fuck do you do about it? Other than bitch? Because all I ever see is just bitching. These white liberal women, what's the fucking solution? Because complaining about them isn't going to fix anything. What are you going to do? The discussion that I'm trying to have is, you need to attack the corporate structure. You have to go over and you have to go at what is enabling all of this shit that you're seeing. So if it's their influence or their overhiring that you're having a problem with, it is the hiring structure, it is the HR, it is the executive management at these companies that are the problem. Bitching about the liberal women isn't going to fix the liberal women. It's not going to fix your video games. Yeah, stop buying their products is definitely part of it, but it's also just talking about the things that are enabling a lot of this stuff. Like, people are already, like, algorithmically captured. Shit is already just, like, shit is already fucking cooked, man. Like, what do you go, like, that's the question, that's the conversation I'm trying to have. It is very easy for me to just be like anybody else and just be like, fucking hags, am I right? And then just pass on. Move on. It's very easy to do that. But that's not what I do. I'm just not doing it, man. Why are you getting defensive? Because the problem is that the entire conversation boils down to fucking women bad. And it's just not right. It's not right. I don't know what to tell you. It's just not the right answer. It's just not the right questions to be asking. It's not the right thing to try to attack to actually fix anything. I just don't see any fucking point in having the, okay, so there's too many women. Women are bad. He's gonna crash out. I am, because it's like, it's so, like, the fucking videos that I make tend to be me trying to be like somewhat constructive, right? Like, I want to be constructive, but just like talking about how women are bad. I don't know what the fuck am I supposed to do with that? Women aren't the problem, activists are. Well, that's not what the last guy says. You see what I'm saying? Like, that shit gets boiled down. It gets more and more simple the more people talk about it and the more they make that the fixation of the conversation. So, like, the problem, there are issues with the hiring practices within these companies, and that is coming from their executive management, and that is coming from their middle management, that is coming from their HR. Middle management is the cause of all of your problems in video games, of all of your problems in entertainment. It is the fact that these companies have been filled with a bunch of people who have actually no role whatsoever. They don't do anything constructive. They don't add anything to the process. They are of absolutely no fucking value whatsoever. So the way that they find value is by creating value. How do you create value when you're in a position that you don't actually add anything? You create problems out of thin air. You say things like, there aren't enough women working at this company. That's a problem. There aren't enough these people working at this company. That's a problem. There are too many of these people working at the company. That's a problem. You are somebody that walks around and creates problems to solve because you actually have no value to give to the process whatsoever. Those people are the problem. Women are not the problem. Activists aren't the problem. Are they the ones that cause issues? Absolutely. But they're not the root cause. The root cause are the people that are allowing those things to happen. So sitting around and bitching about activist women do not serve any actual purpose if you're not going to attack the root cause. HR, absolutely. HR is just like, it's so fucking unnecessary in the games industry. The reason why the games industry is in the position that it's in, and the reason why customers have gotten so upset to the point that they are, is because video game companies, publishers, have grown to such a fucking insane size that it doesn't make sense for the products they make. At all. They're adding extra layers to a process that shouldn't be there. That are foreign to the product, that are foreign to the customer, that are foreign to like how games are made. They're adding extra money that doesn't need to be spent. That's then trickling down. They're adding extra employees that don't need to be there. You want to know what do you guys think that a studio made up of 30 people have an HR? No, they don't. I can't imagine why those guys don't have any problems. I mean, like half the people that were working, like, what were the people that worked on Expedition 33? Lead writer was a woman. She ain't a problem. Another woman. How the fuck she get in there? Another woman. How they get in there? What the fuck? Another woman. God damn it. Another woman. God damn it. Another woman. God damn it. This game is cooked. And a dog. It's probably a female dog too. No, I'm just fucking memeing. The real reason I came to this website. Admin and office manager. Operations and finance lead. QA coordinator. Happiness manager. Marketing assistant. An intern. Singer. Music designer. Technical sound designer. Principal sound designer. Musical composer. Character artist. Cinematic animator. Cinematic artist. VFX artist. Technical character artist. Hair and technical character artist. Lead character artist. Technical artist. Environment and props artist. Lead environment. Art director. Noticing a pattern here? Nothing. Not a single, like, executive branch of management or layer that's here. No HR. Thus, no added no added layers. Thus, no added money. No wasted money. No nothing. Successful game. First game they release. Lots of middle management can disappear at no loss. Absolutely. Thank you for the 2, man. Appreciate that. The problem is hiring based on gender, not hiring again. Like, thank you for the 5, Baba Yag. I get what you're saying, but also like that's kind of like the point that I'm trying to bring up here. It's not obviously the based on talent and merits. Yes, that's exactly what a company would do if your HR wasn't the one making the hiring decisions. If it was the creative director, if it was the studio head that was making those choices and handling that process without any other oversight other than whether or not this person is going to bring value to the project, then you would skip all of those steps. You wouldn't have a problem. Leo, thank you for the 5. If your only point is ugh women, then you don't help the conversation. Make a point. Yeah. So I work in the industry. Appreciate a lot of your takes, bro. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. HR is over 70% of women statistically. So if we're not blaming women, then who are we blaming? I don't know. Garbage rolls. No, I'm still blaming corporate leadership. I'm still blaming corporate leadership in that case. So the reason why at one point in time you are required to have an HR department. How many employees? required to have an HR department. There's no law requiring an HR department, regardless of employee count. However, as a business grows, a web of federal and state employment laws, automatically trigger based on your headcount to manage the legal compliance risks. Industry experts universally recommend establishing a dedicated HR support at a specific growth milestone. Compliance thresholds, why you need HR. At 1 employee, you must establish hiring protocols, fulfill payroll obligations, and secure workers' compensation insurance. At 15, now you have Title IV Civil Rights Act and the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, apply, requiring formal processes for anti-discrimination and disability accommodations. So tell me it's women. See, this is what you do. You go down root cause, right? So it's executive management for growing the companies to too large of a size, but then it's also our own governments that put laws in place that require us to have these people, essentially. Otherwise, these companies are not able to navigate the legal waters. Yeah. No. These are legal milestones. These are legal milestones that you hit after you have enough. I know this as a business owner myself, that like I've already been warned or talked to by like my tax people that there's like a bunch of extra fucking shit that I have to do if I ever hire on anybody else. The Age Discrimination Act, ADEA, kicks in at 20 employees. So now you got to worry about their age. At 50, the most critical milestone, the Family and Medical Leave Act and the Affordable Care Act for employer mandate take in effect. At 100 employees, you must file an annual EEO-1 workforce demographic report. You want to fix your video games? Start voting. How about that? You want to fix your video games? Start voting. This is what I mean why like there's not a valuable conversation to have if you're just going to sit and talk about how like it's women. Like obviously like if you're talking about something that is like a male dominated hobby or a male dominated like consumer industry, so like video games, right, where it's like it's mostly men that are buying a lot of these games. Yes, if you're getting more and more women into the game's development, in a lot of cases it's probably going to start to skew the like overall perspective of like whether or not it's going to suit that audience anymore if that game was made for the male perspective, right? So if I play something like God of War as an example, which has always been a game that is taken from the male perspective, right? It's something that's like it's handling loss and fatherhood and all these things that are like very specifically like going from that way. That's where you got to go. The same thing goes for like the activists and stuff like that. If you're wondering like, oh, these are the people that are ruining games. Okay, that's cool. They're like, but they're not the ones that are they're being enabled by systems, not the cause of the problems themselves. That's why like it's for me it's not worthwhile to like try to debate those kind of things. If petition.org actually forced a vote on something, then it would matter, but at this point the US doesn't really have any other outlet. Yeah. The Equal Employment Opportunity Act was revoked last year. Was it really? Anyway, let's move on. Systems that are made by people. Yes. Yes, for all kinds of different reasons. I'm excited for Xenoblade Genesis. I've been playing Chronicles, which has been really good. I've been really digging the shit out of that. Is there anything very specific that I still wanted to talk about? Yes, probably. Let me look. This right here has to be the biggest godsend for Path of Exile 2, period. And it's like not even close. The fact that they took all of the DLC, all of the weird microtransactions, the dungeon keys, all of that stuff, and they were just like squished it down and put it into one single package was the greatest thing I've ever seen. And the fact that these guys also put it on an 88% discount, meaning that you could get everything in this game for $25, was legendary. Destiny 2. Destiny 2, sorry. The fact that you can buy, I mean, they sound the same. I think it's because I read somebody say PoE and then I said it after they, just brain got cross-wired. Is it still worth playing? There is so much content in Destiny that is absolutely worth playing. I think that, like, you're going to have some areas where you're going to get hung up on it and probably not like certain things or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, there's some things that aren't as, like, well supported as something else. But for the most part, there's so much content and so much for you to do that, like, for $25 to be able to have a game that is effectively now, like, a dead live service game, which is kind of like, it's almost like being in, it's like being in a store after hours. It's like the times where, like, my buddies worked at a bar and they would shut down, like, but it was like a bar / restaurant that would shut down at like midnight or 11 o'clock. And then we'd be like in there after hours, where it's like, we could be here all night if we wanted to. Nobody's pushing us out. Like that, I don't know how to explain it any better than that, right? Like, it's like being in the movie theater after it closes and getting to watch a movie, right? Like, you don't have to worry about any of the bullshit. It's just you and all this fucking content. You can do it whenever you want to. You can play it for however long you want to. You don't have microtransactions or battle passes that are constantly pushing you from behind. No. You don't have to worry about trying to catch up before the next expansion. No. You just play it and enjoy it and just live in the bliss that used to be multiplayer games in fucking 2010. It's the greatest thing ever. Yeah. Like, once I'm done with the Path of Exile 2 League, I'm going back and I'm going to continue to play Destiny 2. A couple of my buddies are doing the exact same thing now. Like, we are all like infinite. I made a tweet about this, actually. I had said, yeah. So Destiny 2 on June 9th became the #1 top global seller on Steam. It was the highest selling game by an insane margin. By an absolutely absurd margin. Sony really had to be like kicking themselves in the ass on this one. But I'd said, wouldn't it be funny if Destiny 2 ends up being more popular as not a live service game with a hamster wheel of content, but instead as a self-contained experience? I could see players being really attracted to a game with this much content and never being forced to move forward. I could see that being the case. And you know what the funny thing is that sure the fuck enough, the update was 3 days ago and people are still playing. There's a really good, like keep in mind how many people just came in and bought like all of the expansions and now get to like catch up with the content and take their own time and make their own builds, and they got all the other things of the game fixed on top of that, and like they got dungeons to do, and they got raids to do, and they got story content and missions and strikes, and like there's so much stuff to do now. I'm definitely buying this now. I'm actually like, no bullshit, going hard into Destiny 2. Like, it's better that it's dead. It's better dead. Better off dead. Yeah. Like, you guys already know, I'm not a big, like, live service guy. It's not really my deal, right? So for me to have something like this where I can just kind of, like, go in and just would do whenever, it's perfect. What is this? I agree with this take. Where'd that go? What is this? It didn't go to the clip. Why didn't it go to the clip?
More these days, and actually I think it's pretty damn good. Today,
I don't know. I think it's a whole video. You didn't give me a timestamp. Unless you're just talking about like the general idea of like old games being supported, like they're doing with The Witcher 3, maybe. Yeah, I like that. I think it's a really good idea. Why not? It's fucking free money. I'm sorry, but you're mental. Like, if you're a company that has like one of the most like, it's the same thing with Destiny right now. Like, I'm sorry, like as much as I'm saying like I like the game and I'm actually like, you know, more happy with the game being not a live service game right now. Still at the exact same time, like if you have popular IP, what the fuck are you doing? Like, especially if you have a game that's like as legendary as something like The Witcher, why don't you go ahead and like think about how many people own The Witcher? Like, you're immediately gonna farm. That's not to say that you have to constantly every single year put out content for it. But, like, tell me, what would happen if Bethesda just dropped story DLC for Skyrim? A new island, a new storyline, some new weapons, spells. Even all these years later, what do you think people would do? They would immediately go back. Instantaneously. People would play it. Yes. Yes, and they buy the game again. You'd see new people buying the game. You see all kinds of shit. Like, people go crazy for it. It's like I've never seen something that has made more sense in my entire life. I think I actually have a thing for it. It's probably way too far down. That was like weeks ago. I'm not going to try to scroll that far down at this point. I'm just going to tell you guys, there has never been an image that has existed on the internet that has ever filled me with more rage than this. This is the most like rage-inducing, also at the same time slightly relieving because it is so validating. This single image validates my entire YouTube channel. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Like, this is just some of the most indulgent bullshit I've ever seen in my life. And every time I see it, I'm just like, holy fuck. You guys just like... And I like how people are like... Did you guys see any of the people that were talking about how like God of War Lawfey is just a spin-off? Guys, they're probably not even spending that much money on it. It's been in development for 7 years. It has 2 Hollywood actors in its cast. They have one of the Hollywood actors doing motion capture for a fucking gelatinous cube. This is a $400 million game. This, at the very least, it's 250. At the very least, it's 250, but it's probably like 3 to 4. Now all they need to do is just make sure that they go out and get like, I don't know, some fucking musician to go and make a music video for the game as well, right? For its like promotional trailer. That's why that chick said she worked on God of War last year. Oh, yeah. No, she said she worked on it 2 years ago. If you're talking about Alana Pierce got laid off 2 years ago. She said she worked on it for 4 years. That's 6. That means the game has been in development for 6. It's not coming out for another. That's 7. I had also seen... this is my fucking favorite, though. God of War Lafe is a fantasy franchise in which you confront gods of various mythologies, have talking, decapitated heads, wielding a burning blade chained to your arms and throwing an axe retrieved by telekinesis. But sure, go on and tell me how a gelatinous cube doesn't fit. You can accept dragons, elves, and talking trees, but you can't accept a 2021 BMW 5 Series 530i with optional heated seats? Why are you so bigoted? It's so good, dude. It's so perfect. I've never seen... That's like the best response you could possibly give. Best response you could... This is really what it is. This is what's bothering people right here. It's like, it's literally, it's one of the things that it's like, it's so obvious for people to see. And it's so noticeable when it's happening inside of these like male-driven roles, inside of male-driven franchises that have been popularized by those characters that men connected with on some way. And now they're saying, you're no longer connecting with it. We need you to learn how to connect with a woman. It's like, well, that's not what I came here for. I came here to play a game that I buy with my money. It's like... And the other thing is, too, and I think this is probably the one thing that, like, really probably bothers a lot of people. This door does not swing in the opposite direction. How many female-led games do you see replaced by male characters? I can't think of a single one. For comparison, wasn't Silksong developed for 7 years by like 3 people? It's a massive difference there. Control? I don't think that's true, though. Control 2? Is Control Resident Control 2? Or is Control Resident a spin-off? Because I also think she's still in the game somehow. Yeah, I guess the Control would be the first one then. Saros is not. That's no. That's why I don't really use this like this one right here with fucking Jin Sakai over to the what the fuck is it? Yote Ghost of Yote. I don't really use that one because like these are like anthology almost, right? Like they're not connected. They're like Jin Sakai's story is done. Saros that is also an anthology. Like I would imagine that Saros actually has nothing at all to do with it. It's not a sequel. Even the developers themselves had said that Saros is not a sequel to Returnal. It's its own game. They're just using the same mechanics. Saros is a self-contained story. Yeah, exactly. Just the same as Returnal. So, by the way, when I was talking about how I was very optimistic about the future of games, or at least from the things that I had seen at Summer Games Fest, this is one of the things that I had seen.
In awe of that time. Display. Fall not before my true might. Now, time for a little game. Ha! Tremble! You fool! Away!
Her power is stomping.
Rest in death! Go for broke! Witness me. Thanks for the backup! Worry not, it was a trifle. The time has come. Should you falter, we 6 dragons will guide you.
Yeah, that's reassuring.
Rovas, Roy, Lanif, Yomen, Dashim Megano! Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Endless Ragnarok.
The update looks really sick, man. I can't really talk about it because these guys, I'm under embargo for these guys, so I can't really talk about too much. But yeah, it's good. It's very good. I also really like Grand Blue Fantasy Relink to begin with. I did an AI search based on the provided context search. There's a list of female characters, female creators with no... Oh, yeah. Played the shit out of this game with my wife. It's so good. It's so good. I'm actually genuinely stoked. It's actually just an actually just really good game. Like flat out, just a really good game. We'll see how this is. I don't know. I hope it's good. I mean, it's interesting at the very least. I'll say that. It's interesting at the very least. The future of gaming looks so peak. God of War Trilogy Remake. Why would you say that's peak? I mean, like, it's cool to play it again, I guess, but I don't know. Untitled John Wick game. Why would that even make the list? Also, this is obviously a PlayStation fan. I like how they include some multi-platform games, but like nothing else from like Nintendo or anybody else. This is definitely a PlayStation. You're a PlayStation account. Yes, you are. Of course you are. Of course you are. We saw this already. Saw that already. This is really nice. We looked at that already. Jeff Grubb, Blade game might be dead. Yeah, I could probably see that being the case. Chances are what they probably did is it like, you know what? Something else to kind of bring up is that like you're not seeing like too many of these games that feel like socially awkward as much anymore. Like there's still a couple here or there, but like it's not nearly at the frequency that we were seeing it before. I think that like some of these games are just flat out getting like completely canceled because like they realize like how tone deaf it is today. where they're probably making the Blade game, and the Blade game is about to be like patronizing as shit, like white man bad or something like that, and they were like, fuck, we can't make this anymore, take it down. Lawmakers from several political groups. Oh. Lawmakers from several political groups in European Parliament have sent a letter to the European Commission calling for new laws to protect video games that people have paid for. The main quote, when nearly 1.3 million EU citizens are calling for the European Union to take action, it is our obligation to listen and act, not to ignore them with this overwhelming call for action. The plenary debate a few weeks ago, the citizen initiative has has cross-party support in the American Parliament or European Parliament. This isn't the one that I was looking for. There's another update on this that I'm going to be covering because I've been looking into this, and I think it's a really important conversation to have. This is so true. I think part of why it feels like we're suddenly getting so many games is that we're about a full AAA development cycle, 3 to 5 years out of COVID lockdowns. This is why we're seeing better media across the board. We're not only just 3 to 5 years outside of COVID lockdowns, but we're also like 3 to 5 years outside of that like very weird social period we were going through, where like tonally the world has changed entirely. Like what people found acceptable 5-6 years ago, I guess now, not anymore. Especially if you're talking about like consumer products, absolutely not. The shit that they were trying to do a few years ago just wouldn't fly. I mean, it didn't fly, period, to begin with, once those games started to roll out. But yeah. I think that people have probably have largely learned their lesson when it comes to certain things now. Ubisoft shutting down studios, nothing new there. Some people have been trying to make news out of it. The company's going to continue to downsize until they get to the right number. Whether that number is good or not, we'll have to find out. But like I've said 1,000 times, it's been like one of the biggest things that I've harped on. This is basically true for every single company in the entire video game industry right now. Fire your people. Get rid of them all. Get down until you get back to like your core development team, the bare essentials, and nothing more. You do not have the option. You do not have the money for you guys to be worrying about having all these extra employees that you have. You need to get back to basics, and the only way that you're going to do that is with small development teams working on smaller projects. Replace everybody. It's not even the quality. It's the funny thing is that like, while I do think like the quality of the employee definitely has an impact on the overall like scope of these games and whether or not any of these games are any good. What I actually think the biggest problem is for nearly every single one of these companies is simply the volume of employees, less so the quality. They need to distill back down to just high quality, smaller teams that are going to be more focused, and you're going to have a better like creative vision for what the game is going to be. You're going to have an easier time managing your teams and managing your employees because you're not chasing everybody around. The best thing that these guys can do is just get back down to smaller numbers. You could need like tens of people. I wouldn't necessarily go that low. It depends on the project. But with some of these studios that have like over 1,000 developers, you're out of your fucking mind. You're out of your mind. If anything, if there's one studio, and I don't think anybody would probably guess who it's going to be. If there's one AAA studio that I would point to and say these guys have it figured out right now, it's actually Sucker Punch. Even though like I wasn't a fan of Ghost of Yotai, those guys made that game for like next to nothing. And their studio is relatively small. Ubisoft had 1,800 employees. Yes, I know. Had is the word in that sentence though, but yeah. Okay, so this is their thing. So they have a June 10th. So they just had a quality update that just went through. Travel and movement adjustments, and then end August update, improvement adjustments, Dragon Plague adjustments, action adjustments, pawn adjustments, enemy adjustments, UI improvements, bug fixes. And then they're also going to be bringing in, and then the launch in October, they're going to have another. So they're showing they're like, this is us trying to fix everything. They're going to do it in 2 updates, one in June and one in August. So hopefully it works out. Spiraling cost of new consoles is requiring radically different business models. We talked about that already. Alanea Analytics. A closer look reveals a sobering reality behind all the headlines, the great numbers of games launching every single year. They're estimating for copies sold for Xbox, PlayStation, and Steam releases through 2021 to 2025 that show only 2.9% of games sold over 100,000 copies, while 76% sold under 1,000. You have to also keep in mind like how many like I'm actually something I would have to do the research on and figure out exactly like what the number is. And I don't know how hard that would be. But like how much of this is just straight up fucking shovelware? Is that PC only? No, this is Steam, PlayStation, and Xbox combined. I don't know. I don't think it includes Nintendo. I work for a fairly large company, and we don't have nearly that employees. We have like maybe 40 to 50%, if not less. Yeah. Oh, of Ubisoft's 18,000. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, that is rough. I would imagine that most of this stuff is probably shovelware. There's just like not a lot of, there's just not like, I mean, look through fucking Steam any single year, and like the vast majority of games that are on there are just like flat out not worth it to play. There's like just a bunch of like very low effort uploads that people are putting on there. Where like some of the stuff, it's actually kind of surprising. Like there's also like spyware and shit that people try to put up as well, right? Toys for Bob, Belgrade. Yeah. Oh, there was actually like a super fucking... There's a really good chance that this game ends up selling 10 million by the end of the year. Crimson Desert just hit 6 million copies sold. We're in June right now, so they still have another 6 months to go. There's a really good shot that these guys still hit 10 million by their end of their first year. This game is just a straight up like Skyrim, like Elden Ring, pick it up whenever you want, just jam the shit out of it kind of game. It was already like good at launch, and then just continued to get better and better, and they just keep updating it. It's crazy. Was weird to see how they iterated on it like a live service game. I know. I think it's just how that studio is built. Like they're a live service company, right? Like they've had Black Desert, so when they made this game, they just kind of supported it the same way that they supported Black Desert. I think it kind of makes sense to me, at least from their perspective, right? Like that's just what these guys did. If Ubisoft was making Deadlock. If Blizzard was making Deadlock. This is a mod, by the way. This is not actually in the game. I love how like people are posting this as a fucking joke because they just think it's funny, right? Like it's a funny mod that people put into this game. Whereas like multiple AAA companies with live service games have done this to their game and thought that it was like completely justified and a smart thing to do. Like people put it into this game as a fucking meme. These guys have been doing it like their careers and their like morality depends on it. Well, some Deadlock characters are quite ugly, like this Hawk dude. The like Native American old man with the fucking hawk. Do you need the old man to be hot? I think that like sometimes people get like a little bit too like caught in, like lost in the sauce of some of these conversations sometimes, where it's like it's cool having like I want to have attractive characters in games, but also at the exact same time, that doesn't mean that every single character has to be attractive, right? Like they also have a fucking giant robot in that game. I'm not looking at that giant robot being like, why doesn't that fucking toaster have tits? Yeah, great talent. And a big Jello guy. Yeah, that's right. Viscous. He's bound to get remodeled like other heroes. Well, a lot of the models in Deadlock right now are temporary. Like I think that like Ivy still needs to be reworked. I know for a fact that what's the one that like slithers around like a snake? I never play that character. It looks like it's too complicated for me. Viper? Viper? I think it is Viper. Yeah, Viper. Yeah, Viper. I just play 7. Yeah, I'm a 7 main too. I play 7. I play... I would really like to play support, but I can't right now. I'm at too low of elo, so if I play as a support, the team just fucking sucks. So like I have to play hyper carry, otherwise like I won't get any wins. It sucks to be in that position, but that's where I'm at right now. Like I have to continue to grind rank and grind up for me to be able to actually get the point to where I can play supports. There's a joke about 7 that 7 is actually played by racists. Why is that a joke? I have like 550 matches in total, with 330 of them being on 7. I like 7. I like Graves. I like I want to learn how to play the fucking policeman. I want to learn how to play basically hyper carries. I've just found that like that's just kind of my role. It's what I enjoy the most, because I enjoy I like the overall feeling of being that character that's like not really that big of a deal, kind of annoying at the very beginning. I just focus on waves. I just focus on like fucking clearing camps and shit, but make sure that I'm like balancing that shit the right way and strategizing and using my time and placement appropriately. And then all of a sudden in like the mid to late game, like I am just like fuck off asshole. Like people all of a sudden people see me and they're like run. That's the shit that I like. Where like all of a sudden you start snowballing and people are like, oh fuck, this isn't good. I haven't played Deadlock in a couple weeks though. I've just been so busy, man. Been so busy. I'm gonna tell you right now, when I see stuff like this, you can melt the snow beneath you with the Ghost Exhaust and Halo Campaign Evolved. Such a subtle yet cool addition.
Ready for it? All right,
I see shit like this, and this is the most like jingling keys, like just... Like, I used to do this shit in some games, but it's just, I don't know, man. I see this and it's just like, who actually, like, it's funny to make, like, I'm gonna make dicks in the snow, right? I'll make a dick in the snow. But at the exact same time, I just think it's, like, funny that, like, people would see it and be like, this is so cool. This is so cool. It's a nice level of detail, so it just feels nice. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe I'm just being nitpicky and pessimistic. I thought I was changed by the games industry. Oh, yeah. Destiny 2 has reportedly gained over 2 million active players across all platforms for its final update. That's fucking crazy. 2 million players. People showed up, man. People showed up. We already looked at this. We already looked at this. This is what it is. The ESA is lying about Stop Killing Games bill again, but this time it's claiming that, but it's coming directly from the ESA president and CEO, Stan Perry-Louis. In a recent opinion piece, the ESA, the Entertainment Software Association, and its CEO claimed that California's proposal, Protect Our Games Act, would be expensive for developers and publishers. They argued that it could force companies to keep online servers running forever, causing problems with licensing deals, taking resources away from new games, and hurting smaller studios the most. These claims are misleading. According to the bill's supporters, AB 1921 does not require perpetual server support or endless live service operations. Instead, it would require publishers of paid games to rely on company-controlled services to provide end-of-life solutions when support ends. So these guys are actually going through, and they wrote an open letter to... they wrote an open letter about how misinformed everybody is and how damaging to the games industry it's going to be if players are allowed to own their games forever. God bless America. God bless lobbying. That's all the ESA is. You would think by their name they would sound like there's some kind of like, I mean, like they're the Entertainment Software Association. Like this sounds like these guys must be of like some actual stature. This makes it sound like these guys might be some kind of like legal branch or something like that. No, they are a collection of lawyers. Lawyers and lifetime lobbyists. People that have been doing this for entertainment companies for years. People that are invested in these self-same entertainment companies and have been for years. Some people that have also graduated from some of those self-same entertainment companies and over into this job. In most cases, they were lawyers that used to work directly for those companies, but then started, then became a part of this, and then, yeah. Do you know who's on the? You don't know who is on the board of executives? Oh no, I could probably see it right here, right? Our story. Membership. Our members. Who's your members? Huh. Oh, I see. I see. So the people that want to stop us from owning our games. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. Thank you. Thank you. Your words were greatly appreciated. We really needed your feedback on this. When you lie straight face, I cry. Thank for the 5. True. True. Hey, look, it's all the people that hate me. True. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, it's the best way to be able to look at it. This is, again, and now these guys are getting sued again. There's so much outside pressure coming towards Valve right now for lawsuits that it's actually crazy. So the Consumer Competition Claim, CCC, through Game Claim, it has launched a new class action lawsuit against Valve in the Netherlands. The group claims that Valve controls around 85% of PC game market, and it uses that to make it harder for developers to sell their games cheaper on other stores. Huh? Well, yeah. As long as you also sell it on their store for the same price. But I don't even think they even require that anymore. It also argues that Steam's 30% cut on games is too high and shows anti-competitive behavior. According to the CCC, Dutch gamers have paid more than they should due to these practices, which total damages into 220 million euros since 2013. Where the fuck do these guys come up with these numbers? So they just looked at like every single game that any gamer in like any Dutch gamer bought in the last 13 years and said, okay, this is how much they lost. The group says it will try to reach a settlement with Valve. They're literally just, this is blackmail. This is a shakedown. This is an organization that's saying like, so hey, you could just give us the money, or we take you to court. They're not even asking for them to fix anything. They're just asking for the money. It's extortion. It is 100% extortion. They're not asking them to fix anything or change anything. They just say, hey, give me that money. Absolutely crazy. If I was Valve in this situation, honestly, no, Valve will probably just, I don't know, man. Gabe also kind of gives, like, Gabe likes to put his lawyers to work. He sees these guys and he's just like, yeah, you know what? We will go to court. Yeah. What do I pay you for anyway? Right? Is that what he said? Is that what he said to that one lawyer? That was like talking to him about like, how, hey, maybe we should just get rid of these adult games on Steam. And he was like, what do I pay you for? If that's what your opinion's going to be. So I think he just likes putting these lawyers to work. Yeah. Yeah. Get your ass over there. Go waste their time and go waste their money and come back with some for me. They'll always try again. Yeah, that's the other thing too. From like Valve's perspective, the last thing that you want to do is just accept a lot of these shakedowns, because if you do, the next thing you know, you're just going to constantly have these guys at your door all the time. That's all it's going to be. So like the best thing that Valve can do is just fight it, because it's bullshit. It just flat out is. Like I showed you guys earlier. I already posted talking about this, right? Where I'd showed already. PlayStation Network 30% standard, scaling down based on sales milestones. Nintendo eShop is just a flat 30% standard. By the way, for the console market, Nintendo is the highest selling console and has the most players, period. Okay? Period. If that's the case, so then their 30% is also monopolistic. If we're using the exact same train of thought here, because they're talking about all for PC market. Okay, so then Nintendo is a monopoly for the console market. So you need to be suing them at the exact same time. And if you're not, then that goes to prove that you don't give a shit about no monopoly. And this isn't even about that. You're just using charged language to hopefully corner Steam into either giving you money by extorting them, or it's not actually coming from these companies. It's coming from somebody else that is likely one of their competitors that is trying to push that kind of narrative because they want to use that charged language to hopefully get start the motion or start the fire when it comes to somebody regulating Steam so that they don't actually have to compete with them themselves. That's all this is. Ubisoft facing backlash. What is this? Ubisoft facing backlash after reports reveal that it asked journalists to delay reporting on its latest layoffs. The company shared details with the job cuts and employees under embargo. Job cuts with them under embargo. Why would you be telling journalists? Like, how stupid are you? How stupid are you? How dumb do you have to be to tell journalists before you tell your employees that they're going to lose their jobs? Dude, I'm gonna tell you right now, if one of these like CEOs and a couple of the guys that I had talked to like called me up and they're like, "Hey, I want to let you know, man, about a week or so I'm gonna be laying off my employees," I'd tell that motherfucker right then, "Why are you telling me? Tell me after. I don't go tell your employees. I don't want that information." I don't want that information. I want that. Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Well, no, it's not even like it's not even like I post that in a cease. It's not even leaking it. It's just that like, it's just like, give your employees some fucking heads up. What are you over here doing? Fucking running around telling journalists like, gonna let you know I'm gonna let a bunch of people go. Like, no, fucking let your employees know. Let these guys get some fucking heads up. Let them steal some shit. I need to show you guys one of the most gratifying things that I saw today. You guys are gonna love this. I know you're gonna love this. Because if I love it, you're gonna love it. Nintendo may only receive $30,000 in payout if it wins its high-profile legal battle with Palworld developer Pocket Pair. I've never seen more just desserts be... Oh my god, what a headline. Nintendo may only win $30,000 in payout in its legal battle with Palworld developer Pocket Pair, IP expert says. Man. Imagine spending, what, is it 2 or 3 years now, racked in lawsuits, which likely means if that ends up being the case and they only have to, and Palworld only, like, I don't know how that works. That likely means that they end up. That likely means that Nintendo loses on certain counts and are probably going to have to pay their lawyer fees, right? I want Palworld to win. I want Palworld to win as well. But it looks like, but it looks increasingly like Nintendo will lose. Well, yeah, I know. That's the other part of it as well. A lot of, like, basically this entire thing is like falling apart and like completely. But it's like, it's not worked out for Nintendo. It's mostly, if I had to take a wild guess, what's actually probably fucked these guys the most is that they didn't stick to their core arguments, and instead what Nintendo did is Nintendo went to bury them. Nintendo went into this whole thing with Palworld and was like, we're just gonna bury you. We're gonna sue you guys into the ground. We're gonna continue to find things to sue you over. We're gonna sue you in the future. We're gonna dig up your family and sue them too. Like, everything's getting sued. That chair's getting sued. These guys just went wild. Hubris, absolutely. These guys just went absolutely wild with lawsuits. And like, I don't know if you guys remember this, but like multiple times, like after Palworld would make another update, then what would happen is that Nintendo would go in tow and they would go to patent something new. try to win a patent over something, and then go back to the lawsuit and then sue them for the thing that they just patented today. like crazy shit like that, where it's like things that they didn't have a patent for, and then they're trying to like retroactively sue them for things that they had only just gotten a patent for recently. It's absolutely crazy. So like these guys just got way too ahead of themselves. They were absolutely just trying to like completely destroy this game entirely, and it is now like blown up in their face. And it is one of the most embarrassing things I think I've ever seen. And it's also really justifying as well, because I don't know if you guys remember this, but like when Palworld was first coming out, the internet was on fire. There were tons of Pokemon fans that were like, oh my God, I hope Nintendo destroys this company. Oh, Nintendo. Well, Nintendo, please destroy this company. Destroy this game. Everybody doing like, this is AI slop. This is a ripoff of this. This is a ripoff of that. And while there are definitely some strong inspirations in some cases, at the same time, it's something that's like well within the realm of any other like Pokemon style game that you've seen other people try to make. The only reason why people were pissed off is because the game was popular, and not just a little popular. And this is the reason that pissed off Nintendo the most. Palworld wasn't a little popular. Palworld was giga popular. Palworld is giga popular. This game is, if this isn't even a live service game, and it still averages 40,000 players. The game is good. It's very good. Palworld will hook your ass and not let you go. It will, like, as somebody who loves these kind of games, I mean, I sunk 100 hours into it. I got lost in that one. I got lost. I'm doing that right now again with Enshrouded. What do you think of Animo? I don't even know. I didn't even look at it. Palworld's got a little bit of an extra hook that I don't think a lot of these other games have. Like, I don't want a Pokemon clone. I want something that gives me the same feeling but gives me a different experience, and that's what Palworld did. Pokemon with guns and survival. Build craft survival. Palworld 1.0 is going to be lit. I have 200 and we'll replay the game. Yeah, I'm going to totally start over again. There's no way I'm going to go back in without it. Or without, like, not restarting. Let's see here. We already saw that. This is all good. I don't think there's anything. Oh, Stellar Blade. That was the other thing you guys wanted me to look at. I can look at that real quick. I'm not going to be reacting to videos.
You're acting.
지금 넥서스 섹터 방향으로 가는 외선 순환 열차가 들어오고 있습니다.
I knew this was Stellar Blade the minute the music came on. The minute the music came on, I was like, this is Stellar Blade 2. I was like, holy shit, I can't believe these guys have been cooking that hard already. Notice how these Eastern studios are so much better at putting out sequels and putting out their next game like in like quick succession. Quick. It is crazy how fast these guys move. It's also because these dudes are just like really hyped up and passionate about what they're doing, right? The vending machine was a clear giveaway, though.
Evie! I'm listening.
The Scarlet Sin. That's the beginning and end of it all. How about you try taking a hit?
You're acting a little strange today.
Oh, yeah? It's our first mission in a while. Aren't you a little excited?
Stop saying weird things.
Okay, take it easy.
Quiet. They're moving.
Initiating C3 sync. Ready, Angel.
Roger, Kenna. Tracking.
출입문 닫습니다. Doors closing. How's it looking out there?
I can't stand crowds. It'd be better for both of us if we got out of here quickly.
In the movies, this is always where things go wrong.
Hey.
Well, just saying. It's a cliche. Wait, the target stopped.
Hearken! The pulse rain shall cease! In the name of the Father!
This has to be prequel, right? This actually has to be I don't think it's direct sequel. I think this is actually prequel. I think these guys are actually like trying to go back because like these are actual humans. And if I remember correctly, the monsters that we were fighting in the first game, like most of them still had like some like digital shit like going on or like robotic shit with them, right? That's a K-pop idol, not a child. Like the haters believe. It's not even haters. I think it's just like people that just don't understand how what Korean women look like on average. I think I saved a picture at one point in time. I'm so happy I pulled this up off screen. This is good lord. Yeah. Like, I mean, this is like, this is damn near 1-to-1. I mean, killer cosplay, you're using a little bit of makeup and stuff like that, but like, some of these girls just have young faces, man. And it's also, the other thing is too, and like women will say this, and women will know, and women know this better than men do. Like, short. Why do you think? I don't understand how do you guys not know this? Why do you guys think that? Why do you guys think that Karens cut their hair off? This obviously has an age gate, okay? There's a gate on the age here. But the reason why girls usually go with shorter hair is because shorter hair tends to make you look younger in some cases. Yeah, it's to make them look younger. Yeah. Obviously, once you reach a certain age, it doesn't fucking matter anymore. You're just an old-ass bitch, right? So, like, going short hair ain't gonna make you suddenly look fucking 10 years younger by any means. But, yeah. It's funny to me how Westerners compare Asian looks to their own. As an Asian living in Europe, I get told all the time that I look 6 to 10 years younger than I actually am. Yeah, I know. That's why, like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I just didn't see it at first. I didn't think she's like, and here's the thing. That's also not for me to say that, like, I don't think she looks like a fucking 25-year-old chick. That's like, I'm thinking like 18, 19, 20, something right around there, which makes a lot of sense in a video game. That was a cosplay and not the actual actor? No way. Yeah, exactly. That was a cosplay. And that was a full-grown woman. Believe me. If I showed you her other pictures, you would see just how much of a grown woman she is. Is there anyone? Is there one that I can do that's like, like semi-safe? Jesus Christ. Christ. Exercising caution. Okay, I think this is okay to show briefly. As you can tell, grown woman. Yeah. So. Soundtrack is bumping. Also, the other thing that I'm noticing as well is that like some people were talking about like, oh, well, they're trying to make her look childlike or something like that. Looking at her size comparison to like next to the monsters that she's standing next to, she's not like super small. She's like the same height as a lot of these monsters and shit. Like she's not being like completely like towered over by anything, right? She's not like looking like child size. Like she has a baby face, sure, but like, yeah, no. Yeah, she's baby faced a little bit, but nah, man. This looks really good. I like the idea of the melee combat. I kind of wish there were swords, but like this feels like, honestly, the way that they're making this looks like it's going to be much more like 1v1 stuff rather than like big, huge like groups of enemies that you're fighting all at once, which I'm kind of down with. Also, at the same time, I don't know, man. I kind of dig it overall just because like I would like I'm sitting here. I'm like, wait, would I play an entire game where I just play as Tifa? Yes. Emphatically, yes. Yeah, I dig the vibe, man. I'm stoked. Yeah, I feel like this is prequel because it's not Stellar Blade 2. It's Stellar Blade Blood Rain. So this might be like the events that led to the first game or something like that, maybe. I'm not really too sure. Either way, I'm stoked. I think it's really cool. I like the direction these guys are going in. I think the character design is fine. I think the people who have been tripping out about it are like, they're thinking about this shit way too fucking deep. And everything else in the whole thing looks really fucking cool. And I'm down for it. I'm ready for it. It's going to be sick. It's going to be a lot of fun. The gameplay in the first one was a lot of fun, so I'm really interested. Nope, confirmed sequel. Oh, okay, well then there you go. You know what's going to be even better about this game? It's going to be day and date on PC. You know for a fact, it was like once they got rid of that PlayStation bullshit that they were under, it was also like the fact that these guys saw like how many copies they sold on PC. Wait, what? Yeah, no, Sony's not publishing this anymore. Remember, this game was showed off at the Game Awards, not on the PlayStation State of Play. They're fully independent. This game will go straight to PC day one. PC, PlayStation, and probably Xbox as well, because why the fuck not? Maybe they do. Maybe they don't do Xbox. I don't know. I didn't really look to see. They show up like maybe next year, right? No, they don't have anything yet. Yeah. The future of that company is bright. Oh, these guys are... I'm going to be real with you. I actually think that like Shift Up is going to be in a really, really solid spot. I think these guys are going to be in a really, really solid spot. They're going to be looking real good for a real long time. All they got to do is just continue to pump out solid content like they already are to begin with. And then, yeah, they're going to be chilling. Like, their games are already a lot of fun to play. Stellar Blade was really good, man. I really enjoyed it a lot, actually. I enjoyed it more than I think a lot of other people did, or like a lot more critics. I just enjoyed like the overall aesthetic, like the world aesthetic, as well as like the combat. Like the combat and world aesthetics were insane. And plus, on top of that, also like the... What was it? The, like the music was also kind of a vibe. Right? I don't like the whole game was just really good, to be honest with you. Like I don't like the story was like I guess at times it was kind of like it was a little like I guess it'd be a little mixed reviewed on that, but for the most part, yeah. Okay. Yoko Taro even liked the game? Of course he fucking liked the game. The dude's an absolute fucking goon. I think instinctively part of you is gonna like the game just like, I mean, like, you know, if there's a little goon in your soul, there's even just the slightest goon in your soul, you're gonna like the game. At least that's my perspective. My whole entire soul is goon. My whole life is. Kidding. Easy, Tiger. She's beautiful. Anyone who can't see that is bonkers. Well, yeah, no shit. No shit. I don't actually think that that's actually the. I don't even think that's like the thing. I don't even think the complaint is that she's not pretty. It's just that there's some people that probably, I guess, apparently feel uncomfortable for thinking the character is pretty. They're like sitting there being like, "Oh God, what does this say about me?" Favorite YouTuber for gaming? Thanks. Thank you. Thank you for the 5, man. Appreciate that. Sweet Baby Inc. in Wolverine. They changed the X-Men to Team X. I refuse. Did they actually hire Sweet Baby Incorporated for X? I thought that company went out of business. They didn't? Are you fub gunning? I am. I absolutely am. 100 fucking percent fub gunning, man. Are you kidding me? I don't have the time. I don't have the time. Did you really just drop me with the X them? God damn, that's good. I like that. I like that. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Pronouns. I'm kidding.
Yes?
Got me some money. Got me some money. I got nothing. A fucking single Exile. Whatever. I need to stop selling shit. I never know what's actually worth money, and I end up just destroying everything. I'm a psychopath. I mean, the price checking tool is nice, but like 9 times out of 10, nothing is actually worth any money. So it just fucking turn it into currency and try another day. This actually, you know what it is? It's because I don't actually know what people are looking for because I don't play a lot of these other classes yet. So it's harder to see like physical, but there's no like percentage physical. So that thing is junk. Need a map. How many modifiers am I running? Didn't I fail this map? I think I died. I did. I died before I got on stream. Yeah, we'll just run this. I got one shot by some bullshit. Jewels, Ruby, Emerald, not great. My Jewels fucking suck right now. I haven't been able to get... I shot Deadeye. Yeah, I'm playing iShot. What game is this? Path of Gooning 2. Can you show some of the stuff you're selling? I don't even know. I'm really bad with value. So, okay. My 2 biggest blind spots in Path of Exile currently that I'm still trying to, like, it's the biggest learning gap for me is, like, I'm not good at crafting. I do not understand it because the crafting system is so, like, fucking whacked out. There's so much shit going on. And then the other one is like value in the market. Though I've gotten a little bit better, but it's a little bit difficult with that kind of stuff, right? So like I've been slowly but surely trying to understand like what is actually worth me selling and what's not, right? So like I have most of this stuff is just like cheap stuff that I still have in here, and the longer it stays, the higher the chance it just ends up getting like this stuff. I thought that this would be good. I mean, a massive like 109 damage to, but I guess it doesn't have spell damage, so it's probably not worth anything. So it's just gonna go. This is also gonna go. This is the Obliterator bow that I was running for like a while, and it got me through for. I'm like surprised. Like this actually got me through for a little while. I guess not as long as it probably should. The damage on that sucks for an Obliterator bow. Now that I think about it, actually, that's trash. My old boots don't have 35. I'm gonna put this down to like 25.
Price lowered.
It's me being attached to like me thinking that like the gear that I actually had was actually worth anything. This is probably overpriced. I think this is really good though. Or at least decent. +6 to cold spells, 194 to spell damage, gain 52% of extra damage as cold damage, and 111 to maximum mana. You cannot tell me that this is not good. I think my pricing is just bad though. Where'd it go? This. I think this should sell for like, that's probably overpriced for 5 divine. It probably needs less, but yeah. I Shot Deadeye is great. I did all of my seasonal challenges in like 4 days. 100% loot filters are your friend. Yeah, currency and stuff is really good. Evasion is kind of bad and hard to sell. Yeah, I could see that. Cold Sork is underplayed this patch. It is good. Yeah, I thought it was good, but it's just probably not enough people that are playing this like kind of build to buy it, right? You can get +7 with Wand and Focus. Oh, that's probably why. I don't know. I'll put it for like 2 divine and see if it goes. There was like somebody else that had one for 7, and I put it down under it. It's why Fubgun tells you to switch to ES hybrid after you get early. Okay, so I think that's the problem that I have right now. Is that like, though I'm high level, I don't know if I don't think my gear is good enough for me to like make this. I don't like. That's the thing that I don't understand with build guides, is that I eventually just kind of stop using them myself, and I shouldn't, honestly, because I obviously don't know what the fuck I'm doing. But the one thing that I run into is that like, so what like when you're done with early, what is early? When is early done? Simple answers, by the way. Keep it to simple answers. Oh, I gotta find some. I say you leave early when you can clear T15 4 mod mets. Oh, so I'm already clearing. Okay, so I'm already clearing like 5 mod maps relatively comfortably on T15 right now. Yeah, because this is how many? This is like I think this is 4 mod. This is a 4 mod map. I guess you can judge for yourself. Oh, I got one shot by this fucking bitch. I forgot she does the dive after you find her when she poisons. Endgame is everything after campaigns. That's not true. I'm talking about mapping. There's early mapping, mid-game mapping, and then endgame mapping. I feel like I'm probably getting more towards... I'm out of early mapping. Because I'm in T15s and I'm doing them relatively comfortably. I just need to fix my survivability and probably could use maybe a little bit more damage to push like higher end maps. There's early mapping, late, and Uber. I would imagine that I must be getting towards late, right? Because I'm like, this is tier 15 with like 5 mods, 4 mods or whatever on this map at least. Mid to late, yeah, so I figured, okay. So I should be switching. I'm already wearing ES boots, right? So I'm already wearing like ES hybrid, ES evasion, like yeah, energy shield evasion boots. I just need the helm. I just haven't gotten a good helm yet because this shit's fucking expensive and I don't have enough currency yet. So I need to just save up and just like fucking goblin out and map the fuck out. That's all I have to do, I think. Unless I actually find a drop that's worthwhile, but that's not really been working to my benefit at the moment. And since I'm not like an experienced crafter and crafting requires a lot of fucking steps, I just haven't I've been making a lot of my own gear. Like there's some shit that I've made that's actually like turned out and like actually became like pretty solid. I think what have I actually crafted? I crafted these bracers that are like all right, but need to get replaced because they don't have attack speed on them. So, and also the life is kind of low. And obviously the resistance is absolutely garbage. But everything else is okay, I guess. These rings are not terrible. I got fucked on my bow and I got fire damage, which fucking sucks. Crafting a good set of gear requires something. It requires a lot. Where are your resists? I'm chilling. 75 and then like 38 on chaos. Like I understand basic requirements to be like effective in the game, right? Like I'm not like a complete fucking like autopilot Andy. But this is probably like the best position that I've been in the game for quite a while because it's like I am in that mode where I'm like now I kind of have the time and like the not really the time, but I have like the I'm in the position in which I can go ahead and just where the fuck says what's the last one? I'm in the position in which I can kind of like, you know, try and craft shit and stuff. But I try to do some like here and there when I can, but I don't really go too many steps in. Not unless it feels like I actually have something that's worth investing in, right? It's basically like if I can get the first modifier, then I move on. Holy move speed. I do actually have a really good pair of boots, actually, or a decent pair at the very least. Must be a lot on belt. I removed all from my belt and boots and got Headhunter. See, I haven't got a Headhunter yet. And I imagine Headhunter is probably pretty expensive, right?
What is it? The speed. Yes.
That was the shit one, yeah. I have a gift. I like to get my own stuff. I appreciate it though. Those boots are great, man. Not just decent. Yeah. I got pretty lucky with rolls on that thing, to be honest with you. I should put another tablet in, but I just don't feel like it. I should. I need to get overseers, but I don't get any fucking. I don't get any overseer fucking tablets. I just want to run Abyss Irradiated Overseer, but I don't get any fucking Overseer. Oh my fucking god, you psychopath! Why'd you just buy all my junk? You guys are fucking weird. Whoever did that. Streamer privilege? I didn't ask for it. I don't ask for it. Oh, thank you. I got thank you. I didn't even know that's a thing people do. Do you have Atlas passives unlocked for it? Unlocked for what? Is there an Atlas tree for Overseer? I have all my Atlas passives for Abyss. Oh, shit. Oh, we're chilling. I guess I'm a little light on, I guess I'm a little light on fucking damage right now. We'll get there. Like, the bow that I crafted didn't turn out like terrible. Like, I don't know, it's okay, but like I'll get a better one eventually. It's all part of the process, right? Shut up, man. Nobody fucking asked you. You sure as the fuck don't give me any fucking divines. Actually, to be honest with you, I have no idea what delirium does. I don't even understand what anoints are. I know like that's the whole point of like the mechanic is to get like the fucking oils to anoint, but I don't know what you even anoint. I have to like look at it more. Ooh, okay. Holy shit. Y'all are mean. Y'all are mean. That wasn't very nice. I'm kind of surprised I didn't get a pit here. Let's see here. Abyss is the best crafting event. I just enjoy Abyss in general. I kind of like just the... Is it weird that I just like the aesthetic of Abyss? It's delirium. The enemies are about 50% more problematic than a normal mob. The difference between a normal map and delirium is massive. Yeah, I can feel it immediately anytime I'm in a delirium map. Serrated edges. What about serrated edges? Are you talking about the is serrated edges an anoint? The quest line for Delhi will walk you through it. Oh, okay. Well, then I need to do it. Serrated edges, instill your amulet. They nerfed delirium 50% too. That's crazy. It's actually fucking crazy. Holy shit. Oh, that's what it was. Man, this is a thick fucking map. Good lord. Holy shit.
Your imagination has betrayed you.
Kind of surprised the delirium hasn't passed yet. Want to be honest with you? This motherfucker's like, what is this? Hold on. After the stream, if you're still gonna play, I can help you with some things. Oh, okay. And Delirium is very subpar compared to other stuff. It's different how it runs on this version. Oh, okay. Okay. To be fair, you're not really helping your survivability by playing Delirium with Abyss. Okay. Well, okay, it was on the map. I didn't fucking choose it. It just fucking spawned, okay? Though I might actually have something that's either on one of my tablets or something like that that's actually causing Deliriums to spawn with my Abysses, but yeah. I'm also, like, while I'm complaining, I'm also not kind of complaining, because this map is actually kind of juiced right now. Like, I'm not getting, like, a shitload of divines or anything like that, but, like, the overall, like, rate of currency is really nice. Oh my god, do you guys remember when when Path of Exile 2 first fucking dropped and they made it where even if you portaled out to like go and like drop your do you like Ritual at all? Ritual's alright. Yeah. I like Ritual. I just don't like Ritual when it spawns on like fucking maps with tight fucking hallways. And then you get like fucking blood tornadoes or waves and you're just like, this is actually cancer. Fucking bought my shop out. Thanks. Thank you.
What do you need?
Control right click, take every stack of items. Yeah, I know that. I was gonna say, do you guys remember when like Path of Exile 2 first dropped, and if you tried to portal back to town, you'd actually like lose one of your portals, and so like every time you wanted to go back and take items back to base, you fucking would lose lose the ability to go back. Is that Path of Exile 2 or is it PoE1 that does that? I can't remember. I thought this game was doing that at the start. It was PoE2. Yeah, that shit was fucking annoying and shit. It was terrible. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with that. I'm a bit torn between Destiny 2 and this, and I like it. I like both games. PoE1, you lose one attempt. That's crazy. Like, your fucking pockets are going to get filled on these maps. Like, it's just going to happen. Just to be clear on something, because I think that's what's going on. Utility belts and heavy belts, the blank ones. I'm just supposed to be chancing these, right? Like looking for either Headhunter or Mage Blood. Yeah, okay. You know what would be really interesting to see? I wonder if they're gonna do, because I never really understood the system, but like I just thought it was cool in general, even though I didn't really fully understand it. Was the what the fuck were they? The cards. The tarot card system that they had in PoE1. I wonder if they're probably going to bring that back in here. I think people really liked it in PoE1, don't they? They're crafting bases too, not just chanting. Oh. Exalt or a Chance Orb. They turn into Headhunter or Mage Blood with their both insanely good for the pub gun build. Yeah. I mean, doesn't like Headhunter like work with like 90% of builds anyway? I'm gonna do these, but also at the same time, part of me kind of wants to let it go. So one more question. This bar here at the bottom for Delirium, right? What the fuck does this thing even mean? Am I supposed to be like looking for like the orange crystal? I think I already did that one, didn't I? Now it's just like I'm like looking for the third one or the fourth one. Delirium timer, and if you break enough mirrors, eventually it'll spawn an event that is either a major mirror or a boss. Oh, okay. All right, so I'll go look for the other ones then before I finish these or I'll run out. Ah. I think I fell out of it already. Oh well. It is what it is. Oops. I did it again, god damn it. Is just resistant for whatever reason? What? Oh, you're over here. I'm like sitting here like looking at this like, where is he? I thought that was him. I thought like he died but then didn't want to die maybe. I don't know what the fuck is going on there. Wait a minute. Oh no, I'm stupid. There used to be a bug where this fight, when you killed the mammoth first, the Lord of Pit wouldn't do anything. What class are you playing? I'm playing Ranger, Deadeye, Ice Shot, Bub Guns build. Basically, I had talked to a couple of chatters that were just like, it was like one of the streams that we had. Like, I was like, what are people are gonna do for like the upcoming league? And people are like, whatever Fub Gun does. And I was like, I don't know, who's this guy? So then I went and I like watched a couple of his. I was watching like one of his streams, I think, while like I was like, oh, this guy knows what the fuck he's doing, man. Problem is before I was watching my buddy DM's videos, and he's like a fucking ZDPS player, right? Like, what am I gonna get from that guy? What am I gonna get from that guy? I take the greater exalts here, right? I feel like that's the kind of the plan. I did his lightning Deadeye and 0.32. I feel like everyone first got. Yeah, it's really good. If you play bow, Fub Gun is surely the way to go. Yeah, this is my first archer too. That's probably the other reason why. Greater chaos self are more than exalts. Oh, okay, if that's the case. I always love finding these things, and it's just like, hey, how would you like, you know, here's your options, and it's just like, would you like the what, like, it'll be like it's so goofy. You'll find one of these and be like, do you want 3 greater orbs of chaos or just 1? Or do you want 3 divines or just 1? And it's like, what? In what fucking world would I not do the 3? Like, I guess unless you're on a map where you're like, I'm getting fucking annihilated and the modifiers are horrible or something, I guess maybe, and you're like, I can't risk it, I'll just die. But I mean, what the fuck is the point of playing? Oh, fuck these things. I'm gonna tell you what, whoever fucking designed these things is just a fucking asshole. I don't know who you are or who thought this is a good idea to make monsters that when they get close to you, they just drain all your fucking mana. It's a terrible idea. It's the most annoying thing in the entire fucking game. Please get rid of it. God damn it. This is not just me having this lockup problem, right? Where like randomly the game will just do this and then I have to wait for it to like reconnect. This. They heard you? Okay. Absolutely not. Okay, so this is an everybody thing. Good to know. But I'm pretty sure that everybody can just agree with me and say that, like, the game would just be better off without the fucking mana aura fucking dickheads. It's not even something that, like, makes it difficult. It's just something that just makes it fucking annoying. We're like, okay, I have to run really fast and get away from you. And then fucking mana pot and then hopefully get my shit back. And then, like, slowly chip away at you until your fucking goofy ass gets close enough to me again. Yes and no. Yes, no more Soul Eater enemy. Yeah, I think it's fucking garbage. They could delete every rare mod and I'd be happy. Yeah, probably also a good point. Nvidia asked GGG to help them ship PCs to find out why. Oh, wow. Neither GGG or Nvidia knows why it's happening. That's crazy. I'm just now realizing that like I've been kind of going off of gut feeling when it comes to this shit. When like what his loot filter does. I need to look to see like what his coloring actually is, because I'd imagine like these are like, I don't know. Actually, I have no idea. Like you always want to check this stuff because it's like if it's tier 4, like it's gonna have like it could have decent mods and shit, right? So like you kind of want to take a peek at that and see if like it's actually gonna be worthwhile. And this could always like potentially be an upgrade. I actually think my chest piece is like not terrible. I feel like my chest piece is pretty decent. This league is so good. It is really, really good. Very, very good. You need to be on strict filter plus. I think I do. I think you're actually right, to be honest with you. Because I think I'm still on early. I am. Yeah. Not gonna do it on this map, I don't think. At tier 15, don't bother unless you see T3 or higher. Yeah, that's probably what's going on. What filter are you running? I'm using just one for the build that I'm running. Damn, didn't get you live at EU time. Are you not tired? Brother, I make fucking YouTube videos. Like, I'm never tired. Or I'm eternally tired. I think it's probably like a little bit of both, to be honest with you. Hey. Stag Idol's not bad, right? I gotta go back to base again. My pockets are filled. My pockets are filled. Actually, these I still want to roll on. Now he's changing his colors on me. Eternally semi-tired? Yeah, basically. What it is it like about mid-stream? Garbage. Mid-stream, I hit my stride. Like my energy stride. And then I just kind of like... and then I just kind of fall off after that. I'll use the bathroom real quick. Yeah, it's like my first time catching your stream. Oh, yeah. I've only ever used NeverSync's filters. They're consistent. Yeah, they're always consistent. But it's nice to have things that are actually like specifically tuned for your like your shit, right? Lame.
Hello.
The devs went full time recently too. Good for him. Oh yeah, I saw that. NeverSync. Yeah. He went full time, basically doing like his fucking filter is his job. That's really cool, dude. Also, kind of goes to show you like how big the PoE2 community is as well. Also, then brings up a secondary question: how is this guy not fucking hired? Like, if I'm GGG, like why am I not hiring this guy? Because that's what I would do. I'd hire that motherfucker. I'd be like, you want a job? You're making mine easier. Then again, at the exact same time, it's almost kind of better that they don't, right? Because, like, dude effectively just gets to kind of, like, do whatever the fuck he wants. And yet, at the same time, like, Grinding Gear Games is also like, hey, we're also going to built in, like, added, like, filter support, which everybody uses Filter Blade. Like, are there actually different ones that people use? I don't think so. We got here. What is Void Flux? Are any of these good? I've seen a couple of these where it's like, oh, hey, this is, you know, a combined stats to make either like into one or not. I mean, if you see the UI shading and network of PoE2, are you really any surprise? Is there really any surprise? True. They tried. He didn't want to. As far as I know, he had a job as a programmer somewhere else. Oh, well, now he's doing this full time. So, like, LD, you haven't found all your rune stones? Don't I need to go do the? Do I need to go do the league to find those, or did I just not find them during the campaign? I did all the ones in the campaign, didn't I? I think I did. They're unlocked during the campaign? So there was one that I missed during the campaign then? What act did I miss? Four? It must have been on Calgar. Yeah, Act 4. I have to go back to Act 4 and grab that. A shot right now. Put it like this. Can't win them all. The thing about the runes is that all of them are required for the best rewards, the mirror, and or permanent bonuses. Oh, okay. I mean, it's gonna take like next to no time for me to go do that, so I'll do that after this. I also should probably look to see like what runes are actually worth like the Kalgurin runes that are actually like worth holding on to, because I know some people are using like some runic builds, right? Not that it fucking matter anymore. I got fucking jumped. That was fucking unexpected. Bad fucking roll on whatever was buffing there must have been in a fucking elite that was in that pack that was like buffing the fuck out of them. I forgot what that red aura is. All I know is it makes shit fucking annoying as hell. Enraged? Yeah.
This is as close as we can get.
Let's go then.
Enter the deserted post. Where's the fucking deserted post?
Well met. How are you faring?
Was there just a fucking dungeon I didn't do on this island? In the middle? Behind them? Oh, I see it now. My dumbass just ran right past it. That's probably exactly what happened the first time. I probably just didn't see it back there and was like, I don't fucking understand what's going on.
My knights and I have traveled great distances in pursuit of artifacts. Even here, there are colonies of Kalgurin settlers. This far from the Flame Starlight Barrier, there are no survivors. I found a promising note.
Look here.
Father, it's me.
Ah,
Another volume, Volume 4, The Rise of Cadogan. Cadogan took his throne as the next true king of Calgor and promised glory to all. When red adorned the sky across the sea, fear gripped Midgard once more. Cadogan assembled his finest heroes, armed them with the Triskelion flame, and sent them to those distant shores. Redeem those lands, and so we...
So these...
Well, what a story these tomes are made, so there's a fair amount to mull over. I suppose we could get moving now.
Now I have all the runic inscriptions, right? I would imagine so. Funny. I just didn't complete the quest when I was here. That's all it was.
Who'd have thought? Learned a great deal, but the adventure continued. Careful on the water.
That's really funny that I've gone this entire time without realizing I didn't ever turn in that fucking quest. Funny. Sick. Sick.
What is it?
I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Actually, what time is it? Okay. I think for there, I'm probably going to call it. Because I'm already starting to get tired and I kind of want to eat something before I go to, like, I kind of want to eat something and then have, like, a little time before I go to bed rather than, like, I eat and then immediately go to bed. By the way, you can bring him into your hideout to buy new runes from him at the hideout. Really? Oh, he's right here. What? Well, you guess he must already be here? Where the fuck is he at? Fucking tripping? Not letting me dismiss him. Weird. I don't know, I'll figure it out later. It could just be bugged right now. You placed him already, leave and come back and reload the zone. Oh, okay, that's probably what it is then. Yeah, but I'm gonna get some food in me. I'm gonna get ready for bed. I am tired. We had a good stream though. Talked about a lot of shit. Talked about a whole lot of shit. Hopefully my my clips guy will be happy that he got enough shit to be able to like pull from, because he's had like effectively almost 2 weeks off. Box. So I'll send you guys over to my boy Moxie. He's doing the same fucking build, it looks like, honestly. Or no, he's doing crossbow, it looks like. Oh wow. Anyway, I will check you guys later. Thank you guys for the subs. Thank you guys for the donations. Thank you guys for everything that you do. Thank you guys for all the help, and thank you guys for all the support and all the kind words and everything like that. Appreciate it, man. Hope you guys had a good time. Hope we had a good stream. I think that we did. I got a couple crash outs out of the way, which felt really good to me. Relieved my soul in a lot of ways. So yeah, there's that. A couple videos coming your way to next week, and then we're back on track. We're doing our normal stuff. So I'll catch you guys next week. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Peace.